but it was around 6 or 7 in the evening when things turned violent, when people started pouring into the streets and stone pelting began. And that only turned uglier, viewers, when the rioters started torching vehicles, started attacking people, started pelting stone at homes where people, children, women are residing. It was scary for the eyewitnesses as well. We just heard them as to how this entire thing unraveled around 6 or 7 in the evening. And then we saw the rioters getting all the more aggressive, the violence aggravated over there. And then the clashes broke out. The Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, has appealed the residents of Nagpur city to not believe into any sort of rumors, because it is being alleged by the police officials as well, viewers, that how there were rumors that a holy book of a certain religion has been set on fire, and that ignited these violence on the street. And this is which is why viewers, we saw as to what unraveled in the later in the evening when these violence turned, when these clashes turned violent, viewers. Okay, influencer Orry is nowhere to be found. Him and all his other 7 friends who've been accused of consuming liquor and non-veg near the holy shrine of Vaishno Devi have now gone AWOL, viewers. They are nowhere to be found. We'll bring you more on that. Stay tuned. We'll come back after the short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by Owaisi, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths, gathered to push an agenda with absolutely no idea, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I saw at a FCA protest, an actor, I think Farhan Akhtar, stood there and gave a speech, but Farhan Akhtar knew nothing about CA. Even today, he knows nothing about CA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Waqf Board, an unelected, unchecked body, has been operating like a parallel land ministry, grabbing villages.
Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNS after protest over Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained so far by the state police.
सभी को अपील करता हूँ कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है, यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rane Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, will start this segment with breaking news coming in that influencer Orry, who is now involved in consuming alcohol and non-veg controversy there near the premises of Vaishno Devi shrine. Now him, that is the influencer Orry, and his all friends who visited that particular hotel near the Vaishno Devi shrine, they are now off the radar. Viewers, both Orry and his friend Sherry Shin have turned their phones off. Several calls have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police to both Orry and Shin, but the calls went unanswered as the phones were switched off. Viewers, what needs to be seen here is that this entire controversy, viewers, unraveled yesterday when these photographs where Orry could be seen consuming alcohol and non-veg went viral on social media. The hotel took 1 day time. They delayed registering the F.I.R. There seemed to be a deliberate delay to safeguard Orry's interest, but after that J&K police had made it sure that they are going to issue notices as well. But now they are trying to contact Orry and he is nowhere to be found. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, Orry and his friend Sherry are nowhere to be found. They are not answering their calls. What does the Jammu and Kashmir police has to say? How they are going to take this investigation forward? Because many sentiments have been hurt and this brat-like behavior cannot be tolerated anymore.
See, after registration of the FIR, the organizer Cherry Singh, who is a friend of Orry and has somewhere 3.6 million followers on Instagram, and Orry himself, who has 1.6 million followers, they both were contacted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. But what has happened that both Orry and the Cherry Singh, they have gone off radar. Yesterday there were multiple calls that were made to Orry as well as Cherry Singh. Though the Cherry's mobile number was off somewhere close to 3 in the afternoon, even I tried to speak to him. I had a 12 seconds long conversation with him. When he got to know that I'm from Republic TV, he disconnected the call, and even the police was trying to reach out to him, but he was not answering the cops call. Then his phone is switched off since yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, and now today morning the update that we are picking up from the Jammu and Kashmir police that the mobiles of both Cherry Singh and Orry have been switched off. That means they both are now off record. Now they have gone off radar, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police is looking for an alternative way to speak to them, or to since this is the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, this means that even if the accused are absent, there can be proceedings that can be proceeded with. So that is what the Jammu and Kashmir police is looking into, that in case the Cherry and Orry are not available, even then the Jammu and Kashmir police will be going ahead with this, and they will be going ahead with the legal proceedings that they have. Now what we are expecting that in next 24 hours, the Jammu and Kashmir police will be issuing the first notice of appearance to to Orry as well as Cherry Singh. Important to mention that Orry is now off radar along with Cherry Singh, but many of the accused in the case, including Rashi, who says that she was not involved, but she was there only to click a photograph of Orry along with her son. She is available on the call with the police along with a couple of other accused, and they are saying that they are ready to cooperate with the police. They are extending every possible help, and they are saying that it's only Orry who has committed the crime and he should be caught by the police. So police might start with those accused who are available and who are ready to cooperate in the ongoing investigation, while these two, those who have gone off radar, they have to face the heat because the notices are going to be issued within 24 hours. That is what we are picking up.
Well, thank you, Gursimran, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers will have to wait and watch whether the Jammu and Kashmir police will now travel to either the national capital or Mumbai to get hold of these perpetrators who did not respect the boundaries of the holy shrine of Vaishno Devi. Viewers, now let's shift our focus. To Sunita Williams. Now, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, viewers, now they are returning back to Earth. We gave you those exclusive visuals where they could be seen packing their bags at the International Space Station over there. They were stuck, viewers, there for 9 months. They were supposed to be there for just a couple of weeks. It was around 17 days that they were scheduled to stay there, but because of a technical glitch in their craft that was supposed to bring them back, this entire wait extended to a long 9th month. Joining me live on this broadcast is B.R. Guru Prasad. He's a former ISRO scientist. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are returning to Earth after a wait of 9 long months. How difficult it would have been for them, sir. Tell our viewers that because it was supposed to be just a couple of weeks, but then it extended to 9 months. What were the challenges they would have faced there?
Good morning to you. Nice to join you. And, living in space is always challenging. Because living in space is quite different from living on the surface of the Earth. Okay, where gravity is ever present here. Okay, your gravity in the sense weight is ever present. So in the terrestrial ambience, weight is always there, and we will do our work without even caring for the daily chores. But in space, due to weightlessness, it is quite different, whether it is brushing the teeth or even using the bathroom, or even to a certain extent, even eating. Such things are quite challenging. I would not say they are impossible or they are threatening or anything like that, but it is a little bit different. In fact, one has to be very careful in performing the daily chores. So that was the main challenge, and all other astronauts and cosmonauts and taikonauts, they are doing the same. But, as you said, they went for a week-long visit, but it has become a 9-month-long visit. So that was really challenging. But anyway, they have endured that, and it is good that they are coming back.
Yes, sir, I would also like to ask you as to now, what is the procedure of their return? Now that once they return, first, how long will it take for them to touch down Earth? And then what is the procedure after that? Are there any health precautions? Are there any medical precautions that they're supposed to take now?
Yes, it's a very good question. Actually, the thing is now shortly they're going to enter into their spacecraft, which is bringing them back. That is a Crew Dragon built by SpaceX of Elon Musk. Okay, so these for Sunita, Butch, and two more astronauts who were there in the International Space Station from September last year. These 4 will be entering, and it's going to detach itself. Okay, undock itself from the International Space Station after thorough checks of leaks and all those things. It has to be extremely cautiously done. And then after about 16 hours or so, they are going to fire the rocket engines, what they call as retro burn, okay, to reduce their speed so that the spacecraft dives back into the atmosphere, and in about 45 minutes or so, it lands. Tomorrow, maybe around 3:30 a.m., around that time, Indian Standard Time, they're going to land. That's what I understand. Now, it's a very good question what you asked. The thing is, after they come back, very first thing they do is they will be taken to a medical facility where their health is thoroughly checked. And then they are going to be thoroughly debriefed, following which, what are all the procedures and to be adopted to bring them back to life, bring them back to the terrestrial life will be done. Because, it may take days, it may take weeks for some people, depending on different, the way in which different bodies respond, astronaut or cosmonauts' bodies respond. This may take days to many weeks. Okay, but let us hope for the best.
Sir, my last question to you, sir, is that there's a silver lining after all in every situation where she was supposed to be there for a couple of weeks only, but now her research is also going to be very thick. What more findings can we expect from Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore now that they have stayed almost a year?
Yes, humans have been continuously gaining experience in a long-term stay in weightless environment of space. Because if you want to go to Mars, let us say, just to go there, stay for some time and come back, it may take 1,100 days. How the human body responds in space, this is what humans are continuously and in a methodical way they are learning. And Sunita Williams' stay also will provide valuable inputs to this endeavor, I would say.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic Media Network. Viewers, Sunita Williams will be touching down Earth soon, and we'll be bringing you all those updates and those exclusive visuals only here at Republic TV. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to more news coming in from across the country in this edition of Bharatan 2. More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash cumulative valued at around 90 crores were seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandran Rao, a DJP rank officer, and Rania Rao's stepfather was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandran Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amritpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh, were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail today after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that two more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, have been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees: Daljit Singh Kalsi, Kulwant Singh Daliwal, Gurmeet Singh Bukanwala, Harjeet Singh, Bhagwant Singh, Basant Singh and Gurinder Pal Singh. A controversy erupted after few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring photos of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindrewala on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jathedar of Akal Takht took note of the incident and said miscreants tearing the Sikh flag and trampling on Bhindrewala's photo was unacceptable. Well, viewers, Israel is at it again. They have launched strikes on Hamas in Gaza. 44 have been neutralized so far. Stay tuned. We'll be right back to get you more on this after this short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands.
Viewers, we are getting breaking news from the city of Sambal. Now, viewers, the Neja Mela. It is a festival life commemoration that is traditionally held in Sambal to commemorate Sayyid Salar Masood Ghazi. He's the nephew of foreign invader Muhammad Ghazni. Now, this particular Mela that is held on a yearly basis will not take place because the Mela committee had sought permission for the event, viewers, but the additional superintendent of police of Sambal has refused to give permission, citing public objections over the fair organized in memory of a person which was said to believe involved in the loot of the famous Somnath temple. So it's a big breaking news coming in. Neja Mela will not be celebrated this year in Sambal. Viewers, listen in to what the officials there in Sambal have to say.
संभल में नेजा मेला काफी समय से आयोजित होता रहा है। इसके आयोजक आज आयोजन की अनुमति के लिए मिले थे। साथ ही कुछ लोगों द्वारा नेजा मेला के विरोध में भी आपत्तियां की गई हैं। इस संदर्भ में तथ्यात्मक रूप से यह पाया गया कि यह नेजा मेला अब्दुल सलार गाजी की स्मृति में मनाया जाता है, जो कि एक लुटेरा था तथा एक आतताई था, जिसने सोमनाथ मंदिर सहित बहुत सारे मंदिरों का ध्वंस किया, साथ ही काफी हत्याएं की। इस तरह के लुटेरे और हत्यारे की स्मृति में इस तरह के आयोजन का किया जाना सर्वथा अनुचित है तथा देशद्रोही है। आयोजकों को बताया गया कि यदि उनके द्वारा इस तरह के लुटेरे एवं हत्यारे की स्मृति पे मेला लगाया जाता है तो कठोर विधिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मिली जुली संस्कृति, हर भाईचारे को और जो हमारे आपस के एक दूसरे के सम्मान करने का तरीका, जो रहने का तरीका है, जहां पर हम एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं, ये मेले क्या होते हैं, जहां हम सब धर्म जाति के लोगों को मिलते हैं। अगर वो कुंभ की तारीफ कर सकते हैं तो किसी मेले और की तारीफ क्यों नहीं कर सकते? तो ये जो संस्कृति है हमारी के मेले होते थे, कार्यक्रम होते थे, आयोजन होते थे, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सब मिलकर के जो रहते थे, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पसंद नहीं आ रहा।
Well, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sagar, live from Sambal. Sagar, the Neja Mela will not be celebrated this year because the official over there, the superintendent of Sambal, has said that they are planning to celebrate somebody who was behind the loot of the Somnath temple. How is it panning out on the ground? Are people accepting this rejection of the order?
मधुरिमा, बिल्कुल देखिए, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क इस समय उसी जगह पर खड़ा है जहां पर नेजा मेला की जो ढाल है, सबसे पहले यहां पर गाड़ी जाती थी। संभल की गलियों में देखिए भारी फोर्स की तैनाती की गई है, पीएससी के जवान, चाहे हम बात करें आरएएफ की टुकड़ियां, यूपी पुलिस के जवान। लेकिन देखिए ये वो जगह है जहां पर नेजा मेला की ढाल देखिए यहां पर गाड़ने के बाद इस घंटाघर चौराहे पर नीचे से ऊपर जाती थी, फिर वहां पर जो है उसे देखिए बांधा जाता था सबसे ऊपरी हिस्से पर। लेकिन आज जो है इस बाजार में हलचल तेज है, क्योंकि लोगों के बीच ये लगातार चर्चाओं में कि आखिर इस बार ऐसा क्या हो गया। प्रशासन का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि नहीं, इस तरह के मेले का आयोजन नहीं किया जाएगा। जिस क्रूर शासक ने हिंदुस्तान पर हमला किया, भारत के मंदिरों पर हमला किया, भारत की संस्कृति को चोट पहुंचाया, आखिर ऐसे क्रूर शासक और कुरीतियों को हम आगे बढ़ावा क्यों दें। जब कल के दिन हमारी एसीपी से बात हो रही थी मधुरिमा, उन्होंने भी इस बात का जिक्र किया कि अब कोई भी लोग यहाँ पर गुहार लगाने के लिए पहुंचे तो उन्हें अनुमति नहीं मिलने वाली है मेले को लेकर। आप देखिए यहाँ पर भी पुलिस बल के जवान तैनात है, जहां पर नेजा मेला की पहली ढाल जो है यहाँ पर गाड़ी जाती थी। यानी कि होली के बाद जो पहला मंगलवार पड़ता है मधुरिमा, उस दिन जो है मेला की ढाल गाड़ी जाती है। उसके अगले हफ्ते यानी कि अगले मंगलवार को मेले का भव्य आयोजन यहाँ पर नगर पालिका के मेला ग्राउंड में किया जाता था। लेकिन अब फिलहाल मेले पर देखिए प्रतिबंध है। ये घंटाघर यहाँ का सबसे मेन और व्यस्ततम चौराहों में से एक, यहीं से जो है मेले की शुरुआत यहाँ से होती थी। लेकिन अब देखिए मेला पर अब रोक लगा दी गई है। अधिकारी कुछ देर के बाद यहाँ पर आएंगे। हाँ, फ्लैग मार्च की भी तस्वीरें संभल की गलियों में हम देखेंगे, जब भारी फोर्स की तैनाती के साथ यहाँ फ्लैग मार्च किया जाएगा और लोगों को आगाह किया जाएगा कि आज हालात कहीं से भी बिगड़ने हम नहीं देंगे। और जिसने भी देखिए सोचा कि हालात यहाँ पर बिगाड़ेंगे और अपने हाथ में कोई असांप्रदायिक तनाव अगर यहाँ पर या सांप्रदायिक माहौल बिगड़ेगा, उन पर भी देखिए कठोर कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मधुरिमा,
Thank you, Sagar, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you to get more on this. Viewers, now we'll slip into a short break, viewers, but the investigation in the Rania Rao case has intensified, where the stepfather, the DGP, is now being questioned in the entire smuggling case, which is being believed, viewers, that he had a link in this entire racket. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths, gathered to push an agenda with absolutely no idea, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I saw at a FCA protest, an actor, I think Farhan Akhtar, stood there and gave a speech, but Farhan Akhtar knew nothing about CA. Even today he knows nothing about CA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Waqf Board, an unelected, unchecked body, has been operating like a parallel land ministry, grabbing villages.
Having the Arab world look inwards to decide what does Arab agency and legitimacy look like going forward. So looking inward, yes, is important, but that shouldn't be an exercise of further isolating the region away from its wider neighborhood. And I think on the debate of what does agency look like for the Arab world and Arab states today, two things are very important, and two things have to be more honestly open to debate, and one of them is regional institutionalization. What does Arab multilateralism look like today? We need to have an inward exercise of saying, okay, if we're talking about how the international community has failed us, how multilateralism is broken, how can we build our own multilateral arrangements that can work for the region and by the region? And that does not just include perhaps expanding the mandate of the Arab League or the GCC. These are kind of easy wins, I would say, or a more of a clear pathway forward. But we also have to look at thematic multilateralism in the region in sectors like water, but also AI and food security. And so there needs to
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amrit Pal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent? What are you trying to do? Don't you, Arvind Kejriwal, know that by helping Amrit Pal, you are indirectly helping Pakistan? Or is that part of the plan? Where Kejriwal, frustrated at continuing political losses, now want to play into Pakistan hands and compromise our national security? What is Arvind Kejriwal really wanting to do after all? We can't trust Kejriwal. He's been the same man accused in the past of being...
From Asia's largest news headquarters setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting you the latest coming in. The Dragon spacecraft hatch is now closed. That is right. That means we are counting down to Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore to return to their home after 9 whole months in space. We have a lot of reactions coming in. We are talking to a lot of experts as well to help us understand the process and their way back home. We'll get to all the details, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 after protest of Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
CM Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rania Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza, 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. Wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after a 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, let's go to the top story coming in right now. Curfew has been imposed in many parts of Nagpur after we saw clashes between two groups last evening. Some pictures also coming in for you right now. Violence broke out in Nagpur over demands to remove Aurangzeb's tomb, leading to arson, vandalism, injuries as well. The unrest was triggered yesterday evening. The latest coming in, viewers, what we can tell you is that curfew has been imposed in various parts of Nagpur to control the situation. The situation is still tense but under control. Now, this is over the Aurangzeb tomb Rao. Heavy police deployment is also being seen after violence broke out following the protests and clashes which had happened yesterday. Curfew has been enforced in several parts of Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNSS due to rising tensions. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Sandeep is in Nagpur and is getting you all those updates, a lot of unrest, also clashes, vandalism, etc. was seen yesterday when there were clashes between two groups. Curfew has been imposed. Just take our viewers to what the security is looking like. How is the situation? We know the situation is under control, but still that area remains quite tense.
Right. Shivangi, the situation is very tense out here, and in fact would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to first show the visuals of the arrangements that have been in fact made out here. Heavy police have been deployed, vehicles you can see, police vans you can see out there. Very less movement of people can be seen on the roads. Definitely the situation is in control, but definitely it is very much tense. You see the visuals out there, the kind of destruction that has taken place since yesterday. These are the vehicles that were in fact parked on the roads of Nagpur, but ultimately these roads were cabs, these vehicles were attacked by the mob, and in fact I'm being joined by the local resident out here who owns these car. अपना नाम बताएं माता जी।
पुष्पा बंसल।
पुष्पा जी, पिछले कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं और क्या आपने पहले कभी ऐसी घटना देखी थी?
50 साल से हम रह रहे हैं यहाँ पर। पहले तो ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ था, जब इंदिरा गांधी को वगैरह अरेस्ट किया था वगैरह तब हुआ था, लेकिन अब इतना तो नहीं देखा था। कल का तो ज़्यादा ही हो गया है।
कल क्या हुआ था, कैसे लोग आए थे, कहाँ से आए थे?
पता नहीं है, मेरी बेटी मेरा भाई इन्हें देखने के लिए आए, इनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है तो और हम अंदर बैठे थे और हंसी मजाक कर रहे थे, वो आए तो उतने में एकदम से उधर से मॉब आया और गाड़ी पर पत्थरे वगैरह मारने शुरू कर दिए। तो हमने देखा कि क्या हो गया, हमारे भी समझ में नहीं आया
कि क्या हो रहा है।
सडनली ऐसे हो गया कि बाप रे बाप।
तो कितने लोगों की भीड़ होगी, कभी आप बता पाएंगे? 100, 200, 300 कितने लोग थे?
अभी कितने लोग थे ये तो नहीं बता सकते, लेकिन बहुत सारा मॉब आया उधर से और दौड़ते हुए।
घर में बच्चे और महिलाएं भी थी, आपकी बेटी भी थी, सब डरे हुए थे?
हाँ, डर तो लगेगा ही शायद, नेचुरली।
तो एज यू हर्ड,
उधर तो अपन ऐसे में बाहर भी नहीं निकल सकते, अंदर से डर के देख रहे कि अपनी गाड़ी फूट रही है और अपन कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे।
आपको डर नहीं लगा कि जो लोग गाड़ी फोड़ रहे हैं वो आपके घर पे भी पत्थर मार सकते?
हाँ, तो मैंने जल्दी ही लॉक लगा दिया, पहले ही वैसे जैसे थोड़े थोड़े दिखने लगे मैंने पहले ही लॉक कर दिया।
घर पे पत्थर नहीं मारे?
नहीं, घर पे नहीं मारे, सिर्फ गाड़ी की तोड़फोड़ हुई। यहाँ मेरी तुलसी की कुंडी थी, वो उठा के उन्होंने गाड़ी पे मारे उधर की, गाड़ी में अंदर पड़ी हुई है।
So as you just heard, the situation is right now peaceful, but yes, a bit tense out here. You see the situation out here would show you the live visuals out there that a heavy police force have been in fact deployed across this very area, and curfew have been imposed in this very location, but there is a very less movement of people, very less vehicle can be seen on the roads of Nagpur right now, Shivangi. But yes, at this point in time, as we report, the situation is in control, and police is in fact identifying the people who were involved in that very violence. The search is also going on to identify those and to arrest them who were in fact involved in that very violence, to make sure that necessary actions have been can be taken against these goons.
Sandeep, hold on. Authorities are also going ahead and reviewing the CCTV footage and video clips, which we have put those pictures up as well of the CCTV, which is being investigated by the authorities. We are also getting some reactions coming in from eyewitnesses who tell us what they saw when the clashes broke out. So let's go ahead and play out those reactions.
How did it all started? कैसे ये शुरू हुआ? Where were you?
शुरू कैसे हुआ वो हमें आइडिया नहीं, लेकिन जब हम घर पे थे तो हमें बहुत सारी शोर की आवाज़ सुनाई दी, पुलिस वालों की और उनके हाथ में वो जैसे बॉम्ब जैसा कुछ था जो वो पुलिस वालों के ऊपर फोड़ रहे थे। और यहाँ पे भी 3 फोड़े हमारे सामने, और यहाँ पे 2-3 लोगों को उन्होंने पकड़ा था, उसमें से 2 तो भाग गए थे, एक उनके हाथ में आए और उनको बहुत मारा उन्होंने, और एक के हाथ में चाकू था तो वो मारने वाले थे उनको, लेकिन हाँ किसी ने रोका उनको तो वो उसकी वजह से वो बच गए थे।
ओके।
हाँ, और टीयर
हथियार वगैरह भी
बहुत थे, रॉड वगैरह थे,
लोखंडी रॉड थे, वो पूरे खराब हुए थे,
रॉड थे उनके पास।
और आप कह रही कि कुछ एलिमेंट था जो बॉम्ब जैसा एलिमेंट था।
वो हमको आइडिया नहीं वो एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है। वो मिट्टी का कुछ था,
पुलिस के ऊपर फेंक रहे थे
पत्थरबाजी यहाँ से बहुत वहाँ पे यहाँ पे 2 लोग थे जो यहाँ के पुलिस वालों को पत्थर मार रहे थे।
वो सब हरी टोपी लगा कर वो बांध कर वो अलग ही लोग थे दिख रहे थे।
तो वो पुलिस वालों को भी अटैक किया?
हाँ पुलिस वालों को तो बहुत अटैक किया उन्होंने। फिर हमने पुलिस को शायद पता नहीं था वो यहाँ से जा रहे थे, तो हमने फिर कॉल करके उनको बताया कि सारा फोकस अगर यहाँ पे है तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ हो रहा है। फिर हमने 100 पे कॉल करके यहाँ पे बुलाया तो पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे भी आए, फिर उनको यहाँ से फिर शांत हुआ तब जाके।
आप अपना नाम बताएं, कितने सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं?
हमने 50 साल हो गए यहाँ रहते हैं।
50 सालों में कभी ऐसे दंगे देखे थे?
नहीं ऐसे तो नहीं हुए, ऐसे कभी नहीं, पहली बार हुआ इतना बड़ा। हाँ।
क्या क्या हो रहा था जब आप लोग घर पे थे? क्या क्या आप लोगों ने सुना? क्या क्या हो रहा था आसपास?
ये सब सामने ज़्यादा हुआ है, रोड पर ही हुआ, हमारे गली में भी हुआ। सब लोग जमा हुए, बहुत सारे पुलिस वगैरह थे। ऐसे मारपीट तो नहीं हुई कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन चिल्ला रहे थे जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ इधर ऐसा कुछ।
आग वाग लगा?
हाँ इधर हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं था, अभी मैं देखने आई हूँ इधर। अभी इधर कुछ हुआ
यहाँ पे गाड़ी
हाँ
में। तो आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था? अंदर डर लग रहा था?
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
क्या नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे लोग, शोर कर रहे थे, आवाज?
वो कुछ मालूम नहीं, हम लोग अंदर घर में थे, उधर सब तो उतना कुछ ख्याल नहीं दिया हमने।
कितने की संख्या में लोग थे?
बहुत सारे थे ना, अभी इतना जमघट रहे थे बहुत सारे लोग थे, इतना हमने इतना ख्याल नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे इधर मोहल्ले में थे बहुत सारे थे।
और क्या बोल रहे थे वो लोग, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं इधर तो हमने कुछ सुना नहीं, इधर तो बाहर नहीं आए हम लोग। उधर वो सब पत्थरबाजी वगैरह कर रहे थे लोग, जो चिल्ला रहे थे, उतना कुछ सुना नहीं क्या चिल्ला रहे थे। तो
आप बताइए, आपने क्या देखा उस टाइम?
नहीं सर मैं नहीं था सर, मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में। पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले। तो मैं आया जब तो आदम के चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया। फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने रहना हमारे बाजू में है, पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर पूरा अंधार हुआ था, आंसू से गैस छोड़ दिए थे।
पूरा अंधेरा था क्या?
हाँ पूरा अंधेरा था सर, पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने जैसा। मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खोला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूल के हुआ था सर। पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई। 70-80 साल की मेरी मम्मी है, उसको तकलीफ है, मेरे को मम्मी खाना नहीं खाया हमने 2 घंटे, तो हमने इतना काला काला धूल होते, इतना पूरा हाथ में
रहा था। जब नारेबाजी हो रही थी, ये सब हो रहा था, तो डर लग रहा था आप लोगों को?
लगना ही है ना सर, कोई भी समाज का हो, या हिंदू होगा मुसलमान हो, आदमी को डर तो लगना ही है ना सर। यहाँ जाति भेद का सवाल, यहाँ पर डर पैदा हो जाता हर फैमिली को, क्या वो मुसलमान की फैमिली रहो क्या हिंदू की फैमिली हो, तो डर तो होना ही है ना सर। हर घर में बच्चे रहते हैं, कुछ छोटे बड़े बच्चे रहते हैं, बाहर के लोग आके चले जाते हैं, जो रहते हम लोग, हम 50-70 साल से रह रहे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं किसी से, हम मिलजुल के रहते, मगर बाहर के लोग आके यहाँ चले जाते और माहौल ख़राब होकर चले जाता है, और कुछ नहीं सर।
नागपुर में कल आगजनी हुई, पत्थरबाजी हुई, कई सारे गाड़ियों को आग लगा दी गई। विवाद क्या है, कैसे घटनाक्रम हुआ, जानते हैं यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों से, जिनके घरों के सामने में जो है वो गाड़ियाँ जला दी गई। आप बताएं कि कब से यहाँ पे आप रह रहे हैं?
हम बचपन से रहते हैं यहाँ पे।
तो ये घटना कैसे घटी? अगर आप
ये घटना मालूम नहीं, हम यहाँ 7:30 बजे यहाँ खड़े थे, तो वहाँ पे जो पूरा माहौल जमा हुआ, समुदाय के कुछ लोग थे वहाँ जमा हो गए, और जमा होने के बाद वहाँ से 7:30 बजे से ब्लैकआउट हो गया था, पूरा ब्लैकआउट। एक आदमी यानी काला पूरा ये था, और लाइट नहीं थी, तो बाद में वहाँ पे
be here with all of you because these gatherings are so important, because they give us the opportunity to come together and actually engage in direct dialogue and conversation around some of the most timely and pressing issues that face us all. The theme of this conference couldn't be better: people, peace, and planet. highlighting these fundamental aspirations that unite us. It's the foundation that prosperity, security, and freedom rest. If we are not at peace, we cannot be truly prosperous, secure, or free. And so today, our actions, our dialogue, the reaffirmation of our commitments to these principles, to one another and our partnerships, and our shared vision for the future provide us with the opportunity to build more meaningful relationships and work together as we leave this conference towards the interests of the people, to protect our planet and to further the cause of peace. I'm a child of the Pacific. I was born and raised, first born in American Samoa, raised in Hawaii. I've spent a lot of time throughout my life traveling throughout the Indo-Pacific and working in many different countries. So I'm very familiar with the rich and beautiful cultures, the kindness and hospitality that I've experienced everywhere I've gone, and the rich history within each country that leads to a better understanding of the nuance and complexities that exist within these countries, but also within the relationships in the region. It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Our ability to do so as nations, as leaders, as people, is critical towards achieving our collective goals. Unfortunately, we live in a time where war and conflict is being waged on many fronts around the world. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, founded in 1945 by Albert Einstein and Oppenheimer, has declared the doomsday clock to be 89 seconds to midnight, closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe than ever before. So your focus again on peace, people, and planet is timely. It is times like this that call on leaders to stand up for these interests that affect us all and will affect generations who will follow. Unfortunately, as we've seen throughout history, simply calling for peace too often invokes attacks and smears. Perfect example is during President Trump's recent campaign for the presidency, he made it a pillar of his campaign to share his commitment to peace and to bring his leadership towards bringing about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war, to stop the killing, to prevent this risk of World War III and nuclear war. And for this commitment, he was attacked relentlessly, not only by his political opponents and legacy media in our own country, but even by those abroad. Despite these attacks and smear campaigns, the American people voted overwhelmingly for him to return to the White House and delivered a very clear message and mandate for peace, which he is carrying out as we gather here today. Now, these goals cannot be achieved by any one person or one nation alone. Our ability to make progress toward a peaceful, secure, free, and prosperous society must be done together, and it begins with us. Now, I want to share with you a few excerpts from one of the most powerful speeches that I've heard in my life that was delivered by President John F. Kennedy at American University in 1963 on this topic of peace. He said, quote, "First, we must examine our attitude toward peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable, that mankind is doomed, that we are gripped by forces that we cannot control. We need not accept that view. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man." President Kennedy goes on to say, "Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again." He says, "I am not referring to the absolute infinite concept of peace and goodwill of which some fantasies and fanatics dream. Let us focus instead on a more practical and attainable peace, based on a series of concrete actions and effective agreements which are in the interest of all concerned. There is no single simple key to this peace. No grand or magic formula to be adopted by one or two powers. Genuine peace must be the product of many nations, the sum of many acts. It must be dynamic, not static, changing to meet the challenge of each new generation. With such a peace, there will still be quarrels and conflicting interests, as there are within families and nations. World peace, like community peace, does not require that each man love his neighbor. It requires only that they live together in mutual tolerance, submitting their disputes to a just and peaceful settlement. He closed by saying, "So let us persevere. Peace need not be impracticable, and war need not be inevitable. By defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we can help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly toward it." These powerful words were as powerful and true and relevant then in 1963 as they are today. In the United States, President Trump remains unwavering in his commitment to achieving peace through a strategy rooted in realism and pragmatism. Securing peace through strength, which he speaks of very often, requires strong leadership with a clear-eyed and realistic understanding of the global challenges that exist as well as the opportunities. It requires a commitment to fostering cultural and economic ties that reduce the likelihood of an escalation to conflict, and a dedication towards reinforcing our mutual interests. It requires leaders have the courage to engage directly with both friends and adversaries alike, to increase understanding, to resolve differences, and to work to prevent an escalation to conflict. It requires leaders who are not afraid to speak an inconvenient or unpopular truth, and who ask the tough questions, who challenge the established view or, quote unquote, the way things have always been done, to spark what may be hard but necessary conversations about the realities we face and the best way forward to advance our mutual cause of peace, freedom, security, and prosperity. So just as President Trump is committed to America first, putting the safety, security, and freedom of the American people at the forefront of his policies and his decisions, Prime Minister Modi is committed to India first. Prime Minister Luxon is committed to New Zealand first. This is the expectation of any leader's commitment to their people, to serve them, to put their interests at the forefront of their decisions. But this should not be misunderstood to mean that America first is America alone. The relationships that we build together are critical to advance our mutual interests. And it's why gatherings like this here at Raisina are so important, because it brings us together here, people from over 120 countries around the world, providing us a platform where heads of state, ministers, directors, leaders in business and nonprofits and strategic think tanks can actually come together in that spirit of aloha for robust dialogue and debate that will help us increase our understanding of one another. It is our shared values that will continue to shape the future of our partnerships and the world. And while we represent our own sovereign nations with unique perspectives and unique interests, by working together honestly, transparently, and strategically, we can ensure a more peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous future for our people and the world. Thank you so much. Aloha. Jai Shri Krishna. Namaste.
Thank you. Please join us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by Owaisi, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away, while others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause?
More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash valued at around 90 crore rupees was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. It rescues who was allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer and Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amirpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that two more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by three others on Wednesday. 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, has been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees, Daljit Singh and Gurmeet Singh, among others. Controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. Now, the acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said that miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindran Wali's photos was unacceptable. Much coming out, the wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after the 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal What exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this?
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and the countdown has begun for the homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. The hatches have been closed. Now the preparations are underway for de-docking. We'll get you all the latest on the other side of this headlines. Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 after protest over Aurangzeb's tomb turns violent. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Ranya Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramchandran questioned. Israel launches new strikes on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF air strikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, for the last 9 months, everybody's gaze has been transfixed on the International Space Station because Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore have been stranded there ever since their Boeing Starliner spacecraft ran into trouble. And these are the two astronauts who will be brought back to Earth, and Crew 10 is already there at the International Space Station, and Crew 9 team is all set to leave. The closing of hatches, the process has completed now. What follows next is the undocking that will take place at 11:15 Indian Standard Time. And after the Dragon spacecraft undocks from the International Space Station, then the next stop will be planet Earth. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are all set to splash down off the US coast, and what we know is that preparations are underway, not just in the International Space Station, but also at NASA Space Center. The ground team is also closely monitoring every single development. There is a checklist that they have, and they have been ticking each and every checkpoint because everything is meticulously planned. In fact, ahead of Sunita Williams' homecoming. We have Falguni Pandya, Sunita Williams' relative, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Ms. Pandya. How do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet.
She has a lot of affinity for her dogs. She has 2. And she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, you know, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her, I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We send her gifts, we send her cards, we send her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much.
Well, Ms. Pandya, when you first heard that the Boeing Starliner spacecraft in which Sunita Williams, traveled to space and ran into trouble, how was the reaction at home? What was the, atmosphere like?
As you can imagine, very concerned. We have gone through 2 of the launches that were scrubbed and the 3rd one took off. There was concern. We are also connected to Kalpana Chawla's family, so there's always that little bit of fear, but we have full faith. We have full faith in NASA. We have full faith in our scientists. We have full faith in the whole team of NASA, which has really taken care of Sunny, Butch, and all the astronauts really, really well. So we knew that they wouldn't take any chance and they would keep them safe.
Well, Ms. Pandya, stay on with me because we have an important development that we'll have to share with our viewers and you, because the capsule containing the 2 stuck astronauts, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, has finally undocked from the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, who were launched into the ISS last June as the first test pilots for Boeing's new Starliner capsule, have now departed the International Space Station. That means that their spacecraft is currently in Earth's orbit and it is currently, taking part in the orbital maneuvering process, and exactly at a time that has been decided by NASA. That's exactly when the spacecraft will make a descent towards the Earth, and all eyes will be on the homecoming, because it's a very emotional moment for one and all, especially for the family members of Sunita Williams.
Commander Nick Hague as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Anne McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom.
And Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the picture.
Undocking occurring.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We human make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping, but he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
You know, Ms. Pandya, you have a family of doctors. What made Sunita Williams, switch her focus towards rocket science and space, and you can see where she is right now?
Well, it was a gradual transition, right? She started with Navy, and then she became a helicopter pilot, and this was transition. And there is a whole concept of swadharma, right? We all are drawn to what we are meant to do and serve our purpose in this world.
Also, Ms. Falguni, how is the family preparing for Sunita Williams' homecoming? Is there any traditional, style homecoming that you all have now arranged, or what is it that the family is planning?
So, send-off is usually grand. But this is her third trip. So when she comes back, or when any astronauts come back, they are actually taken directly under the care of physicians, and they have to actually get acclimated to dealing with the gravity, the Earth's atmosphere, and a lot of other things. So we are not going to be, at least I am not going to be seeing her until she is given an okay by the hospitals and the doctors that she can meet everyone.
The journey is a pretty long one. Has Sunita Williams promised to bring any space souvenirs for the family?
I will tell you next week.
And also, Mrs. Falguni, it's really an emotional moment for all of you all back home, because in just about 12 to 15 hours from now, the spacecraft will be splashing down. So, there's a lot of medical precautions that have to be considered. Like you mentioned, the astronauts are not used to gravity because they've spent their time there about 9 months in almost near zero gravity, environment. And when she comes back, she'll have to undergo several medical tests. And that would take about 24 to 48 hours, if we have to speak approximately. So once that is done, what's the plan of action?
We are going to be visiting her. We are going to be planning a larger reunion, family get-together, but that is still in works. But obviously, and we are all going to be taking a trip around the world together. A lot of us will be going with her to several countries, and we have been talking about that for some time now.
And if you could, help us describe these pictures that are on our screens at the moment, because we've seen Sunita Williams' affinity for kids, and we've seen some quality family time there. There you can see this is one of the pictures that clearly goes on to show the kind of
so go back to the picture before this. No, the one where she's surrounded by a lot of young kids and she's sitting in the middle.
Okay.
So the story is, my son right now is 25, but when he was 5 years old, he used to brag in his kindergarten that my aunt is an astronaut, she's going to be going to the space, and my aunt is an astronaut, and all the kids used to make fun of him, that, oh, you are just, that picture, that, oh, you are just making things up. My son is in the red shirt behind, 2 rows behind her. And they were making fun of him, and he was very, very sad. He's like, he was telling me, Mom, they think I'm lying. My aunt is an astronaut, and why wouldn't they believe it? And I told Sunny that this is what's happening. And every Friday they have show and tell in school where kids can show off things. And she showed up as my son's show and tell at the school and made sure that he was, he was completely proud of her. He knew that she had his back. That's Sunny and I at our 2007 trip to India. I was translating her speech in Gujarati.
Well, Ms. Pandya, we know that, Sunita Williams likes kids, likes pet dogs. What is that one thing that nobody knows about Sunita Williams, but they should know?
But they should know? No, I'm not the one to say anything.
No, but if there's something that, that Sunita Williams really likes, but the world knows very less about that, what is that one thing that you would like to share?
World knows a lot about her, so to just come up with something, she likes to laugh.
Okay.
She loves the happiness. She's a very, very joyful person, and people have seen her giving speeches. People have seen her talk about intense topics and science and all that. But she really, really likes to laugh. She finds joy in the smallest of things, to the point where, it's very infectious.
That's right. Stay on with me, Mrs. Falguni. We have live pictures coming in from the NASA Space Center, where the ground teams are also actively monitoring the spacecraft, the Dragon capsule, in which Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are currently, heading back to Earth in. And these are the live pictures after the undocking process. These are the exact visuals when the spacecraft undocked from the International Space Station. Indeed, a very, very emotional moment, and the family is definitely anxious about this journey. And Mrs. Falguni, if you could tell us, how are you all handling the stress and the anxiety? Because this is no ordinary flight journey. This is a spacecraft coming from outside this world.
I think we are very, very confident that everything is going to be great, and she's going to be completely fine. Butch is going to be fine. Obviously, anxiety is there. This is not her first flight, and Ganesh is with her. Our blessings and wishes are with her. Her father, our Deepak Kaka, who has passed away, his blessings are with her. even throughout this anxiety, our greatest strength has been Sunny's optimism and her faith in her team. And she's the one who always says, don't worry about it, guys. And I'll tell you one incident, like month and a half ago, I was very upset about something in my life. And I just, in the middle of the night, there was nobody to talk to. I just wrote her a long email. I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. And the funny thing is that she immediately wrote me back email and saying, you got this. Don't worry about it. Everything is going to be fine and you got this. So that's one other thing that you didn't, people don't know about her, that she's always there for her family, no matter where she is, even from the space station, even about our littlest things, our smallest worldly issues. She got us.
I'm sure you all have had conversations on what would be the first things in order when she arrives. Will it be resting, celebrating, or does she have a lot of catching up to do?
She does have a lot of catching up to do. She is really missing home. She is missing family. She's missing her husband, her dogs. I think she would want to spend a lot of time. She is a kind of person who doesn't care for big parties or big hoopla. I think she likes quality time with people. She likes intimate time. She likes meaningful conversations. So we have to go with her personality. Not that she doesn't enjoy parties, but that doesn't define happiness for her. Happiness is just sitting around in the room, maybe sitting on the floor, maybe sitting anywhere and just chit-chatting. And I think she'll be just very happy to see everyone. We will be planning things later on, but not immediately. I think she has still a lot of catching up to do with her health, with meaning just getting her strength back, being able to even walk. It's hard to walk after, you have been away from Earth in the space. I wouldn't know what that feels like, but I do know that in the past it has taken a while to adjust to the life here. So plans will be in the making shortly, but not right away.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Falguni Pandya giving us a sneak peek into how Sunita Williams' life would look like when she arrives back after the splash down to earth. Many thanks, Ms. Falguni, for joining us live on this broadcast and also giving us insights. Now let's move on. Viewers, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, in the Raisina Dialogue 2025, he has criticized how the Kashmir conflict has been portrayed internationally, stating, and I quote, "We went to the UN on Kashmir and what was an invasion was made a dispute." He also held several Western countries accountable for their role in this. Jaishankar has now ripped into the West over Kashmir issue. Let's listen in.
Speak of sovereignty and territorial integrity. All of us agree. It's a vital principle. It's the bedrock of global rules. After the Second World War, the longest standing illegal, I would say, presence, occupation of a territory by another country pertains to India. What we saw in Kashmir. Now we went to the UN. What was an invasion was made into a dispute. So the attacker and the victim were put on par. Who were the culpable parties? UK, Canada, Belgium, Australia, USA. So, pardon me, I have some question marks on that whole matter. Now, I can give you many more. We speak today of political interference.
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the aftermath of the Nagpur violence. 70 rioters have been detained. Prohibitory orders are in place and the manhunt continues for the remaining rioters. Stay tuned for more on that.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause? One.
More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash valued at around 90 crore rupees was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The rescues who was allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer and Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amirpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that two more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by three others on Wednesday. 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, has been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees, Daljit Singh and Gurmeet Singh, among others. Controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. Now, the acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said that miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindran Wali's photos was unacceptable. Much coming out, the wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after the 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNS after protest over Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rania Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, big breaking news coming in. Major crackdown on George Soros funding to NGOs in India. Now, there has been a massive crackdown. Viewers, 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly involved and were receiving funds from George Soros. These 3 companies thereafter were funding NGOs in India, including Amnesty and a few others. Searches are being carried out at 7 locations in Bengaluru. Now, FIMA case has been registered in the matter. We're learning that Root Rich is the name of the company that was receiving the fund. It's a major crackdown, viewers, on the George Soros funding in India. Remember, 3 Bangalore-based companies. This is a Republic exclusive breaking, viewers. 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly receiving funds from George Soros. These 3 companies then thereafter moving forward were disbursing these funds into various others NGOs, including Amnesty, viewers, and a few others. Now, searches are being carried out at multiple locations there in the city of Bengaluru in Karnataka. 7 specific locations searches are being carried
carried out. A FIMA case has been registered in the matter, viewer. It's a major crackdown on that foreign funding. That Republic Media Network on various occasions has highlighted that George Soros is funding to multiple NGOs in India. So now what we're learning, viewers, is that George Soros is disbursing funds to these 3 specific Bangalore-based companies, and then these 3 Bangalore-based companies have the responsibility to divert these funds into various locations in India. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague, senior editor Shravan Sen. Shravan, a major crackdown on George Soros funding, multiple locations in Bangalore being raided.
Well, in fact, a confirmation now coming in from top sources within the enforcement directorate that the searches are being carried out as we speak right now. 7 locations where these searches are being carried out. We are being told that 3 companies that were directly linked, they were receiving funds. They are now being searched by the enforcement directorate. Now, as far as the modus operandi is concerned, Madhurima, these 3 companies that allegedly received a fund from George Soros were thereafter distributing the funds to NGOs, for instance, Amnesty being one such, and there are several other NGOs that have also come under the scanner. Remember, in the past too, Amnesty has been under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the enforcement directorate, but this, for the first time perhaps, is a direct crackdown on the alleged funding coming in from George Soros and companies that are based outside. And these companies, we are being told, these 3 companies were largely the ones that were acting as fronts for George Soros in India. This was after certain embargo was essentially put, because of which there was the funding could not have come in directly to NGOs like Amnesty. So that is the reason why there was a bridge that was essentially created with the help of these very companies, and thereafter the funding was carried out, given to several other NGOs that basically runs into a dozen such NGOs spread across India.
Well, thank you, Shravan, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as these raids continue in Bengaluru. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to Nagpur. Now, in an exclusive conversation with the Republic Media Network, their locals in Nagpur city in the affected areas have demanded bulldozer action, viewers. Now, Yogi-like bulldozer action is the demand of those locals there in the city of Nagpur, which witnessed violent clashes there yesterday night, viewers. The clashes broke out, viewers, after there was a rumor spread that there was a holy book of a certain religion that has been set on fire, and after that we all have those exclusive CCTVs as well for you viewers right on your screen explaining what ensued later. Massive clashes broke out, vehicles were set ablaze, vehicles were broken, a lot of damage to infrastructure and property was done by these rioters. But first, viewers, after these CCTVs, now we have eyewitnesses account, and these people, these are the residents of those affected areas, and they are demanding strict action, bulldozer action. Listen in.
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन न्यूसेंस जो करेंगे उनको तो ये होना चाहिए।
जैसे ये गाड़ी जो जली है, तो ये गाड़ी ऐसे अचानक नहीं जलती ना, उसको जलाया गया है और बहुत प्लान से आए थे वो लोग।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि योगी मॉडल फॉलो होना चाहिए, बुलडोजर
होना चाहिए, वो करना ही चाहिए, बिल्कुल करना चाहिए।
कैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए लोगों को?
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, टिक टू टाइट, बिल्कुल।
जो लोग दोषी है डेफिनेटली उन लोगों पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, और उन लोगों को दोषी मान के ये सब भरपाई होनी चाहिए उन लोगों से। ये जो नुकसान हुआ है उसकी भरपाई करनी चाहिए। हमें सिक्योर फील करना है। मैं यहाँ पे पैदा हुआ हूँ और मैं यहाँ पे मरना चाहता हूँ, तो मैं सिक्योरली रहना चाहता हूँ इधर। यही मेरी।
आप कह रहे थे कि पेट्रोल बम लोगों के हाथ में
थे उनके पास, वो कार जो जलाई गई उसी से चलाई हुई है। वो जितने भी लोग थे ना, उनका बुलडोजर चला करके बिल्कुल उनको वो नागरिक तत्व कैंसिल कर देना चाहिए, भारत का रखना ही नहीं चाहिए उनको।
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep, who's reporting from ground zero there in Nagpur. Sandeep, now the demand is bulldozer actions. The residents of that affected area, they are fed up and they are saying that it is their property that has been damaged. They have suffered, and now that the state government should initiate Yogi-style bulldozer action. Sandeep.
See, definitely this is something that is the decision of the government, whether what kind of action would be initiated by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. But I would like to show you the kind of destruction that has in fact taken place out here. Now, I would request my cameraman Kanti Parmar to show you the visual. This is the door of this very house, and vehicles were parked out here. There were articles of for Ram Navami that were in fact kept for the procession, and there were pictures of Hindu deities out here. And in fact, it is being said that after they saw this kind of a props out here, they attacked this very resident. Joining me is Sharad Gupta, the owner of this very resident. ये घटना कैसे घटी, आप बताएं कि यहाँ पर क्या रखा हुआ था, क्या हिंदू देवी देवताओं की तस्वीरें थी, क्या था?
ये यहाँ पे हमारे बाजू वाले चंदू भैया है, उनका झांकियों का काम है। अभी रामनवमी आ रही है तो वो शोभा यात्रा पे जो झांकियाँ निकलते वो बनाते, तो उनने जो जैसे ये गरुड़ बनाए थे, ये फ्लैग है, उसपे मतलब राम जी लिखे हुए और उनपे राम भगवान की फोटो वगैरह थी। तो उन लोग का मतलब ऐसे उधर पहले उधर बंडू क्लिनिक पे घुसे, उधर से फिर इधर ध्यान गया, तो उनने जब ये देखे तो हमारे तरफ ज़्यादा मतलब हमने तो उनका कुछ किए नहीं थे, हम तो अपने अंदर घर पे खाना खाने बैठे हुए थे ना। हमारा
उस वक्त कितनी डरी हुई थी आप जब ये घटना घट रही थी? क्या कुछ आपके मन में चल रहा था?
मन में तो बहुत कुछ चल रहा था। हम लोग का पूरा ये गाड़ियों की धुएं से दम घुट रहा था। हम लोग को लग रहा था कि अब हमारा क्या होगा। बिल्कुल ऐसा समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि हम क्या करें क्या नहीं करके, क्योंकि ये बाइक हमारी है, वो गाड़ी हमारी है। ये पूरे ऊपर से उन लोग ने वो पेट्रोल के गोले जो बनाते हैं ना, वो बना के छोड़े थे, और इतना ज़्यादा पूरा घर में धुआं था कि हम लोग का धुआं ऊपर तक पूरी गाड़ी वो हो रही थी,
ऊपर तक धुआं भर गया था घर के अंदर।
So you just heard the reaction. They say that how terrified they were at the time when this very incident had happened. This vehicle was burnt, and in fact they say that petrol bombs were carried by these miscreants who had done this very kind of a violence. This is the destruction. Can you imagine? You see the visuals out here, and in fact, as they claim that there were props, there were articles of Hindu deities, there were pictures of Hindu deities out here, and in fact, as soon as they saw this picture and the props, as they were preparing for the upcoming Ram Navami procession that is in coming days. But ultimately, as soon as they saw this kind of articles and props and the pictures of Hindu deities, they attacked this very residence. And you can imagine the kind of horror this woman had experienced at that very point in time, because she was inside. Mr. Gupta was inside his residence having his dinner at that very point in time. The bikes and the articles were burnt by the goons. Petrol bombs were thrown out there, and in fact they couldn't even have the dinner properly, and they were terrified with the fact whether this house is gonna get burnt into the fire or not. So ultimately their major concern was to save the life of the family members, in fact. So you can understand the kind of intensity of the violence that had in fact taken place yesterday in Nagpur. Meanwhile, the Nagpur police has registered the case and have started investigation. More than 50 people have been arrested, they have been detained, and the search and the identification of the other people who are involved in this very matter, that is also underway. So it will be very crucial to see what kind of action has been initiated, as today the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, is all set to address the House. Remember, the assembly session is underway out there in Mumbai, Vidhan Bhavan. So the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, this is his hometown. This is this is Nagpur, in fact, from where he gets elected, and at his home turf, this kind of a riot has taken place. Definitely it is a matter of concern. He had already issued a warning yesterday that those who are involved in this will not be tolerated.
Absolutely,
all eyes are on the statement that will be given today in the House by the Chief Minister today in the House in Vidhan Bhavan.
Yes, absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, my second question to you is that was it impromptu or was it pre-planned? Because this is a very big question coming in. Were all these people were locals? Were they brought in from different places? What are you learning from ground?
See, I spoke to multiple people, multiple eyewitnesses and the people who had witnessed this whole incident. Now, when I was there in Shivaji Chowk, there was a family and I spoke to them and they clearly mentioned that just before this incident had taken place, just 2 to 3 hours before, the electricity, there was a full black-off that was in fact done by the local people. That area belongs to a specific community, and apart from this, they have targeted the residents of the people who belong to a specific community. So definitely it seems that there is some kind of planning that would have been done before this violence had taken place. How can a person immediately make a petrol bomb? Because these are the questions that are being asked to Nagpur police. In fact, the stones were also pelted. How come they got so much of, a large number of stone at that very point in time? How come a mob of 300 to 400 can roam around the streets of Nagpur with such kind of elements? So these are the questions that are being in fact investigated by the Nagpur police. Initially, it seems that there was a proper planning that was done. In fact, a video was circulated across social media and people were brought into the mob. So definitely these are multiple things that Nagpur police would be definitely inquiring about it, investigating about it. But whether it was pre-planned or whether it was impromptu, that will be in fact clarified today by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis himself today in the House.
Well, thank you, Sandeep, for those details. These are some very pertinent questions that you are raising, that how is it possible for people to gather in such huge numbers? How is it possible for people to make impromptu petrol bomb or collect stones to that quantum, to strike like that, viewers? But yes, moving on. Now, this entire controversy is also snowballing and becoming a political controversy as well, viewers. Now, Mayawati, BSP chief Mayawati has also demanded strict action, but at the same time, she has asserted that nobody has the right to vandalize anyone's grave. Now, this is coming out after the Congress has also gone forward, viewers, and asserted that this supposedly is pre-planned, and they have alleged the Bharatiya Janata Party for the clashes that took place last night, wherein the BJP is saying that people should not believe in rumors and should maintain peace. But there we have Mayawati making that statement, saying that nobody has the right to vandalize anyone's grave, because viewers, this entire political controversy is snowballing after there were multiple protest, viewers, by the VHP and Bajrang Dal seeking demolition of the grave of Aurangzeb there in Sambhaji Nagar. Meanwhile, Republic Media Network has also spoken to the DCP of Nagpur, who has stated that the situation, though, is under control as of now. The process of identifying culprits is underway. More arrests are possible. Up till now, viewers, around 50 people have been arrested, 17 detained. The police are looking into the CCTV footage. Listen in to this conversation.
जो वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी हैं राहुल मकनिकर वो जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, आप बताएं कि अभी तक किस प्रकार की कार्रवाई की गई है, किस प्रकार से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन को मेंटेन किया जा रहा है?
अभी पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कंट्रोल में है हमारे। रात में थोड़ा सा राइट सदृश वातावरण हुआ था। हमने 50 लोगों को जो राइट कर रहे थे, जो सम्मिलित थे, उनको हमने डिटेन किया है। F.I.R भी पुलिस स्टेशन में, अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशन में जिन्होंने कुछ वैंडलिज्म किया उनको F.I.R भी दाखिल किया गया है हमने हमारी तरफ से। और अभी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू है। जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे जाएगा, जो जो नाम आएंगे हम उनको भी डिटेन करेंगे।
सर, अफवाह कैसे फैली? क्या कोई सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू?
वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे जैसे आगे जाएगा सारी चीज़ें सामने आएंगी।
सोशल मीडिया ग्रुप में वीडियोस वगैरह वायरल किए गए?
वो हमारा साइबर सेल पूरा तहकीकात कर रहा है। साइबर सेल की
जांच की जा रही है बेसिकली।
हाँ, इनपुट्स जैसे साइबर सेल के आगे आएंगे वो पता चलेगा।
तो अभी तक कितने लोगों को बुक किया है आपने?
50 लोगों को हमने डिटेन किया है।
और कितने लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना बाकी है? कितने लोग होने की संभावना?
चालू है, वो चालू है। जैसे जैसे नाम निकलेंगे हम डिटेन करेंगे।
Well, viewers, we just heard the DCP. 50 people have been detained so far, and they are also combing out the CCTV footages, viewer, to find out who are these rioters. Meanwhile, there's a demand of bulldozer action coming in from the affected areas of the Nagpur city. Listen in to some of these voices of these eyewitnesses. Republic Media Network is on ground and spoken to multiple eyewitnesses over there. Listen in.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था। पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में। पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले। तो मैं आया जब तो आदम के चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था। पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया। फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने और रहना हमारा बाजू में ही है। पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर, पूरा अंधार हुआ था। आंसू गैस छोड़ दिए
पूरा अंधेरा था?
हाँ, पूरा अंधेरा था सर। पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने जैसा। मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाज़ा खुला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूप के हुआ था सर। पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई। 70-80 साल की मेरी मम्मी है, उसको तकलीफ है, मेरे को मम्मी। खाना नहीं खाया हमने 2 घंटे। तो हमने इतना काला काला दूध होते, इतना पूरा हाथ में
था। जब नारेबाजी हो रही थी, ये सब हो रहा था, तो डर लग रहा था आप लोगों को?
लगना ही है ना सर, कोई भी समाज का हो, या हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, आदमी को डर तो लगना ही है ना सर। यहाँ जाति भेद का सवाल है, यहाँ पर डर पैदा हो जाता है हर फैमिली को। क्या वो मुसलमान की फैमिली रहो, क्या हिंदू की फैमिली हो, तो डर तो होना ही है ना सर। हर घर में बच्चे रहते हैं, छोटे बड़े बच्चे रहते हैं। बाहर के लोग आके चले जाते हैं, जो रहते हैं हम 50-70 साल से रह रहे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं उसकी से, हम मिलजुल के रहते। मगर बाहर के लोग आके यहाँ चले जाते और माहौल ख़राब होकर चले जाता है, और कुछ नहीं सर।
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था।
हाँ। इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने।
अच्छा,
शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों के शटर?
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर, बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
और हिंदुओं के दुकानों को, हिंदुओं के घरों को टारगेट किया गया?
हिंदू का टारगेट नहीं किया, हम भी हिंदू है ना, हमारे टारगेट नहीं किया, हमारे मकान को कुछ नहीं किया। उधर में कुछ हुआ बोलते, उधर में
ऐसा?
हाँ, ऐसा हुआ।
लेकिन पत्थरबाजी क्यों की गई, क्या कारण?
पत्थरबाजी मालूम नहीं, क्योंकि पुलिस लोग असुर छोड़ रहे थे और इन्होंने पत्थरबाजी चालू। ये देखो यहाँ से पत्थर पूरे ले गए, यहाँ से ये देखो पत्थर, ये पूरे यहाँ से पत्थर फोड़ फोड़ के पूरा ले गए।
अच्छा, पत्थर फोड़ करके
ले गए उनको मारने के लिए, पुलिस लोगों को,
पुलिस वालों को मारने।
हाँ, दगड़ फेंक किया। फिर उन्होंने आंसू छोड़ा, आंसू गैस छोड़ा उन्होंने, और यहाँ से भागे। फिर लोग जैसे वो पुलिस लोग दौड़ते थे, वैसे ये लोग यहाँ से भागते थे।
आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था जब ये घटना?
अरे वाह, डर लगता था। हमने लॉक किया, सब कुछ। पुलिस ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया हमारे को, आप घर में रहो बोले, बच के रहो बोले, संभाल के रहो बोले।
अगर आग वाग लगा देते तो?
हाँ, आग बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता। फिर हम सब तैयारी में थे। हाँ, पानी वानी सब लगा के रखते, कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो जाए तो लेकिन संभाल के रहो बोले, पुलिस वाले बोले हमारे। यहाँ 10-15 पुलिस वाले यहाँ आ गए, हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया पुलिस वालों ने।
बच्चे डरे हुए थे?
बच्चे डरे हुए थे। आंसू जरूर से हमारे अंगार हो रही थी, आँख में अंगार होती थी, नाक आँख में अंगार होती थी।
कहाँ से आए थे ये लोग?
ये यहाँ इधर से पूरा
मोमिनपुरा से।
हाँ, सब तरफ से एक जमा हुए।
अल्लाह अकबर के नाम,
सब अल्लाह अकबर के सब नाम ये करेगा, नारे लगा रहे थे। बहुत माहौल हुआ, आज तक नहीं हुआ इतना माहौल हुआ यहाँ पे। ये जला दिया पूरा, वो सब ये वो, यही माहौल ज़्यादा हुआ है इधर।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
हाँ,
डर कहीं
डर तो था वहाँ। कल क्या हो जाएगा कुछ बता नहीं सकते। इतना बड़ा माहौल था ना, 200 300 400 लोग, 200 300 400 लोग थे ना।
400 लोग?
हाँ है, इधर भाग रहे थे, आते जाते थे और भागते थे और आते जाते थे और भागते थे, पत्थर उठाते थे, मारते थे पुलिस लोग अपनी जाली लेके बराबर, फिर इधर भागे।
So we just heard the eyewitnesses, viewers, they were saying that how the mob attacked and they were afraid that their houses were going to be set on fire. They were preparing, they were keeping the water on one side to make sure that if any untoward incident take place, they are going to handle it on their own. They are describing what really transpired. They all allege, viewers, that it was a pre-planned attack. Viewers, more breaking news coming in from the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing Lok Sabha afternoon. After 12 o'clock, we can expect the Prime Minister to be there inside the lower house of the Parliament and address the Lok Sabha. It will be an address to watch, viewers. Stay tuned to Republic TV for that. We'll be bringing that also at 12. So in just half an hour, viewers, in half an hour, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the Lok Sabha in the ongoing later half of the budget session. It is going to be an interesting address, viewers, because there are multiple issues that he will be discussing, from Manipur to the deportation. There are multiple issues that have been raised by the opposition parties as well, may it be the national education policy, delimitation, all that can find some space in Prime Minister's address, viewers. Stay tuned for that to Republic TV. Moving on, viewers, the wait for Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore is over. The comeback will be happening later this evening, and they'll be returning after a 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. We'll be bringing you that touchdown, viewers. Stay tuned.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf Bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line?
Viewers, top headlines. Prime Minister Modi to address Lok Sabha at 12 noon today. He's likely to speak on Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए। और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा।
Maharashtra CM Fadnavis to speak in assembly on Nagpur violence. Orry goes off radar after F.I.R. post being booked for allegedly consuming alcohol near the Vaishno Devi shrine. And Sunita Williams has now undocked. Countdown begins to homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. We're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Kannada actor Rana Roy's stepfather, Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer in Karnataka, has been questioned in connection with their gold smuggling case involving his daughter. Now, in the inquiry conducted by an investigating team led by IAS officer Gaurav Gupta focused on allegations that Rao had misused his position to facilitate the smuggling operation. His statement was recorded as part of the probe. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. In the Rania Rao gold smuggling case, the Kannada actress Rania Rao's stepfather, DGP Ramachandra Rao, was questioned in the gold smuggling case. And the questioning is based on allegations that his stepdaughter, Rania Rao, misused his position to facilitate the smuggling operation.
आणि फोर व्हीलर गाड्या जाळून टाकले गेल्या आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर तिथे दगडफेक केली, हॉस्पिटलला लक्ष केलं. तिथे एक 5 वर्षाची मुलगी बाल बचावली. त्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये देवदेवतांचे फोटो जाळून टाकले आणि अशा प्रकारचं दुर्दैवी घटना काही समाजकंटकांनी त्या ठिकाणी केली आहे. त्या समाजकंटकांना खरं म्हणजे पोलीस हे कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचं काम करतात. त्या ठिकाणी फायर ब्रिगेडची गाडी आग विझवायला गेली, त्या फायर ब्रिगेडची गाडी तोडून जाळीत टाकली. पोलिसांच्या गाड्यांवर हल्ला केला. खऱ्या अर्थाने हा जो काही समाजकंटकांनी केलेला भ्याड हल्ला आहे त्याचा निषेध मी करतोच. परंतु या ठिकाणी कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचं काम पोलीस रात्रंदिवस करतात. त्यांच्यावर हल्ला करणं, त्यांना जखमी करणं, DCP लेवलच्या अधिकाऱ्यांवर हल्ला करून त्यांना जखमी करणं ही अतिशय दुर्दैवी बाब आहे. आणि म्हणून जे समाजकंटक आहेत त्या समाजकंटकांना शोधून त्यांच्यावर कडक कारवाई पोलीस करतील. गृह विभाग, आमचे मुख्यमंत्री सातत्याने त्याच्यावर लक्ष ठेवून आहेत आणि म्हणूनच नागपूर हे शांतताप्रिय जिल्हा आहे, शहर आहे आणि त्यामध्ये अशा प्रकारचं जाणीवपूर्वक दंगल घडवून 2 समाजामध्ये तेढ निर्माण करण्याचं काम, द्वेष पसरवण्याचं काम जे कोणी समाजकंटक करतील त्यांना सोडलं जाणार नाही, त्यांची गय केली जाणार नाही. यामध्ये सकाळी आंदोलन झालं होतं आणि सकाळी आंदोलन झाल्यानंतर मला वाटतं औरंगजेबाच्या विरोधात आंदोलन झालं. तर त्या आंदोलनामध्ये नंतर पोलिसांनी दोन्ही समाजाला शांत केलं आणि शांतता प्रस्थापित केली. परंतु संध्याकाळी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सर्व लोक एकत्र येऊन समाजकंटकांनी हा हल्ला घडवलेला आहे आणि म्हणून हा हल्ला पूर्वनियोजित असावा अशा प्रकारचा दाट संशय येतोय. त्यामुळे पोलीस त्याचं चौकशी करतीलच आणि त्याच्यामधून मुळाशी जातील. पोलीस कुणालाही सोडणार नाहीत, कारण शेवटी तिथल्या नागरिकांची सुरक्षितता आणि या राज्यात कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्यासाठी नागरिकांनी देखील पोलिसांना सहकार्य करावं, अशा प्रकारचं आवाहन देखील मी करतो. शेवटी आपल्याला राज्यामध्ये शांतता कायम ठेवायची आहे, कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखायचं आहे. आपल्याला सर्वसामान्य माणसाला कुठेही त्रास होऊ नये अशा प्रकारचं भूमिका सरकारची आहे. परंतु मला एवढंच इथं सांगायचं आहे की हा औरंगजेब या आंदोलनकर्त्यांचा कोण लागतो? तो काय संत आहे का महात्मा आहे का त्यांनी चांगलं काम केलं आहे? जे त्याला चांगलं म्हणतात, चांगला प्रशासक म्हणतात, खरं म्हणजे त्यांनी संभाजी महाराजांचा इतिहास वाचला पाहिजे, आताचा छावा चित्रपट पाहिला पाहिजे. ज्या क्रूर कर्म्या औरंगजेबाने छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांचा हलाल केले, तुकडे तुकडे केले, डोळे काढले, नखं छाटली, त्यांची जीभ छाटली, अंगावरची सालटी सोलली, त्याच्यावर गरम तेल ओतलं, मीठ टाकलं, अशा अनंत यातना, अनन्वित छळ 40 दिवस आपल्या छत्रपती संभाजीराजांचं ज्यांनी केला त्याचं समर्थन करणं म्हणजे खऱ्या अर्थाने आपल्या देशद्रोहाचं समर्थन करणं. औरंगजेब काय इथं औरंगजेबाने आमच्या आया बहिणींवर अत्याचार केला, माता भगिनींवर केला, मुलाबाळींवर केला, मंदिरं तोडली, सगळं नष्ट केलं. हा महाराष्ट्राचा द्रोही होता, महाराष्ट्राचा द्रोही होता, देशाचा द्रोही होता. आणि म्हणून अशा देशद्रोहाचं समर्थन करणं म्हणजे एक प्रकारचा देशद्रोहच आहे. खऱ्या अर्थाने अशा प्रकारचा औरंगजेबची कबर ही औरंगजेब हा महाराष्ट्राला लागलेला कलंक.
It is a black spot on Maharashtra, on those who are supporting Aurangzeb.
आंदोलन करतायत त्यांचं अजिबात चुकीचं असं मी म्हणणार.
A lot of people have come together fighting against Aurangzeb and his ill deed.
त्या ब्रिटिशांच्या देखील खानाखुणा आपण पुसून टाकल्यात आणि म्हणून अनेक देशांमध्ये आपण पाहिलं तर आक्रमणकार्यांची खानाखुणा आपण पुसतो. आणि म्हणून या औरंगजेबाने तर ब्रिटिशांपेक्षा जुलम केला, जुलमी राज्यकारभार.
The kind of atrocities that were committed during the British era and during Aurangzeb's rule is something that people should not forget. And to support a person like this,
महाराष्ट्र सहन करणार नाही.
I believe this is against the tradition of Maharashtra, and people of Maharashtra will not forgive them.
खरं म्हणजे दुसरी गोष्ट, अबू आझमीनीच याची सुरुवात केली. अबू आझमीला काही समाजाची विशिष्ट मतांची जुळवणी करायची, परंतु विशिष्ट मतं घेत असताना समाजामध्ये द्वेष निर्माण होणार नाही याची काळजी घेतली पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून अबू आझमी याला देखील त्याच्यावर गुन्हे दाखल करा म्हणून मागणी केली, त्याला निलंबित करा म्हणून आम्ही निलंबित त्याला केलं सदस्यांनी मागणी केल्यानंतर. आणि म्हणून जे लोक औरंगजेबाच्या समर्थनासाठी या राज्यामध्ये बाहेर येतील, पुढे येतील, त्यांच्यावर कडक कारवाई केली जाईल. काल तर परवा कोणीतरी कोणते काँग्रेसचे अध्यक्ष हर्षवर्धन सपकाळ यांनी तर औरंगजेब आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री यांची तुलना केली, म्हणाले हे क्रूर प्रशासक आहेत. म्हणजे हर्षवर्धन सपकाळांचे काय देवेंद्रजींनी काय डोळे काढले का त्यांची जीभ छाटली का, त्यांची नखं काढली का त्यांची सालपट सोडली का, काय केलं? औरंगजेबाने तर अनन्वित अत्याचार केले, तुम्ही त्यांची बरोबरी त्यांची मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या बरोबर करता. अरे आम्ही राज्य आदर्श शिवाजी महाराजांचा आदर्श घेऊन चालवतोय, सर्वसामान्य लोकांना न्याय देण्याचं काम करतोय. मी मुख्यमंत्री असताना अनेक योजना आम्ही सुरू केल्या, अनेक लोकाभिमुख कल्याणकारी योजना केल्या, या राज्याला विकासाकडे नेलं. आणि म्हणून 2.5 वर्षात आम्ही काम केलं म्हणून 2.5 वर्षाच्या कामाची पोचपावती जनतेने लँडस्लाईड मॅन्डेट देऊन दिलं. आता मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून देवेंद्रजी आणि आम्ही टीम म्हणून काम करतोय आणि या राज्यातल्या जनतेला सुखी समाधानी करण्याचाच आमचा अजेंडा आहे. आणि मग औरंगजेब कुठं आणि देवेंद्रजी कुठं हे असं जे काही ज्या पद्धतीने त्यांना जनाची नाही तर मनाची तरी वाटली पाहिजे होती. आणि म्हणून अशा लोकांना देखील औरंगजेबाचं उदात्तीकरण करणाऱ्या लोकांना या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जनता माफ करणार नाही. त्यांनी ह्या केविलवाना प्रयत्न जे करतायत औरंगजेबाची बाजू घेऊन, औरंगजेबाने महाराष्ट्राचा घास घ्यायला आला होता,
Aurangzeb did a lot of harm to Maharashtra, and there are certain people who are attempting.
कुणी असेल त्याला बिलकुल सोडलं जाणार नाही. खरं म्हणजे मी हे
People who are trying to glorify Aurangzeb will not be spared.
तोही औरंगजेब
The true Muslim of this country does not support any Aurangzeb.
औरंगजेब कोण लागतोय? नातेवाईक लागतोय?
Who is Aurangzeb to them?
लागतोय की आणखी कोण लागतोय? आणि म्हणून
Is Aurangzeb their relative?
औरंगजेब हा देशद्रोही आहे, हा राष्ट्रद्रोही
Aurangzeb
आहे.
was a traitor of this country.
देशभक्त जनता ही महाराष्ट्रातली त्याला सहन करणार नाही.
And patriotic people of this country will not tolerate glorification of Aurangzeb.
हे बघा, ही लोकांची भावना जी आहे हा कलंक आहे. हा कलंक पुसला पाहिजे, ही लोकांची भावना आहे, जनतेची भावना आहे. आणि काय
The feeling of the people is that this is a blot on our history and that it must be erased.
एकीकडे औरंग्याचं कौर्य पाहिलं आणि शंभूराजांचं शौर्य देखील पाहिलं. अशा
We have seen the cruelty of Aurangzeb and we have seen the glory of Shambhaji
या
Maharaj.
लोकभावनेच्या विरोधामध्ये जाऊन जे लोक कायदा हातात घेतील त्यांना बिलकुल सोडणार.
And some people are going against the public sentiment and taking law into their own hands and they will not be tolerated.
दुर्घटना हुई है, बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. जो आगजनी हुई है, जहाँ पर कई लोग 2-4 हजार लोग इकट्ठा होकर जो समाज कंटक थे, उन्होंने कई घरों को वहाँ पर मोमिनपुरा है, महाल एरिया है, चिटनीस पार्क है, यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होकर लोगों के घरों को लक्ष्य कर दिया, टारगेट कर दिया, पथराव किया, आगजनी कर दी, वहाँ की गाड़ियाँ जलाई और एक ऐसे जगह पर उनकी गाड़ियाँ 100-150 पार्क होती थी. वहाँ मोमिनपुरा में एक भी गाड़ी खड़ी नहीं की. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि ये पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है. पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बचे. पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया, उनको भी टारगेट किया. इसमें 4 डीसीपी लेवल के अधिकारी घायल है, उनको पत्थरबाजी कर दी, उनके ऊपर हथियार से हमला किया है. 30 पुलिस कर्मचारी घायल है. पुलिस जो कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने का काम करती है, पुलिस शांति और अमन बनाने का काम करती है, उनके ऊपर हमला करना, इसका मतलब कानून पर हमला करना और कानून को हाथ में लेना है. और इसलिए ऐसे समाज कंटक जो है, ये जो दो समाज में दूरी निर्माण करना, विद्वेष फैलाना, अशांति फैलाना, कम्युनल राइट करना, ये सब सोचकर समझकर जो काम कर रहे हैं समाज कंटक, उनको बिल्कुल बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी. स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री बार इस घटना का जायजा ले रहे हैं. पुलिस विभाग पूरी तरह इसकी रूट तक जाएगी. इसके पीछे कौन है, क्या राजनीति है, और किसी को भी छोड़ेगी नहीं, कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी. इसमें कई लोग बाहर से आए थे, ऐसा पुलिस का कहना है, वहाँ के लोगों का कहना है. और वो पत्थर तो फेंके ही, हथियार भी चलाए, लेकिन पेट्रोल बम भी फेंके. पेट्रोल बम बनाना ये तो पूरी तरह ऐसे तुरंत होता नहीं. तो ये पूरी साजिश है, और ये साजिश नाकाम करने के लिए पुलिस जाती है, पुलिस पर हमला होता है. ये तो बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है, और इसलिए बिल्कुल उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. जो भी इसमें है उसको कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी. और मैं यह भी कहूँगा, वहाँ की जनता को अपील भी करूँगा कि पुलिस काम कर रही है, पुलिस तफ्तीश करेगी, जो गुनाहगार है उसको छोड़ेगी नहीं, लेकिन पुलिस को सहयोग करके वहाँ शांति बनाए रखने का मैं अपील करता हूँ.
औरंगजेब की कब्र जो है सर, औरंगजेब की कब्र पर आपका रुख क्या है पहला, और बतौर राज्य सरकार क्या उस कब्र को तोड़ा जाए या ना जाए, आप लीगल कंसल्टेशन लेंगे क्या अपनी पावर में?
देखिए, ये औरंगजेब कौन है? ये औरंगजेब कौन था? ये क्रूर शासक था. ये कोई संत था क्या? कोई महात्मा था क्या? ये हमारे महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर आया हुआ दुश्मन था. ये महाराष्ट्र का दुश्मन, देश का दुश्मन था. उसने हमारे मंदिरों को तोड़ा, मंदिरों को ध्वस्त कर दिया, माँ बहनों की इज्जत लूटी. यहाँ पर हमारे छत्रपति धर्मवीर संभाजी महाराज को धर्म छोड़ने के लिए अनन्वित उनका अत्याचार किया. 40 दिन उनकी खाल उधेड़ दी, गरम पानी डाला, गरम तेल डाला, नमक छिड़क दिया, आंखों में गरम सलिया घुसा दी, उनकी जबान नोच दी, उनके नाखून नोच दिए. इतने कितने अत्याचार किए, फिर भी हमारे राजा झुके नहीं। औरंगजेब जीत कर भी हार गया, लेकिन हमारे राजा मरकर बलिदान कर कर भी जीत गए। और ऐसे औरंगजेब ये देशद्रोही है और इसलिए उसका समर्थन करना मतलब उसको बढ़ावा देना, इसका मतलब भी देशद्रोही है, देशद्रोही होगा। और इसीलिए
कब तोड़ने को लेकर कोई लीगल कंसल्टेशन बतौर राज्य सरकार आप लेना चाहेंगे? आप सीरियस हैं उस चीज को लेकर?
बिल्कुल। देखिए, ये जनभावना है, ये कलंक है। जब ब्रिटिश सरकार ने यहाँ पर आक्रमण किया था, ब्रिटिशों के कई यहाँ पर जो वीटी स्टेशन आपने देखा, विक्टोरिया टर्मिनस, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो गया, काला घोड़ा हो गया, किंग एडवर्ड्स का स्टैचू हो, कई ऐसे उनकी जो पहचान हो, तो जो आक्रमणकारी है उनकी पहचान, इसका मतलब है वो कलंक है। और उसी तरह ये तो बहुत जुल्मी आक्रमक था। ये महाराष्ट्र का ये जुल्म करने वाला ऐसा आक्रमण किसी ने भी नहीं किया होगा, अन्याय अत्याचार। और जो लोगों की भावना है वो गलत नहीं है। और इसीलिए इसमें जो आंदोलन करते हैं वो आंदोलनकर्ता जो है, जो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, संभाजी महाराज के गौरव में अभिमान आंदोलन करते हैं, तो जो आंदोलन औरंगजेब के समर्थन में करते हैं उन्होंने इतिहास पढ़ना चाहिए, उन्होंने छावा सिनेमा देखना चाहिए, संभाजी महाराज का जो शौर्यता का इतिहास पढ़ना चाहिए, फिर औरंगजेब का गुणगान गाना चाहिए, औरंगजेब का क्या कहते हैं महिमा मंडल करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए, सोचना चाहिए। मैं तो ये भी कहूँगा कि देश का सच्चा मुसलमान भी औरंगजेब का समर्थन नहीं करेगा। जो देशभक्त होगा वो नहीं करेगा, जो देशद्रोही होगा वही समर्थन करेगा। अबू आजमी के ऊपर गुनाह दाखिल हो गया है। अबू आजमी कोई राजनीति करने चले गए वोटों की लालच में, लेकिन उनको वो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र की जनता माफ़ नहीं करेगी। और इसलिए उन्होंने जनता इस महाराष्ट्र में कानून व्यवस्था बिगाड़ने का काम नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसी कोई भी वक्तव्य कर ऐसी मेरी उनको सलाह है। उनको अभी निलंबित किया है, आगे फिर से ऐसी नौबत ना आए ऐसा काम करेगा। जो समाज कंटक जो है, जिन्होंने कानून हाथ में लिया है, उनके ऊपर वैसी कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी। पुलिस और कानून व्यवस्था उनको छोड़ेगी नहीं।
बुलडोजर एक्शन होगा क्या सर? कब के ऊपर सर, कब के ऊपर बुलडोजर एक्शन?
त्यामध्ये भेदभाव नाही आहे, त्यामुळं नागपूरच्या कुठल्याही त्योहारमध्ये किंवा नागपूरच्या कुठल्याही सणासुदीमध्ये कुठेही अशा घटना होतील असा काही त्या ठिकाणी विचार करू नका। पोलीस आणि शहर, नागपूर शहर आणि आमची शांतता समिती असेल, आमच्या गावागावात वार्डावार्डात शांतता समिती आहेत, त्या सर्व समित्या एकत्र येऊन येणारे सर्व सण त्योहार, मुस्लिम असो, हिंदू असो, ईद असो, येणारे आमचे हनुमान जयंती असो, सर्व त्योहारमध्ये आम्ही सर्व समाज एकत्र येऊन काम करू। हाँ, उसके लिए पंचनामा चालू कर दिया है कलेक्टर ने। जिनका नुकसान हुआ है उनका पंचनामा कलेक्टर ने चालू कर दिया है। उसका नुकसान भरपाई देने का जो प्रावधान है वो हम करेंगे।
काल 3 DCP जखमी झाले, त्यांची प्रकृती आता कशा ठिकाणी उपचाराकरता दाखल करण्यात आल्याची माहिती आहे आणि सगळ्यात गंभीर गोष्ट एका DCP
आम्ही जातो आहे, मी स्वतः आता हॉस्पिटलला जातो आहे DCPची तब्येत बघायला। त्यानंतर पोलिसांचे त्या ठिकाणी काही जिथे मारहाण झाली आहे, तर मला वाटतं की मी तिथे जाऊन त्याची डॉक्टरशी बोलणार आहे या विषयावर।
कबर हटवाचे आंदोलन सध्या चालू आहे किंवा ज्या पद्धतीने स्टेटमेंट केले जातात ती नौटंकी असल्यात आदित्य ठाकरेंनी म्हटलेलं आहे।
साहेब, मी पॉलिटिकल प्रश्न आज हाताळणार नाही। आज माझ्यासमोर प्रायोरिटी आहे नागपूर शहराच्या सर्व समाजाला, सर्व धर्माला एकत्रित शांतता प्रस्थापित करणे.
In Nagpur, there is always peace between all religions.
सोशल मीडिया अकाउंटवर जे काही सुरू आहे ते थांबला पाहिजे. या शहराला शांत केलं पाहिजे. ही प्रायोरिटी आज पॉलिटिकल प्रश्नाची
On
प्रायोरिटी.
social media platforms, whatever unrest is being created needs to be settled first.
देवेंद्रजींनी त्या भागातील व्यवस्थितपणे सर्व पोलिसांना सूचना
Chief
दिल्या.
Minister Devendra Fadnavis has briefed all the police officers regarding this, and they are acting on it.
Right, so viewers, we're getting back-to-back updates coming in. You just heard the Nagpur CP briefing. Before that, we heard the Deputy CM Eknath Shinde speak there, and the Nagpur CP saying that the situation is now under control. Forces have been deployed in the areas to ensure the law and order is maintained. And he's also saying that the area has narrow lanes, which has created difficulties of police entering some of the areas. So getting top updates coming here on Republic TV. And short while back, we also told you that the Maharashtra CM has made a very, very strong statement. For Deputy CM has made a CM has made a strong statement. So has Deputy CM. We saw Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis stating that whatever has happened in Nagpur is condemnable. And a short while back, we also heard Eknath Shinde, Deputy CM, say that this could have been a pre-planned conspiracy. We are taking a very, very short break right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We just heard Deputy CM Eknath Shinde saying that the entire violence was pre-planned. It could have been a pre-planned conspiracy. All this and much more coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when called
Getting you some more updates coming in right now, viewers. In Bharat, in 2 minutes, more than 95 kilograms of gold and cash have been valued around rupees 90 crores. Was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, DGP rank officer Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel and under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amrit Pal Singh, Gurmeet Singh, Bhagwan Singh, were released from the Burgar Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that 2 more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jatidar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said the miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on the photos was unacceptable. Getting you some more updates coming in right now, viewers. Deputy CM Eknath Shinde calls violence in Nagpur as a pre-planned conspiracy. All this and much more coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf Bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away, while others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous,
All right, viewers, we are live and breaking, getting you some more updates coming in. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking later on in the Lok Sabha in a short while from now. Not too much time is left. All ministers and MPs enter Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister Modi will be speaking around noon time. These are the big updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where we see that as the budget session has resumed, we are seeing that Prime Minister Modi will be going ahead and making a very important address. He'll speak on Kumbh, Mahakumbh. That's what we expect in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking on the Mahakumbh, and this is coming in as the Mahakumbh has concluded last month, and the Prime Minister had said that the Mahayagya of Unity has been completed. Back-to-back updates coming here, Republic TV. We are waiting for the Prime Minister to speak in Lok Sabha around noon. So just a few minutes are left. Just a few minutes are left for Prime Minister to go ahead and make an address. We are waiting for that to happen. But we can tell you that all ministers and member of Parliament, all the members have entered the Lok Sabha. And the Prime Minister will also be entering very, very shortly to make that address in the Lok Sabha in just a few minutes from now. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking in that Parliament budget session very, very soon, and we're expecting it could be on the Mahakumbh. Taking a short break, viewers, but we will be getting you back-to-back updates coming in. We'll also put our focus back to what's happening when it comes to Nagpur violence and the investigation which is continuing. Deputy CM Eknath Shinde calls the clashes at Nagpur a pre-planned conspiracy. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address Lok Sabha very shortly. He is likely to speak on the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb Tom Rao. Clincher CCTV clippings show that violence was orchestrated and pre-planned.
लोकांवर अपराध क्रमांक 114/2025 नुसार भारतीय न्याय संहिता 299, 37 1 व 3 सह 135 महाराष्ट्र पोलीस कायदा अन्वये गुन्हा दाखल केला. दुपारी 3:09 हा गुन्हा दाखल झाला. यानंतर सायंकाळी एक अफवा अशी पसरवली गेली की सकाळच्या आंदोलनात जी प्रतिकात्मक कबर जाळली त्याच्या कापडावर धार्मिक मजकूर होता. अत्तरोळमधील नमाज आटोपून 200 ते 250 चा जमाव हा त्या ठिकाणी तयार झाला आणि नारे देऊ लागला. याच लोकांनी आग लावून टाकू असे हिंसक बोलणे प्रारंभ केल्याने पोलिसांनी त्या ठिकाणी बळाचा वापर केला. यापूर्वी बजरंग दलाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांविरुद्ध तक्रार द्यायची आहे अशी मागणी करण्यात आल्याने त्यांना गणेशपेठ पोलीस ठाण्यामध्ये आमंत्रित करण्यात आलं. त्यांची तक्रार ऐकून घेण्यात आली. एकीकडे पोलिसांची कारवाई सुरू असताना दुसरीकडे विभागामध्ये 200 ते 300 लोक हातात काठ्या घेऊन दगडफेक करू लागले.
Around 200 to 300 people with sticks in their hands started stone pelting there.
नुकसान झाले आहे. या घटनेमध्ये काही लोकांवर घातक शस्त्राने हल्ला करण्यात आलेला आहे.
In this incident, some people were attacked in a very fatal manner.
7:30 वाजता झाली. 80 ते 100 लोकांचा जमाव तिथे होता. तिथे त्यांनी
Over 100 people were gathered at around 7:30 p.m. that last evening.
या घटनेत
And police had to use force in order to bring the situation under control.
या संपूर्ण घटनेमध्ये 33 पोलीस जखमी झाले आहेत. ज्यामध्ये
In the entire incident, 33 police officers have been injured.
एका पोलीस उपायुक्तावर कुऱ्हाडीने त्या ठिकाणी हल्ला करण्यात आलेला आहे. एकूण 5 नागरिक जखमी झालेले आहेत.
5 citizens have been injured in this.
रुग्णालयात आहेत. यातला एक आयसीयूत आहे. एकूण 3
One is in ICU, 2 are still admitted at the hospital.
तहसील पोलीस ठाण्यात 2 गुन्हे दाखल करण्याची प्रक्रिया सुरू आहे. असे एकूण 5 गुन्हे आहेत. 11 पोलीस ठाण्याच्या हद्दीत संचारबंदी लागू करण्यात आलेली आहे. एंट्री पॉइंटवर नाकाबंदी. या तहसील कोतवाली
There has been a blockade on all entry points. There is case being registered at least 3 tehsil police stations.
या ठाण्यांचा समावेश आहे. SRPFच्या 5 तुकड्या या ठिकाणी तैनात करण्यात आलेल्या आहेत.
5 teams of SRPF have been deployed.
सर्व CP-SP यांची VC घेऊन राज्यभर कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचे निर्देश दिलेले आहेत. अध्यक्ष महोदय,
The SP have been given instructions to maintain the law and order situation in the
मध्यंतरीच्या
city.
काळामध्ये पूर्णपणे शांतता होती, पण त्यानंतर मात्र संध्याकाळी काही लोकांनी जाणीवपूर्वक
Throughout the day there was peace and calm, but there was a deliberate premeditated attempt in the evening.
एक ट्रॉली भरून त्या ठिकाणी दगड मिळालेले आहेत आणि
A full trolley of stones have been found
जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड
at the location.
पाहायला मिळाले. शस्त्र देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी होते. ते शस्त्र
A lot of weapons have been recovered by the police.
वाहनांची जाळपोळ त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे आणि ठरवून काही ठराविक घरांना, काही ठराविक आस्थापनांना त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष करण्यात आलेलं आहे. 3 DCP लेवलचे लोक या ठिकाणी जखमी झालेले आहेत.
3 DCP level officers have been injured.
एका DCPवर तर थेट कुऱ्हाडी वार हा त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेला आहे. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे याच्यामध्ये काही ना काही एक प्रकारे काही लोकांचा सुनियोजित पॅटर्न हा देखील त्या ठिकाणी
Seems to be a concerted effort by some people, and it shows premeditation of violence, and action will be taken appropriately against them.
हाती घेण्याची कोणालाही
The
परवानगी
people who have attempted to take law and order in their hands, we want to tell them that this cannot be permitted and action will be taken. People who have attacked police officers, they will not be spared.
पोलिसांवरचा हल्ला सहन केला जाणार नाही. पोलीस शांतता
We will not tolerate any sort of violence against police officers.
चुकीचं आहे. अध्यक्ष महोदय, खरं म्हणजे
This is extremely saddening that police officers were targeted.
कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था राखणं, शांतता राखणं आपल्या सगळ्यांची जबाबदारी आहे.
It is a collective responsibility of all of us that we maintain the law and order and peace and tranquility in the state of Maharashtra. Hence, I want to urge the people of Maharashtra.
धार्मिक सण हे या कालावधीमध्ये चाललेले आहेत. अशा या सगळ्या परिस्थितीमध्ये सगळ्यांनी संयम ठेवला पाहिजे. कोणीही
Hence, I want to request the people of Maharashtra
शांतता कशी राखता येईल
to keep patience and maintain peace and tranquility and respect
सर्वांनी करावा.
and
अशा प्रकारची या
make effort to maintain peace. I want to appeal to the people of Maharashtra.
मी कुठल्या सिनेमाला दोष देत नाहीये. खरं म्हणजे छावा या चित्रपटाने छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांचा खरा इतिहास आपल्या समोर.
I am not blaming any movies, but Chhawa, the movie, has indeed brought forward the true history of Sambhaji Maharaj in front of all of us.
प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी
Hence, in the state, the feelings of people have been aroused.
बद्दलचा जो काही राग आहे तो रागही खूप.
Hence, there is a lot of pent-up anger regarding the atrocities committed.
Please, please, please. माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं प्रयागराज में हुए महाकुंभ पर वक्तव्य देने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं। आज मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ। महाकुंभ की सफलता में अनेक लोगों का योगदान है। मैं सरकार के, समाज के सभी कर्मयोगियों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं को, यूपी की जनता, विशेष तौर पर प्रयागराज की जनता का धन्यवाद करता हूं। अध्यक्ष जी, हम सब जानते हैं गंगा जी को धरती पर लाने के लिए एक भगीरथ प्रयास लगा था। वैसा ही महाप्रयास इस महाकुंभ के भव्य आयोजन में भी हमने देखा है। मैंने लाल किले से सबका प्रयास के महत्व पर जोर दिया था। पूरे विश्व ने महाकुंभ के रूप में भारत के विराट स्वरूप के दर्शन किए। सबका प्रयास का यही साक्षात स्वरूप है। ये जनता जनार्दन के संकल्पों के लिए, जनता जनार्दन की श्रद्धा से प्रेरित महाकुंभ था। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ में हमने हमारी राष्ट्रीय चेतना के जागरण के विराट दर्शन किए हैं। ये जो राष्ट्रीय चेतना है, ये जो राष्ट्र को नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाती है, ये नए संकल्पों की सिद्धि के लिए प्रेरित करती है। महाकुंभ ने उन शंकाओं आशंकाओं को भी उचित जवाब दिया है जो हमारे सामर्थ्य को लेकर कुछ लोगों के मन में रहती है। अध्यक्ष जी, पिछले वर्ष अयोध्या के राम मंदिर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह में हम सभी ने ये महसूस किया था कि कैसे देश अगले 1000 वर्षों के लिए तैयार हो रहा है। इसके ठीक 1 साल बाद महाकुंभ के इस आयोजन ने हम सभी के इस विचार को और दृढ़ किया है। देश की ये सामूहिक चेतना देश का सामर्थ्य बताती है। किसी भी राष्ट्र के जीवन में, मानव जीवन के इतिहास में भी अनेक ऐसे मोड़ आते हैं जो सदियों के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए उदाहरण बन जाते हैं। हमारे देश के इतिहास में भी ऐसे पल आए हैं जिन्होंने देश को नई दिशा दी, देश को झकझोर कर जागृत कर दिया। जैसे भक्ति आंदोलन के कालखंड में हमने देखा कैसे देश के कोने कोने में आध्यात्मिक चेतना उभरी। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने शिकागो में 1 सदी पहले जो भाषण दिया, वो भारत की आध्यात्मिक चेतना का जयघोष था। उसने भारतीयों के आत्मसम्मान को जगा दिया था। हमारी आजादी के आंदोलन में भी अनेक ऐसे पड़ाव आए हैं। 1857 का स्वातंत्र संग्राम हो, वीर भगत सिंह की शहादत का समय हो, नेताजी सुभाष बाबू का दिल्ली चलो का जयघोष हो, गांधी जी का दांडी मार्च हो, ऐसे ही पड़ावों से प्रेरणा पाकर भारत ने आजादी हासिल की। मैं प्रयागराज महाकुंभ को भी ऐसे ही एक अहम पड़ाव के रूप में देखता हूं, जिसमें जागरूक होते हुए देश का प्रतिबिंब नजर आता है। अध्यक्ष जी, हमने करीब 1.5 महीने तक भारत में महाकुंभ का उत्साह देखा, उमंग को अनुभव किया। कैसे सुविधा असुविधा की चिंता से ऊपर उठते हुए कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालु श्रद्धा भाव से जुटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। लेकिन ये उमंग, ये उत्साह सिर्फ यहीं तक सीमित नहीं था। बीते हफ्ते मैं मॉरिशस में था। मैं त्रिवेणी से प्रयागराज से महाकुंभ के समय का पावन जल लेकर गया था। जब उस पवित्र जल को मॉरिशस के गंगा तालाब में अर्पित किया गया तो वहां जो श्रद्धा का, आस्था का, उत्सव का माहौल था वो देखते ही बनता था। ये दिखाता है कि आज हमारी परंपरा, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे संस्कारों को आत्मसात करने की, उन्हें सेलिब्रेट करने की भावना कितनी प्रबल हो रही है। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं ये भी देख रहा हूं कि पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हमारे संस्कारों के आगे बढ़ने का जो क्रम है वो भी कितनी सहजता से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप देखिए, जो हमारी मॉडर्न युवा पीढ़ी है ये कितने श्रद्धा भाव से महाकुंभ से जुड़े रहे, दूसरे उत्सवों से जुड़े रहे हैं। आज भारत का युवा अपनी परंपरा, अपनी आस्था, अपनी श्रद्धा को गर्व के साथ अपना रहा है। अध्यक्ष जी, जब एक समाज की भावनाओं में अपनी विरासत पर गर्व का भाव बढ़ता है तो हम ऐसी ही भव्य प्रेरक तस्वीरें देखते हैं जो हमने महाकुंभ के दौरान देखी। इससे आपसी भाईचारा बढ़ता है और यह आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है कि एक देश के रूप में हम बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। अपनी परंपराओं से, अपनी आस्था से, अपनी विरासत से जुड़ने की ये भावना आज के भारत की बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ से अनेक अमृत निकले हैं। एकता का अमृत इसका बहुत पवित्र प्रसाद है। महाकुंभ ऐसा आयोजन रहा जिसमें देश के हर क्षेत्र से, हर एक कोने से आए लोग एक हो गए। लोग अहम त्याग कर वयम के भाव से, मैं नहीं हम की भावना से प्रयागराज में जुटे। अलग अलग राज्यों से लोग आकर पवित्र त्रिवेणी का हिस्सा बने। जब अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से आए करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग राष्ट्रीयता के भाव को मजबूती देते हैं तो देश की एकता बढ़ती है। जब अलग अलग भाषा बोलियां बोलने वाले लोग संगम तट पर हर हर गंगे का उद्घोष करते हैं तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की झलक दिखती है। एकता की भावना बढ़ती है। महाकुंभ में हमने देखा है कि वहां छोटे बड़े का कोई भेद नहीं था। ये भारत का बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्य है। ये दिखाता है कि एकता का अद्भुत तत्व हमारे भीतर रचा बसा हुआ है। हमारी एकता का सामर्थ्य इतना है कि वो भेदने के सारे प्रयासों को भी भेद देता है। एकता की यही भावना भारतीयों का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है। आज पूरे विश्व में जो बिखराव की स्थितियां हैं, उस दौर में एकजुटता का ये विराट प्रदर्शन हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। अनेकता में एकता भारत की विशेषता है। ये हम हमेशा कहते आए हैं, यह हमने हमेशा महसूस किया है और इसी के विराट रूप का अनुभव हमने प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में किया है। हमारा दायित्व है कि अनेकता में एकता की इसी विशेषता को हम निरंतर समृद्ध करते रहें। अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ से हमें अनेक प्रेरणाएं भी मिली हैं। हमारे देश में इतनी सारी छोटी बड़ी नदियां हैं, कई नदियां ऐसी हैं जिन पर संकट भी आ रहा है। कुंभ से प्रेरणा लेते हुए हमें नदी उत्सव की परंपरा को नया विस्तार देना होगा। इस बारे में हमें जरूर सोचना चाहिए। इससे वर्तमान पीढ़ी को पानी का महत्व समझ आएगा, नदियों की साफ सफाई को बल मिलेगा, नदियों की रक्षा होगी। अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे विश्वास है कि महाकुंभ से निकला अमृत हमारे संकल्पों की सिद्धि का बहुत ही मजबूत माध्यम बनेगा। मैं एक बार फिर महाकुंभ के आयोजन से जुड़े प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की सराहना करता हूं, देश के सभी श्रद्धालुओं को नमन करता हूं, सदन की तरफ से अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
नियम 372, एक मिनट, नियम 372 के तहत आप विद्वान माननीय सदस्य विषय उठा रहे थे ना, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूं आप नियम पढ़ लिया करें। हर विषय सदन नियमों से चलता है। 372 के अंदर ये नियम है कि माननीय मंत्री जी या प्रधानमंत्री स्वेच्छा से स्टेटमेंट देते हैं, और उसमें यह भी नियम है कि माननीय मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी स्टेटमेंट के बाद कोई सवाल नहीं होता है। श्री प्रताप सारंगी, बोलिए प्रताप सारंगी जी।
ऑनरेबल स्पीकर साहब,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain.
Welcome back, viewers. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to remove the tomb of Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. According to reports, burning of green cloth triggered rumors, as many claim sacred verses were also written on it, leading to tension in the area. Last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community mobilized in Nagpur. This particular notice, an official notice, has also revealed the same. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Minister, while speaking, they said that this entire violent episode seems to have been pre-planned. A pre-planned conspiracy is now being investigated. Stones were thrown at cops, several vehicles were set ablaze, and police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. The situation currently is under control, but Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, has called the violence a pre-planned conspiracy. and the probe is currently underway. Over a dozen people have been arrested, 5 F.I.Rs have been filed, 33 police personnel have been injured, and out of them, 3 of them are DCP level officers who are currently being treated in the hospital. Their situation remains very critical, but these are the pictures that we have accessed. CCTV clippings clearly show how an armed mob, a mob that was armed with sticks, stones and sharp items, as mentioned by Devendra Fadnavis, went on a rampage, vandalizing everything in its way. There you can see parked cars, bikes, everything vandalized, windows shattered, and police personnel were targeted. Police cars and also fire brigade vehicles were also set ablaze. Let's listen in to the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister.
लोकांची भावना जी आहे हा कलंक आहे, हा कलंक पुसला पाहिजे ही लोकांची भावना आहे, जनतेची भावना आहे. आणि का आहे? कारण त्यांनी तशा प्रकारचं कृत्य केलं आहे. त्याचं कौर्य आपण पाहिलं, एकीकडे औरंग्याचं कौर्य पाहिलं आणि शंभूराजांचं शौर्य देखील पाहिलं. अशा शूर राजाचं हलाल करणं आणि म्हणून लोकभावना आहे. आणि म्हणून या लोकभावनेच्या विरोधामध्ये जाऊन जे लोक कायदा हातात घेतील त्यांना बिल्कुल सोडणार नहीं. नागपुर में जो दुर्घटना हुई है बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. जो आगजनी हुई है, जहाँ पर कई लोग 2-4 हज़ार लोग इकट्ठा होकर जो समाज कंटक थे, उन्होंने कई घरों को वहाँ पर मोमिनपुरा है, महाल एरिया है, चिटनीस पार्क है, यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होकर लोगों के घरों को लक्ष्य कर दिया, टारगेट कर दिया, पथराव किया, आगजनी कर दी, वहाँ की गाड़ियाँ जलाई और एक ऐसे जगह पर उनकी गाड़ियाँ 100-150 पार्क होती थी, वहाँ मोमिनपुरा में एक भी गाड़ी खड़ी नहीं की. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि ये पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है. पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे. पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया, उनको भी टारगेट किया. इसमें 4 डीसीपी लेवल के अधिकारी घायल है, उनको पत्थरबाजी कर दी, उनके ऊपर हथियार से हमला किया है. 30 पुलिस कर्मचारी घायल है. पुलिस जो कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने का काम करती है, police.
We have several questions in the aftermath, but the biggest question is what fueled the violence in Nagpur, and several eyewitnesses claim that there were several rumors and there were conspiracy theories. Just listen in to how the eyewitnesses recount what exactly happened in Nagpur.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले. वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में. पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है, बोले आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले. तो मैं आया जब तो आदम के चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया. फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने, और रहना हमारा बाजू में है, पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके.
कितने सारे लोग थे? पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था. कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर पूरा अंधार हुआ था, आंसू से गैस छोड़ दी.
पूरा अंधेरा था?
हाँ पूरा अंधेरा था सर, पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने. कैसा मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खुला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूल के हुआ था सर. पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई.
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था.
हाँ. इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने.
अच्छा.
शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों की शटर.
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने. बराबर प्लानिंग कर बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से.
Well, my colleague Sandeep also spoke to the DCP about the entire episode. Listen in to what the top cop had to say.
जो वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी हैं राहुल मकनीकर वो जुड़ चुके हैं. सर आप बताएं कि अभी तक किस प्रकार की कार्रवाई की गई है, किस प्रकार से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन को मेंटेन किया जा रहा है?
अभी पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कंट्रोल में है हमारे. रात में थोड़ा सा राइट सदृश वातावरण हुआ था। हमने 50 लोगों को जो राइट कर रहे थे, जो सम्मिलित थे, उनको हमने डिटेन किया है। F.I.R भी पुलिस स्टेशन में, अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशन में जिन्होंने कुछ वैंडलिज्म किया उनको F.I.R भी दाखिल किया गया है हमने हमारी तरफ से। और अभी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू है। जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे जाएगा, जो जो नाम आएंगे हम उनको भी डिटेन करेंगे।
सर, अफवाह कैसे फैली? क्या कोई सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू?
वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे जैसे आगे जाएगा सारी चीज़ें सामने आएंगी।
सोशल मीडिया ग्रुप में वीडियोस वगैरह वायरल किए गए?
वो हमारा साइबर सेल पूरा तहकीकात कर रहा है। साइबर सेल की
जांच की जा रही है बेसिकली।
हाँ, इनपुट्स जैसे ही साइबर सेल के आगे आएंगे वो पता चलेगा।
तो अभी तक कितने लोगों को बुक किया है आपने?
50 लोगों को हमने डिटेन किया है।
और कितने लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना बाकी है? कितने लोग होने की संभावना?
चालू है, वो चालू है। जैसे जैसे नाम निकलेंगे हम डिटेन करेंगे।
Well, to give us more details, we have Sandeep joining us live from Ground Zero. Sandeep, you know, Maharashtra Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister have both said that there was it seems like a pre-planned conspiracy, and the videos also exactly gone to narrate the same. What are you tracking, you know, as far as the investigation is concerned?
See, definitely the kind of conspiracy had taken place, that is something that needs to be investigated, and for the same reason as we spoke to the crime DCP, he also clarified that they are investigating in deep regarding the conspiracy and how these people got on the roads of Nagpur. That is something that needs to be investigated, and the cops are investigating that matter. But ultimately what what has come up right now from the statement of Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, one thing is very clear, that it was a very planned kind of violence that had in fact taken place in Nagpur. Not only that, if you just go through to the walkthroughs that I did, I have given the reports regarding how a Hindu shop was attacked, how a Hindu clinic was in fact attacked. So it is very much clear that a specific community was targeted by a specific community, and the posters and banners, wherever there were the posters and banners of Hindu deities, that houses were attacked by the goons last night. So definitely, how come these people got stones in large numbers? Apart from that, how come they got petrol bomb? This is something that is very shocking, and it is very hard to believe that anyone can get petrol bomb impromptu. So definitely, it was. It seems that it is a very planned kind of violence that took place in Nagpur. How it all started, who is the mastermind, that is something that police will have to clarify.
Well, also Sandeep, several police officers were injured. 33 of them suffered serious injuries as claimed by the Maharashtra Chief Minister in the Assembly. As far as the crackdown is concerned, have they identified the rioters, and how many arrests have been made so far?
See, this is the Mahal area. And the violence that took place is within the circumstances of 2 to 3 kilometers. And in that very area, each and every CCTV footage is being in fact extracted by the Nagpur police, and they are trying to identify each and every person. Now, every house, like they are reaching out to each and every person and extracting the CCTV footages from where these miscreant had passed on, and in fact tried creating chaos and doing violence at that very point in time. So definitely each and every person is being identified by the Nagpur police, and the search operation is still underway. Heavy forces have been deployed. If you could see the visuals, heavy forces have been deployed to make sure that the law and order situation remains in the place, and no untoward incident take place as similar that happened yesterday. So basically, at this point in time, there are multiple teams that have been in fact formed by Nagpur police to investigate this whole violence. Not only that, cyber department is also carrying out its a different investigation to verify, to investigate how these videos got circulated how these people were called in large number, who was the mastermind. That is something that Nagpur police is in fact trying to zero in right now, and they are verifying each and every details and every CCTV footages of this very area.
Right, Sandeep, even as we speak, there's a parallel investigation that's being carried out by the cyber cell to identify if there are any social media posts that are involved in, that are responsible for fanning this particular violent episode in Nagpur. But also help our viewers understand the sequence of events, the timeline, when exactly did the protest begin and what time did the violence start. If you could tell our viewers the details.
Right. Deepak, yes, at around 2:30 p.m. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal party workers were in fact protesting out here for the demand to demolish the grave of Aurangzeb in Sambhajinagar. At that same point in time, there was a rumor regarding that an effigy was in fact burnt by Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and the effigy was covered with a cloth in which there were religious verses, which in fact those videos were made and in fact circulated in social media groups, and also as it was shown in the news platforms as well. So definitely which led to a scuffle between two groups. At that very point in time, the police in fact intervened between both the groups, and they after the intervention they made the situation in control. But ultimately by the time by evening, the whole this whole area was blacked out. This whole area was in fact blacked out, and at that very point in time the violence started, and following which we saw multiple visuals yesterday how the arsoning and many vehicles were torched out by the miscreants yesterday.
Right, Sandeep, thank you for bringing us these pictures from the aftermath of the Nagpur violence. The DCP claims that the situation is currently under control. Let's now listen into the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde.
सर, नागपूरमध्ये जी काही घटना घडलेली आहे, संभाजी नगरमध्ये कबराटो असं म्हणतात, पण नागपूरमध्ये दंगल झाली आहे.
एक विचारा. नागपूरच्या रात्री झालेल्या घटना जी आहे ती अतिशय दुर्दैवी होती, आणि त्या दुर्घटनेमध्ये मोमीनपुरा, महाल एरिया, चिटणीस पार्क या परिसरामध्ये जमावाने एकत्र येऊन काही घरांना लक्ष्य केलं, काही घरांवर दगडफेक केली, जाळपोळ केली, 2 व्हीलर 4 व्हीलर जाळल्या गेल्या. त्याचबरोबर मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या भागामध्ये मालमत्तेचं नुकसान केलं, आणि काही लोक तर जीवानिशी वाचली. अशा प्रकारचं त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ण वातावरण तयार झालं होतं. पोलीस आले, पोलिसांवर देखील दगडफेक झाली. 4 DCP अतिशय गंभीररित्या जखमी आहेत. काही लोकांना दगडांनी दगडफेक केल्यामुळे.
How did it all started? कैसे ये शुरू हुआ? Where were you?
शुरू कैसे हुआ वो हमें आइडिया नहीं, लेकिन जब हम घर पे थे तो हमें बहुत सारी शोर की आवाज़ सुनाई दी पुलिस वालों की और उनके हाथ में वो जैसे बॉम्ब जैसा कुछ था जो वो पुलिस वालों के ऊपर फोड़ रहे थे. और यहाँ पे भी 3 फोड़े हमारे सामने, और यहाँ पे 2-3 लोगों को उन्होंने पकड़ा था, उसमें से 2 तो भाग गए थे. एक उनके हाथ में आए और उनको बहुत मारा उन्होंने, और एक के हाथ में चाकू था तो वो मारने वाले थे उनको, लेकिन हाँ किसी ने रोका उनको, तो वो उसकी वजह से वो बच गए थे.
ओके.
हाँ, और टीयर
हथियार वगैरह भी
बहुत थे, रॉड वगैरह थे,
रॉड थे, लोखंडी रॉड थे, वो पूरे खराब हुए थे.
रॉड थे उनके पास.
और आप कह रही कि कुछ एलिमेंट था जो बॉम्ब
हाँ,
जैसा
हाँ वो हमको आइडिया नहीं वो एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है।
वो
मिट्टी का कुछ था,
पुलिस
वो
के ऊपर फेंक रहे थे
पत्थरबाजी यहाँ से बहुत यहाँ पे 2 लोग थे जो यहाँ के पुलिस वालों को पत्थर मार रहे थे।
वो सब हरी टोपी लगा कर वो बांध कर वो अलग ही लोग थे दिख रहे थे।
तो वो पुलिस वालों को भी अटैक किया?
हाँ पुलिस वालों को तो बहुत अटैक किया उन्होंने। फिर हमने पुलिस को शायद पता नहीं था वो यहाँ से जा रहे थे, तो हमने फिर कॉल करके उनको बताया कि सारा फोकस अगर यहाँ पे है तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ हो रहा है। फिर हमने 100 पे कॉल करके यहाँ पे बुलाया तो पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे भी आए। फिर उनको यहाँ से फिर शांत हुआ तब जाके।
आप अपना नाम बताएं, कितने सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं?
हमने 50 साल हो गए यहाँ रहते हैं।
50 सालों में कभी ऐसे दंगे देखे थे?
नहीं ना, ऐसे तो नहीं हुए, ऐसे कभी नहीं, पहली बार हुआ इतना बड़ा। हाँ।
क्या क्या हो रहा था जब आप लोग घर पे थे? क्या क्या आप लोगों ने सुना? क्या क्या हो रहा था आसपास?
ये सब सामने ज़्यादा हुआ है, रोड पर ही हुआ, हमारे गली में भी हुआ। सब लोग जमा हुए, बहुत सारे पुलिस वगैरह थे। ऐसे मारपीट तो नहीं हुई कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन चिल्ला रहे थे। जब पत्थरबाजी हुई थोड़ी सी, ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ इधर ऐसा कुछ।
आग वाग लगा?
हाँ इधर हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं था, अभी मैं देखने आई हूँ इधर। अभी इधर कुछ हुआ। हाँ
यहाँ पे गाड़ी
हाँ
में।
हाँ।
तो आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था? अंदर डर लग रहा था?
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
क्या नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे लोग, शोर कर रहे थे, आवाज?
वो कुछ मालूम नहीं, हम लोग अंदर घर में थे, उधर सब उतना कुछ ख्याल नहीं दिया हमने।
कितने की संख्या में लोग थे?
बहुत सारे थे ना, अभी इतना जमघट रहे थे। बहुत सारे लोग थे, इतना हमने इतना ख्याल नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे इधर मोहल्ले में थे, बहुत सारे थे।
और क्या बोल रहे थे वो लोग, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, इधर तो हमने कुछ सुना नहीं, इधर तो बाहर नहीं आए हम लोग। उधर वो सब पत्थरबाजी वगैरह कर रहे थे लोग, जो चिल्ला रहे थे, उतना कुछ सुना नहीं क्या चिल्ला रहे थे। तो
Republic TV continues to report from Nagpur, where a curfew has been imposed after violence broke out over the call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. We'll get you more details and much more. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, influencer brat Orry and his Vaishno Devi visit organizer Cherry Sin have gone off radar now. Both Orry and Cherry have turned their phones off. Several calls to both by Jammu and Kashmir police have gone unanswered after a series of calls. Phones have been switched off by both of them now. So they are completely off the radar, viewers, after an SIT was formed to investigate into the matter. Remember, viewers, what has happened is that this person called Orry, who is known to be a Bollywood influencer, so-called, and is spotted with various high-profile celebrities. He was partying in Katra, near Vaishno Devi. It's a prohibited area. There's no alcohol or non-veg food allowed, but he was allegedly consuming that. At least that's on video as well. And after an F.I.R. was filed against him and 7 others, that is his friends, including a Russian national, he's gone completely off radar. And my colleague Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Katra. Gursimran, well, Orry is completely unreachable, what we are understanding, and so is the person who organized this party.
Yes, both Orry and Cherry Sin have gone off radar for the security forces for Jammu and Kashmir police that is investigating this matter. Yesterday we are told that there were multiple calls that were made to Orry. They all went unanswered. To Cherry Singh there were multiple calls that were also made by the Jammu and Kashmir police. One of the calls was answered, but since then, yesterday afternoon, there has not been any details about the whereabouts of Cherry Singh as well. Cherry Singh is basically from Jammu and Kashmir, presently based outside J&K, and he was the one who booked all these cottages for Orry and his friends for their stay in Jammu and Kashmir, including the Russian national. It was the room number 4001, the cottage number that was booked by Cherry Singh on the names of Orry and all his friends. Now they have gone off radar. Now the Jammu and Kashmir police is preparing for the first step of their legal action after the registration of the FIR, that is sending the notices to Orry and all his friends to join the investigation and to spill out the details that what were the exact sequence of events that have happened, and no clean sheet is being given to the hotel as it was being presumed earlier yesterday when it came into being that the hotel was the one who gave the complaint to the police. But now it turns out to be that hotel was the one who was buying time for Orry, and they waited for a day-long time to register the complaint with the police so that Orry and his friends can go out from Jammu and Kashmir. And now as we speak, the investigation is underway.
Thank you so much, Guru Simran, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We shift our focus now to Sunita Williams' homecoming. A pair of United States astronauts stuck for more than 9 months on the International Space Station are going to return to Earth. If we talk about Indian Standard Time, it's going to happen around 3:30 a.m. And much will more, Sunita Williams, who's of Indian origin, are to be transported home with another American astronaut and Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June last year after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. And of course the countdown has begun, and there are prayers and hopes, of course, for a safe landing on Earth. All right, viewers. So Republic TV, in fact, got in touch with Sunita Williams' family. Republic has spoken exclusively to Sunita Williams' cousin, Falguni Pandya. Listen in.
Ms. Pandya, how do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet.
She has a lot of affinity for her dogs. She has 2. And she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, you know, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We sent her gifts, we sent her cards, we sent her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much. Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the picture.
Undocking occurring just about.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We human make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping, but he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. The security forces have recovered an IED in Shopian. That's what we are breaking right now. This is the news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces recovering an IED planted in Shopian. My colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zeenat, tell us more details about this, please.
That includes the 44RR. South Kashmir, where this IED has been recovered. We are.
All right, there seems to be a problem with your connection there, Zeenat. We'll try and reconnect with you, viewers. But the only piece of information I have is that the security forces have recovered IED in Shopian, that is in Jammu and Kashmir. We're waiting for more updates on that.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs. a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying, our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this?
All right, in some monies from across the country, more than 95 kilograms of gold and cash cumulatively have valued at around 90 crore rupees were seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer, and Rania Rao's stepfather was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amritpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail today after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that 2 more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, have been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of the 7 detainees. A controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorists Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said the miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindranwale's photos was unacceptable. All right, time for a short break, but we get you the latest from Nagpur, where curfew has been imposed in several locations of the city after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb protests. Clinch CCTV shows that the violence was orchestrated.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ।
During his address in Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. And according to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumours as many claimed sacred verses were written on it, leading to tensions in the area. Last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community turned violent, the notice says. Stones were thrown at cops, several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. According to police, the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. Police said their rumours spread that the holy book was burned during this agitation. Videos of the Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media. Alright, so there are 9 CCTV footages that reveal the truth of Nagpur riots. We'll try and get you more updates on that, because there is a curfew that has been imposed in several parts. There's a rumor of the holy book being burned that led to the violence, and a certain community members of a certain community were seen in this protest, in this violence. Republic TV leading the investigation into the matter. Unrest in Nagpur over Aurangzeb tomb row. All right, viewers. In fact, Republic TV is on ground zero. We are trying to get you every fact from ground zero. Videos of the Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly have gone viral, and Republic investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Another proof that violence was orchestrated was that the rioters broke the bikes, took out petrol from the bike's tank, dipped a juice stack in petrol and set it on fire. To ensure that large-scale vandalism takes place, viewers, here's the ground reality that Republic TV is showing you. Take a look.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई। आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे। ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है। ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हम
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बोतल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के। गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा। ये
जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ? उस
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे?
मिली,
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ चिल्लाए थे, मादा चौदह उनका गाली गुलजार सब हुआ, हत्ता तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपये नहीं निकाले। धंधे को 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना खा रही,
खाना खाई थी 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या हमारी ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना, कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
Well, Sandeep, clinics, cars, bikes, police vehicles, fire tenders, shops, nothing was spared by these vandals, these rioters. And in the aftermath, we are getting to also hear, like you showed us, that this woman clearly claims that there were sharp weapons also used, which was also confirmed by Chief Minister Fadnavis in his address.
See, definitely weapons were used also. There were petrol bombs that were in fact utilized to, in fact, do this kind of a violence. And not only that, if I could show you the visuals out here, I could show you the visuals. This the kind of damage that has been in fact done to the vehicles across the Mahal area located in Nagpur. In fact, this whole violence took place under the circumstances of 2 to 3 kilometers, and in fact, there you see that multiple such vehicles were in fact attacked by this mob, and not only that, but this mob had also barged into the residences of people. Can you imagine? That was so horrifying for that woman as she was telling her ordeal before public TV, that how unknown people barged into her residence. In fact, they looted money. Not only that, they damaged the vehicle that was parked inside the residence. That also was damaged. So definitely, the testimony has been in fact given by all the victims who lost their vehicles as well as lost their belongings into this. But the terrifying experience was also in fact shared by these people who have been the victim to this violence. And in fact, now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra has already assured action in this very case, and Devendra Fadnavis addressed the.
तो कोई भी अपनी नापसंद का इजहार कानून को हाथ में ले करेगा क्या? ये देखने की जरूरत है। तो ये बहुत गलत हो रहा है, सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, ये सरकार की गलती है, इंटेलिजेंस की फेलियर है। उस जगह जहां से महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री आते हैं और ये जो वायलेंस हुआ है हमारे केंद्र मंत्री के घर के करीब है पूरा, ये बड़ी गलत बात हो रही है। अब हो गया।
फडणवीस साहब ने कहा है कि ये बहुत रिग्रेटेबल है, बहुत दुख की बात है कि स्टेट एक्सचेकर से औरंगजेब के कब्र की देखभाल करनी पड़ती है।
आप सत्ता में हैं, आपके जो आइडियोलॉजी है उसको बाजू रखिए। आपकी आइडियोलॉजी होने चाहिए भारत का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और रूल ऑफ लॉ को अपहोल्ड करना। 6 दिसंबर 1992 को क्या हुआ और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको एग्रीगेस एक्ट कहा है। तो आप देख लीजिए, हुकूमत आपकी है, मंत्री आप हैं, रूल ऑफ लॉ आपको फॉलो करना है और आपको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लिहाज से अपनी हुकूमत चलाना है। थैंक यू।
Well, there you heard it. That was AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi clearly blaming the Maharashtra government, saying that this is nothing but an intelligence failure, but also condemning what happened in Nagpur. And these are the 9 CCTV clippings, in fact 8 of them on your screens, which clearly go on to show how this was nothing but a pre-planned conspiracy. Even this was confirmed by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. There you can see in the video 1, you can see how a mob, dozens of them armed with sticks and stones, and one of them even briefly removing the face mask that he had on his around his face, and then once again wearing it. And in the second video you can clearly see how the mob is seen rushing towards another group that was there and vandalizing cars and bikes that were, stationary in that particular lane. And in the third video, you can see how stones are being pelted at another group by this particular mob that had gathered there. In fact, even in this third video, you can see how there were parked cars that were completely vandalized. Their glasses are shattered with sticks, stones, and also with sharp weapons. Now, this is the CCTV video one that we are talking about, which clearly goes on to show how these individuals, part of a big mob, were armed with sticks, stones, and also sharp weapons. This is one of the rioters who has uncovered his face before, covering it back with a cloth. And we have more CCTV pictures that we'll put out on our screens, on those big screens, and explain what exactly is being witnessed in those clippings. 8 CCTV clippings clearly go on to show how this particular violence didn't just happen, at the moment. It was a pre-planned conspiracy is what the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Ministers have said. Look at that, look at that, look at how people in large numbers are chasing the other group with sticks and also vandalizing the cars that are parked there. And these cars, have suffered major damages. The windshields have been broken. Some of the cars were even torched by these vandals. Now, in this particular video that we have accessed, and which goes on to show how it was all premeditated, nothing happened at the heat of the moment. There you can see how did a large number of people have sticks readily available, how were stones mobilized, and there you can see how they ransacked everything. Bikes, cars, police vehicles, fire tenders, nothing was spared by these unruly members. Now here you can see how the police over there trying to appeal to these vandals to remain calm, but unrelenting to the calls of the police. These members clearly charging at them with big rocks, and they also, downed a two-wheeler there, made sure that the fuel in this particular vehicle leaked, and then they set it ablaze. But these are the footages that we have accessed, and here you can see how a handful of police being confronted by a dozen members with sticks, stones, and other sharp weapons. There you see police, they're warning them that strict action will be taken, but despite that, they have no regard for the law enforcement. Look at how they charge at the police, and 33 individuals have been injured in this. And this is another angle of the same street where you can see how the police over there trying to urge these members to not take law into their own hands, but despite their multiple requests, the members of the mob went on a rampage. In fact, we also have the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, coming out and saying that this looks like a pre-planned conspiracy. Listen in.
क्या नहीं जाएगा। जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है, और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है।
पैटर्न उनके ऊपर कुछ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
अबू आजमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्म था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और औरंगजेब के प्रति जो देशद्रोही है उसके प्रति गुस्सा है।
Meanwhile, viewers, we have also spoken exclusively to many eyewitnesses of this violence, and they narrate the audio recounting how their family members made desperate calls to them saying that things have gone out of control outside their homes. Listen it.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने मौत खराब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में
मस्जिद के अंदर ऐसी सब योजना बनाई और जिन्होंने हमले किए इन सब के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित किया जाना उनको बहुत ज़रूरी है। साथ ही साथ हम ये भी कहेंगे कि देखिए, हमने जो कब्र को समाप्ति का जो संकल्प लिया था उसका अर्थ सिर्फ कब्र नहीं था, कब्र के साथ वो कब्र वाली मानसिकता जो औरंगजेबी मानसिकता है, जिस मानसिकता ने कल हमला किया उस मानसिकता को भी समाप्त करना है। कुछ लोग इसको इस तरह से देख रहे हैं कि दो समुदायों के बीच झगड़ा था, ना, दूसरा समुदाय तो इन्वॉल्व भी नहीं था, दूसरे समुदाय के ऊपर तो हमला किया गया, सुनियोजित तरीके से हिंसा फैलाई गई थी। तो ऐसे हिंसक लोगों के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित किया जाना शासन प्रशासन का काम है। हमें विश्वास है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार इसको कर ही रही है। साथ ही साथ हमने ये भी कहा है कि भाई अब ऐसे समय में जो है हम जो है ये जो स्मारक है उस स्मारक के जो कब्र है, कब्र को तोड़ करके वहाँ पर जो जिन्होंने औरंगजेब को हराया था और जिसको नाको चने चबा दिए, ऐसे छत्रपति राजाराम जी महाराज और जो बाकी जो संत थे उनके जो अपने योद्धा थे उनके नाम पर एक स्मारक बनना चाहिए और जिससे कि सदियों तक लोग उसको याद रखें कि हाँ, ये औरंगजेब को हराने वाला और औरंगजेब को लगभग 27 वर्ष तक वो महलों से निकाल करके और जंगलों की हवा खिलाने वाला ये योद्धा थे। उन योद्धा को नतमस्तक करने के लिए योद्धा के सामने जो है समाज नतमस्तक हो और ये औरंगजेबी मानसिकता देश के अंदर से समाप्त हो, इसके लिए हमने ये कोशिश की और हमारी जारी रहेगी। हमारा आग्रह है कि सरकार इस बारे में अविलंब इसमें कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेगी और इस तरह की जो औरंगजेबी मानसिकता है उसको देश से समूल नाश करेंगे।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री जी आज संसद में प्रयागराज के बारे में बात करा, उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने रेड फोर्ट से कहा था कि सबका साथ सबका विकास होना चाहिए और कुंभ में मैंने ये चीज़ देखा जिस तरह से करोड़ों लोगों ने इसको अपनाया, स्नान किया। उसके लिए मैं यूपी सरकार, प्रयागराज के लोगों का, यूपी के लोगों का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ।
निस्संदेह मैं कहूँगा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो एक नारा दिया था, सबका साथ सबका विकास और सबका प्रयास और सबका जो विकास जो है ना, वो जो नारा था वास्तव में सार्थक हुआ। और जिस प्रकार से महाकुंभ के दौरान सभी मतपंथ संप्रदाय के लोग, सभी भाषा के लोग, सभी क्षेत्र के लोग, सब दुनिया के सभी देशों से आने वाले लोग सबने आनंदपूर्वक स्नान किया और अपनी आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का वाहक बने। मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि इसमें निस्संदेह उत्तर प्रदेश के जो शासन प्रशासन और सरकार के लोग तो हैं ही हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और बाकी जो भी उस कार्य योजना में लगे कुछ संत जिनका आशीर्वाद से ये सब काम संपन्न हुआ, उन सबको साधुवाद। और वास्तव में ये जो भव्यतम दिव्यतम और दुनिया का अनुपम एकमात्र जो इतना बड़ा आयोजन था जो आज तक कभी न भूतो न भविष्य थी, इस तरह का आयोजन था, इसके लिए सभी को साधुवाद। और निस्संदेह ये उन लोगों के मुंह पर भी ये करारा तमाचा है इसका सक्सेसफुल आयोजन, जो लोग हिंदू समाज को बांटने काटने की प्रवृत्ति के साथ काम करते हैं, जो हिंदू को, भारत को जो है ना वो जातिगत आधार पर, कभी मतपंथ संप्रदाय, भाषा के आधार पर।
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था।
हाँ। इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने। अच्छा, शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों की शटर,
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ और जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
और हिंदुओं के दुकानों को, हिंदुओं के घरों को टारगेट किया गया?
हिंदू का टारगेट नहीं किया, हम भी हिंदू हैं ना, हमारे टारगेट नहीं किया, हमारे मकान को कुछ नहीं किया। उधर में कुछ हुआ बोलते, उधर में
ऐसा?
हाँ ऐसा हुआ।
लेकिन पत्थरबाजी क्यों की गई, क्या कारण?
पत्थरबाजी मालूम नहीं क्योंकि पुलिस लोग असुर छोड़ रहे थे और इन्होंने पत्थरबाजी चालू। ये देखो यहाँ से पत्थर पूरे ले गए, यहाँ से ये देखो पत्थर, ये पूरे यहाँ से पत्थर फोड़ फोड़ के पूरा ले गए।
अच्छा, पत्थर फोड़ करके
ले गए उनको मारने के लिए, पुलिस लोगों को,
पुलिस वालों को मारने?
हाँ, दगड़ फेंक किया। फिर उन्होंने आंसू छोड़ा, आंसू गैस छोड़ा उन्होंने और यहाँ से भागे। फिर लोग जैसे वो पुलिस लोग दौड़ते थे वैसे ये लोग भी यहाँ से भागते थे।
आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था जब ये घटना?
अरे वाह, डर लगता था। हमने लॉक किया सब कुछ, पुलिस ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया हमारे को, आप घर में रहो बोले, बच के रहो बोले, संभाल के रहो बोले।
अगर आग वाग लगा देते तो?
हाँ, आग बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता। फिर हम सब तैयारी में थे। हाँ, पानी वानी सब लगा के रखते, कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो जाए तो देख रहे, संभाल के रहो बोले पुलिस वाले बोले। हमारे यहाँ 10-15 पुलिस वाले आ गए, हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया पुलिस वालों ने।
बच्चे डरे हुए थे?
बच्चे डरे हुए थे, आंसू दूर से हमारे अंगार हो रही थी, आँख में अंगार होती थी, नाक आँख में अंगार होती थी।
कहाँ से आए थे ये लोग?
ये यहाँ इधर से पूरा
मोमिनपुरा
सब तरफ से एक जमा हुए।
अल्लाह अकबर के नाम,
सब अल्लाह अकबर के सब नाम ये करेगा, नारे लगा रहे थे। बहुत माहौल हुआ, आज तक नहीं हुआ इतना माहौल हुआ यहाँ पे। ये जला दिया पूरा वो सब, ये वो, यही माहौल ज़्यादा हुआ है इधर।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
हाँ।
Viewers, while that was one of the testimonies of the eyewitnesses, we also have an exclusive report of how the mob didn't even spare children's clinic because they ransacked the entire clinic. They vandalized the place where the children's food was also kept, and they even discarded several medicines that were kept. Here's an exclusive ground report on what exactly went down at that clinic.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा। ये
जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे। उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन धीरे धीरे जब हंगामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते हुए तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तक मारे सर, गल्ला तक के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तक के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तक हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चन की गाड़ी तक तोड़े वो बच्ची।
ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैं देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे बे में क्या, तो हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना कुछ नहीं, वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
पक्का मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं तो हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
हिंदू और मुसलमान के चश्मे से मत देखिए, उपद्रवियों को उपद्रव के तरीके से देखिए कि क्यों इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, क्या नारेबाजी हो रही है, क्या काम हो रहा है, ये क्यों हो रहा है, क्यों नफरत बो रहे हैं और क्यों नफरत बो करके नफरत की आग में देश को जलाना चाहते हैं। नफरत देश को जलाकर खाक करेगी। नफरत अगर होगी देश के अंदर तो देश में निवेश नहीं आएगा। महाराष्ट्र एक अच्छा प्रदेश है, महाराष्ट्र देश को आर्थिक दिशा देने का काम करता है। महाराष्ट्र के अंदर अगर महाराष्ट्र का नौजवान पलायन करने पर मजबूर हो रहा है, महाराष्ट्र का किसान भुखमरी के कगार के ऊपर जा रहा है, इस चीज़ों के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए, ना कि इन बेकार के मुद्दों को उखाड़ करके और नफरत फैला करके आप अपनी सियासत को। अब तो आप मुख्यमंत्री बन गए, अभी 5 साल आपको मुख्यमंत्री रहना है, तो आप इस बात पे ध्यान दीजिए कि तरक्की किस तरह से हो।
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you how Orry has gone off the radar after facing an F.I.R. in J&K over hurting Hindu sentiments. Stay tuned for more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless. और
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ।
PM Modi addresses Lok Sabha, hails the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV clippings show the violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, पूरी फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Major crackdown on George Soros funding to NGOs in India. 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly receiving funds from George Soros. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. BJP has staged a protest outside the West Bengal Assembly against the Mamata Banerjee government. Protests have broken out, and these protests are being staged by BJP leaders, and this is against Mamata Banerjee. There you can see Suvendu Adhikari, leader of the opposition in West Bengal Assembly, leading these protests outside the Bengal Assembly in Kolkata. The BJP versus TMC war continues to escalate, and these are the live pictures coming in from West Bengal, where the BJP has staged a massive protest, holding placards, raising slogans against the Mamata Banerjee administration. Kishle is joining us on the phone line. Kishle, tell us about these protests that have broken out outside the Bengal Assembly. BJP is now mounting its attacks on the West Bengal government. Tell us more.
Well, exactly, Deepak. These posters are talking about all the Hindu atrocities and Hindu attacks in West Bengal that has happened in the past few weeks. And we have seen that even during Holi celebrations, there was allegedly attack on Hindus, especially BJP is alleging that Hindus could not participate in Holi in all the parts of the state. So BJP is protesting. They have boycotted the assembly session today, and they are protesting outside the assembly. The main point they're raising is, the concern they're raising is that under Mamata Banerjee's rule, Hindus in West Bengal are not safe. They cannot perform their festivals. Suvendu Adhikari is also present there. In fact, Suvendu Adhikari also posted in his X handle about how Holi celebrations were in fact interrupted in places like Shaitya. Also, they are taking up other festivals as examples like Saraswati Puja as well. At several instances, Hindus had to go to the court in order to take permission for Saraswati Puja, as BJP is saying. Therefore, these visuals are live from outside the assembly. The BJP MLAs are holding posters in West Bengal. There are no protection for Hindus. That is what the BJP MLAs are saying. And BJP MLAs are right now outside the assembly, staging up protests against Mamata's regime, where allegedly Hindus are not secure. And Suvendu Adhikari also spoke a while back. In fact, he has been speaking on this issue regularly, and he also pointed out how they will be visiting several places where Hindus were attacked, and they will be pointing out to the whole country and to the whole world how in this country, in this state of West Bengal as well, there are instances of Hindus being attacked, just like it's happening in Bangladesh. That is what the example of parallel that Suvendu Adhikari is bringing up. The BJP have boycotted the assembly session today, and they have walked out protest of attacks on Hindus, and they're right now outside the assembly. Also, to point out today, Dilip Ghosh, who is not a part of the assembly, was in fact invited by Suvendu Adhikari in order to take part in a meeting inside the assembly. So he's also present around, and Suvendu Adhikari is leading this protest. Deepak.
Well, Kishle, not a single word of condemnation coming in from Mamata Banerjee. This goes on to show that her priority is set vote bank in West Bengal.
Exactly. Mamata Banerjee has been, in fact, the TMC is in fact trying to deny the fact that there have been any attacks. Mamata Banerjee has spoken inside the assembly that Hindus in West Bengal state and all these allegations are fake. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee's minister has also followed the point made. Mamata Banerjee in fact made that comment that Kumbh is in fact Mrityu Kumbh. And today, yesterday, F.I.R Hakim pointed out how dead bodies were, in fact, thrown in the water in the Ganges during Kumbh. So they are attacking the Hindus. They are attacking the Hindu sentiment. Mamata Banerjee and F.I.R Hakim and all the TMC ministers have been speaking against the Hindus. And in the same way, parallelly, they are appeasing the Muslims. That is what BJP is alleging. They are saying that these attacks on Hindus are in order to appease the minorities in West Bengal. This is the exact allegation by the BJP. So BJP is saying that appeasement has gone to such a level that Hindus are now being physically attacked. Apart from being disrespected, their faith being disrespected, they are now physically attacked, and their festivals are stopped. we can see in these visuals that outside the assembly gate, outside the West Bengal assembly, all the BJP MLAs are holding these posters saying Poshchim Bangher Mukhyamantri Padotyak Chai, which means that West Bengal Chief Minister needs to resign immediately, because she is unable to perform her duties, she is unable to uphold the rights of the Hindus, she is unable to protect the Hindus. Therefore, she has no rights to stay on that seat of Chief Minister. That's what the BJP MLAs are saying. And also they are saying that the continuous attack on Hindus in West Bengal at different parts and their festivals being several instances like Saraswati Puja, like Durga Puja, Visarjan, like Holi, and Ram Navami as well. So why it will happen, why the Hindus will allow this to happen is what Shubhendu Adhikari point out. We can also see Ashim Sarkar and other MLAs with Shubhendu Adhikari there outside the assembly. All the BJP MLAs have staged this walkout protest against the atrocities on Hindus, and also Shubhendu Adhikari has previously pointed out that they will be visiting all these places in order to protect the Hindus, and he has also said that Hindus will not sit back under attack. The Hindus are now ready to, in fact, retaliate to protect themselves from these continuous attacks on their people. That is what Shubhendu Adhikari said yesterday as well.
Right, Krishlay, thank you for joining me with those details. These are the live pictures of the BJP staging a protest outside the West Bengal Assembly, highlighting how there is no safety for Hindus and there is growing intolerance towards Hindu festivals in West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee's regime. We have more breaking news coming in. Another security breach at Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra after women were caught with pistols. Now a UP man has been arrested with 2 cartridges. The man has been identified as Sanjay Singh from Uttar Pradesh. He has been arrested from the Bhavan over there with 2 cartridges. Like earlier incident, he too bypassed the security check at the Banganga entrance. And this is the second such incident coming to light. We have Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, how are people with weapons going unchecked?
Yes, Deepak, this was a major security breach and 2 instances have come into fore. First instance was of Jyoti Gupta, who's a resident of Delhi. She was carrying a pistol and 6 rounds, and she went unchecked from Banganga towards Sanjichat. She was arrested somewhere close to Sanjichat by the Jammu and Kashmir police and has been booked under the an F.I.R. under section 325 of the Arms Act. Now another person from the Uttar Pradesh, Sanjay Singh, has too been booked under the relevant sections of the Arms Act at the Bhavan police station after he was caught with the 2 cartridges during a X-ray check at the Bhavan. He too had bypassed the security checks at the Banganga. That is what we are picking up from the officials in the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now keeping this in view, though this incident has been reported yesterday evening, but prior to this, the incident of Jyoti Gupta that took place on 14th and 15th of March intervening night, that was taken the cognizance by the Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the DGP has given clear direction, the DGP Nalin Prabhat, that there needs to be a security beef up that needs to be taken care of, and also these kinds of laxity will not be accepted. That was what the DGP has told the officials, including the DIG of the Udhampur Reasi range as well as the SSP of the Reasi, so as to strengthen the on-ground security grid so that these kind of incidents do not happen, because the weapon, the pistol that Jyoti Gupta was carrying along with the 6 rounds and the rounds she was carrying, that was not the licensed weapon, because her license expired somewhere back in 2014, but even then she was carrying the pistol and it went all unnoticed for roughly 5 to 7 kilometers before she was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Same is the case for the Sanjay Singh, who went unnoticed and then went to the top, that is towards the Bhavan, and then got detected by the Jammu and Kashmir police during the checks. So these kind of security labs that are taking place and at a time when the security has been heightened is really very concerning.
Right, Gursimran, stay on with me, because now let's shift our focus on what happened at the base camp of Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine, because Orry and his Vaishno Devi visit organizer Cherry Sin goes off radar. Both Orry and Cherry Sin have now turned their phones off. Several calls to both by J&K police went unanswered. After series of unanswered calls, now phones have been switched off by Orry and Cherry Sin. It seems that Orry had planned a visit to Vaishno Devi shrine, but just before his planned visit, he hurt Hindu sentiments by consuming alcohol and meat at the base camp of the Vaishno Devi shrine. Despite restrictions being in place, Orry went on and did the unthinkable. He crossed the line, and now he has crossed the border and he has fled from the scene with his phones being switched off, and nobody knows where his team is or where the controversial influencer is at the moment. Well, Gursimran, any clue about the whereabouts of Orry and what the Jammu and Kashmir police are doing to, locate him and summon him?
See, if we speak of the Orry row, we have been witness that there has been no clues about the whereabouts of the Orry. While in Jammu, you will see that the activists of the Dogra Front, they are staging the protest. What these Dogra Front activists are demanding, that there needs to be a stringent action that should be taken against the Orry and his associates. You will see that the activists of the Dogra Front, they are staging the protest, demanding that there needs to be a stringent action that should be taken. They are also having the posters of the Orry, which they are burning as a mark of their protest against Orry and the conduct that he has done. They are also demanding that the hotel association should also come, and the hotel should also be acted upon, because the hotel has given a due time of delay to the Orry and his friends to escape from Jammu and Kashmir. And these agitated protesters from the Dogra Front, they say that Orry should be arrested immediately, and then the stringent action should be taken, because he has hurt the sentiment of the Hindu community, and also the hotel Marriott that was there, the team of which gave Orry a time of more than 24 hours to escape, should be dealt and should be immediately closed. I am joined by Dogra Front President Ashok Gupta. आप मुझे बताइए, कल जो पता चला कि होटल ने जो है 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय दिया FIR दर्ज कराने में, ताकि ओरी और उसके दोस्त वहाँ से भाग सकें, क्या कार्रवाई की मांग करते हैं?
होटल को क्यों नहीं लॉक किया जाता? होटल के किसी बंदे ने ये सारी चीज़ें वहाँ परोसी ना, होटल को लॉक कर दो, बंद कर दो। ऐसा होटल कटरा के अंदर नहीं चाहिए जो पवित्र नगरी का अपमान करने का प्रयास करे, जो अपने होटल के अंदर मांस और मदिरा परोसे, वो भी पूरा जिम्मेदार है। और ओरी को गिरफ्तार करो।
अभी तो कहा जा रहा है कि उसको नोटिस दिया जाएगा।
कोई नोटिस की ज़रूरत नहीं है जी, उसने अवहेलना करी है, उसको पकड़ो, उसको गिरफ्तार करो और उसके जेल के अंदर बंद करो, जिसने माता वैष्णो देवी के स्थान की पवित्रता को भंग करने का प्रयास करा है।
सो वेरी क्लियर मैसेज
स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ जी, ऐसे भक्त नहीं चाहिए माता वैष्णो देवी को। अरबों भक्तों का आस्था का अपमान किया गया है, और ये आस्था जिसका अपमानित किया गया है वो कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा। होटल को लॉक लगाओ, ओरी को गिरफ्तार करो और होटल को तुरंत बंद कर दो।
So what they are demanding, that there needs to be a stringent action. Orry should be arrested immediately, and also the hotel should be closed where the Orry was staying, because the hotel has gone out of way to give a 24 hours long window to Orry and his friends to escape from Katra, from Jammu and Kashmir, and then they went to the police. Deepak.
Well, Gursimran, the outrage is quite visible. Posters are being burnt, and there are demands that Orry must be arrested and put behind bars. But nobody knows where Orry is. What are the charges against him, Gursimran?
See, if we speak of the charges that the Jammu and Kashmir police has placed against Orry, it is under the BNS 223 that reads that the violation of the order that has been issued for prohibition of consumption of alcohol as well as non-veg, that has been violated, and now a case stands registered, after which the Jammu and Kashmir police is all set to issue the first notice. Though the notice has not been issued yet, but it is being said that very shortly the notice will be issued to Orry and his friends. Deepak.
Right, Gursimran, if you could tell us about the sequence of events that led to him now going incommunicado and also escaping the scene. If you could tell us what exactly happened, when did Orry come to this particular hotel, and what exactly went down there?
See, it was on the afternoon or late evening of the 14th of the March when he checked in along with his friend, and 15th of the morning he checked out along with his friend to go to the Bhavan and pay obeisance there. At that given time, on the morning of 15th, the hotel was well aware that he has consumed alcohol. But what has happened that till the 16th afternoon they did not inform the police, and by the time they informed the police, he crossed over from Jammu and Kashmir. That clearly means that he was no more in the range of the Jammu and Kashmir police to get him arrested, and that is why the delay angle is coming into being. That hotel has given the undue advantage to the Orry and his friends.
Also, Gursimran, if you could speak to the protesters and find out if they are filing an individual complaint or a case against Orry, because they also believe that Hindu sentiments have been hurt, and the purity and the entire location has been vitiated because of this one act.
Yes, Deepak, I'll try to speak to them also. सर, अभी तक जो मामला दर्ज किया गया है वो मामला सिर्फ धारा 223 के तहत है, यानी कि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट का ऑर्डर था उसकी अवहेलना है। आपको लगता है कि इस मामले में जो है हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को आहत करने का मामला भी दर्ज किया जाना चाहिए जिससे ज़्यादा सज़ा हो?
अरे भाई साहब, वहाँ की पवित्रता को ठेस पहुँचाने का, हिंदुओं की पवित्रता को ठेस पहुँचाने का प्रयास किया गया। मामला तो ठेस पहुँचाने का होना चाहिए, ना कि जो वहाँ का तहसीलदार या एसडीएम ने जो बातें कही हैं। एक पवित्र स्थान, पवित्र नगरी को अपमानित करने का प्रयास किया। वहाँ मीट और शराब का सेवन किया गया। किन लोगों ने सेवन कराया होटल के अंदर? कहाँ से आया? वहाँ के होटल के लाइसेंस को रद्द करो, होटल को बंद करो। लेकिन एक बात बड़ी स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ जी, ये हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को जिस बंदे ने ठेस पहुँचाई है, आज मैंने उसका पुतला जलाया है और उसकी आजीवन के लिए वो माता वैष्णो देवी के दर्शन ना कर पाए जिसने उसको अपमानित करा है।
So you can understand that they are really very hurt, and they are saying that it's not about the violation of the STM order, but it's about hurting the Hindu sentiments for which he should be booked and treated as per the law.
Also, Gursimran, who are these individuals? Who are these 7 others who are with Orry, and I'm sure they're also booked? Has the Jammu and Kashmir police tried to contact any one of these 7 members who are alongside with him?
See, the two big guns or the influencers in this entire sequence is Cherishing, who has somewhere close to 3.6 million followers on Instagram, and the second name that is there is of Orry, who has 1.6 million followers. These are the two names that have of the influencers that are there in this F.I.R. Apart from this, there are several names, including that of Rashi Datta, whom we speak to yesterday, and she said that she was only there along with her 1-year-old child to get the photos clicked. So she had nothing to do with the Orry or what he was doing here. She said that Orry should be arrested, but they had no role to play. So out of these 8, those who have been named, not all are claiming to be the part of that group, but yes, 5 to 6, including a Russian national, was with Orry when this all was happening.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those details. That, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back with more live and breaking stories on the other side. Do stay tuned.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
Alleging a carefully crafted conspiracy behind the Nagpur violence and riots, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said no one in the state would tolerate anyone standing with Aurangzeb. As many as 25 vehicles were charred and 20, including 2 police personnel, suffered injuries as rioters went berserk on the streets of Nagpur over the Aurangzeb tomb issue.
नहीं जाएगा। जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है।
Less than 24 hours after rioters went berserk in Nagpur, torching public vehicles and targeting police posts, the ruling Mahayuti fired a big charge at the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi. Speaking to media, Maharashtra Minister Sanjay Sirsat accused the Aghadi of orchestrating the violence and rioting over the Aurangzeb tomb issue. The minister claimed that even the minority community was in favor of removing the tomb raised in memory of the Mughal invader.
देखो, नागपुर का जो हंगामा है, ये महाविकास आघाड़ी ने जानबूझ के वहाँ दंगल करवाई है। जिस जहाँ कब्र है मेरे मतदार संघ में, मैं वहाँ का पालक मानते हूँ, वहाँ एक भी मुसलमान आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? क्या वजह है? मुसलमान तक चाहते नहीं है कि औरंगजेब की कब्र वहाँ हो रहे, इसलिए हमारा उनका भी सपोर्ट एक तरीके से हमारे पास है। और ये जो कर रहे हैं ना, सिर्फ मुस्लिमों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम तुम्हारे साथ में, लेकिन मुस्लिम औरंगजेब के साथ में नहीं है, ये वो नहीं जानते।
Amid probe into the Nagpur riots, opposition leader and Congress MLA Vijay Wadettiwar labelled the events as government-sponsored. Wadettiwar blamed the violence on BJP leader T. Raja. He said that he should be barred from visiting Maharashtra for his alleged insightful remarks.
सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। नागपुर की घटना ये सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना है, 100% मैं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर बड़बोले मंत्री जो महाराष्ट्र में है, वो एक तेलंगाना से आया एक टी राजा, उसको तो महाराष्ट्र में बंदी लगाना चाहिए। ये महाराष्ट्र शांत महाराष्ट्र है, पुरोगामी विचार का महाराष्ट्र है। यहाँ हर धर्म का इज्जत और सम्मान किया जाता है। ऐसी स्थिति में किसी धर्म को लेकर टारगेट लेकर करके अगर ये धंधे किया जाते हैं, तो इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि सरकार ने ही ये इनको बढ़ावा दिया है।
Weighing in on the Nagpur violence, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi said the ruling Mahayuti was handling the situation very well, condemning the night-long violence and rioting. The Union Minister said those responsible would be identified and brought to book.
See, government is handling a situation very well, and why this burning, all such things, they should do it. It is not it is not that because it is BJP led, how many riots have been taken place during the Congress rule, that also they should understand. It is not this party or that party. Whoever has done wrong, government of Maharashtra is taking action.
A major fire broke out at the GMC Associated Hospital at Rajouri today. However, no loss of life was reported in the incident as all patients were safely evacuated before the fire could spread. Sharing an update, the hospital superintendent said the fire has been brought under control. Taking a swipe at the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra over the Nagpur riots, RJD MP Manoj Jha said governance challenges are ignored if the focus is on identifying heroes and villains from the pages of history. He said nothing was to be gained from disturbing the peace and harmony of the nation. It's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about what's happening in Nagpur because curfew has been imposed in parts of the city, and this after a violent night of riots. Stay tuned for more details.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away, while others kept repeating, "Musalman ki sampatti hai." Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amrit Pal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ.
During his address in Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Modi hails the success of the Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clinches CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
इश्ती क्या इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे, पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Maharashtra's Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. According to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumours, as many claim that sacred verses were written on it, leading to tensions in the area. Now, last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community went on a rampage. The notice says, you can see those visuals, at least 8 videos Republic TV is bringing to you viewers to show the reality on ground zero. What really happened last night? Stones were thrown at the cops. Several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in form of lathi charge and tear gas to disperse the protesters and quell the tensions. According to police, the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. Now, police also said that rumours were spread that the holy book was burned during the agitation when there were protests against the grave, and now videos of Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media. That led to outrage among members of a certain community. However, Republic TV's investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Watch this ground report. In fact, listen into what Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said.
संध्याकाळी काही लोकांनी जाणीवपूर्वक अशा प्रकारचा हल्ला केल्याचं या ठिकाणी लक्षात येत आहे. याचं कारण जवळपास एक ट्रॉली भरून त्या ठिकाणी दगड मिळालेले आहेत आणि काही लोकांनी जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड, वरती जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड हे आपल्याला पाहायला मिळाले. शस्त्र असे देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी होते. ते शस्त्र जप्त करण्यात आलेले आहेत. वाहनांची जाळपोळ त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे आणि ठरवून काही ठराविक घरांना, काही ठराविक आस्थापनांना त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष करण्यात आलेलं आहे. 3 डीसीपी लेवलचे लोक या ठिकाणी जखमी झालेले आहेत आणि जसं मी सांगितलं की यातल्या एका डीसीपीवर तर थेट कुऱ्हाडीने वार हा त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेला आहे. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे याच्यामध्ये काही ना काही एक प्रकारे काही लोकांचा सुनियोजित पॅटर्न हा देखील त्या ठिकाणी दिसतो आहे. अशा लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी त्यांच्यावर कारवाई ही केलीच जाईल. कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था हाती घेण्याची कोणालाही परवानगी या ठिकाणी देण्यात येणार नाही. आणि मी एक गोष्ट स्पष्टपणे सांगतो, पोलिसांवर ज्यांनी हल्ला केला असेल त्यांना काय झालं तरी सोडलं जाणार नाही.
All right, those are visuals coming in, viewers. As you can see, how the stones were pelted on shops, and there are a lot of stones that have been recovered, and you can completely show that the huge numbers of people. In fact, Sandeep is tracking all the details, and Republic TV's investigation continues. Sandeep, you're in Nagpur. What have you gathered about this conspiracy that is being pointed at by the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister? Because we can see in those videos that there were a lot of stones that were thrown. People had gathered in huge numbers. This cannot happen just at a whim or just by a reaction on a social media post.
See, definitely, there are a lot of questions that have been in fact raised, and ultimately how a large number of stones came at that very point of spot where this whole incident happened. Not only that, how did they manage to get petrol bombs? From where did the weapons come? In fact, very sharp weapons were there with these very miscreants who are involved in the violence. And in fact, what we are getting to know that even minors were involved in this very violence. So that is what our sources in the police department have said. At this point in time, 50 people have been detained by Nagpur police, and the identification and the search for the rest of the other people who were involved in this, they have been looked out for. And in fact, each and every CCTV footages have been tracked by Nagpur police. I would like to show you the visuals out from here. This whole area has been in fact barricaded. You can see that you will hardly see people on the streets as the police has imposed curfew in this very whole location. So definitely at this point in time, all measures have been taken to make sure that the law and order remains in place. And right now the situation is very peaceful. Right now the situation is in control. But yes, the search and identification for those who were involved in this very violence is underway, and the police has assured that more arrests can be followed by today evening.
Right. In fact, just stay on with us, Sandeep. We have multiple reactions that we have lined up. In fact, Republic TV is reporting from ground zero and speaking to the people.
अर्थाने हा आपल्या स्वराज्यावर चाल करून आलेला, स्वराज्याचा घास घ्यायला आलेला हा औरंग्या हा मंदिर तोडली, त्यांनी आया अब्रूंची लखतर हे केली, आया बहिणींची अब्रू लुटली, संभाजी राजे सापडत नव्हते, त्यानं निष्पाप लोकांचे बळी घेतले, रक्ताचे पाट वाहिले, आणि अशा या औरंग्याचं उदात्तीकरण करणं काय? आणि म्हणून या ठिकाणी याचं उदात्तीकरण थांबावं. जे लोक आज मागणी करतायत, जे लोक मागणी करतायत, मग ते विश्व हिंदू परिषद असेल, कोणी असतील, यांची मागणी चुकीची आहे का? बिलकुल नाही. आणि म्हणून आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये अनेक देशांनी जे आक्रमणकारी होते त्यांच्या खुणा पुसून टाकल्या, आणि ज्यांनी शौर्य गाजवलं त्यांच्या खुणा ज्या आहेत आपल्या ब्रिटिश सरकारच्या काळात इथं बीटीचं स्टेशनचं आपण व्हिक्टोरिया टर्मिनस होतं, त्याचं छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज केलं. या ठिकाणी एअरपोर्टचं नाव बदली केलं आपण.
We changed the name of Victoria Terminus to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus.
तर संभाजीनगर आपण केलं.
We removed King Edward statue.
आपण हे धाराशिव केलं. आपण
We renamed Aurangabad as Sambhajinagar.
खऱ्या अर्थाने या ठिकाणी जेव्हा ज्यांनी शंभू राजांचा अनन्वित छळ केला, ज्यांनी त्यांची नखं कापली, खेचली,
the one who tortured and killed Sambhaji Maharaj,
उकळतं तेल टाकलं,
the one who gouged off his eyes, the one who chopped off his tongue,
कापली, अशा शंभू राजांचा अपमान अत्याचार करून धर्म बदलत नाही म्हणून बलिदान त्यांनी दिलं आणि त्यांचे तुकडे तुकडे केले. आणि असं केलं.
Sambhaji Raje did not change his religion.
काही लोकांनी
He sacrificed his life for religion.
त्यांनी देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि औरंगजेबाद
The Congress state president compared Aurangzeb with the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
All right, that is Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking in the Maharashtra Assembly. Before that, we also saw Devendra Fadnavis speaking about the matter. Viewers, in fact, there's another proof that violence was indeed orchestrated and that the rioters broke the bikes, took out petrol from the bike tank, dipped a juice stack in petrol and set it on fire to ensure that large-scale vandalism, violence takes place. Here's the ground reality.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूं। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियां जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हम
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए, तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
All right, viewers, so we are showing you these two visuals that have come in. This is happening within a week. You see the riots in Mahu of Madhya Pradesh, and to the right is what is right now. It had just happened last night in Maharashtra's Nagpur. You know, Sandeep, it begets the question that who is mobilizing these people? Who is provoking the minority community? Because we are seeing such incidents happening back to back, and all the footages that have been gathered and are being investigated show that it is a part of large-scale mobilization and provocation of riots in such areas. You know, the arson is not happening, just sparsely. We see how it's happening with full, the stones, the amount of stones recovered, even petrol bombs being recovered now.
Yeah, definitely, because as you questioned regarding how these crowd were mobilized and how so many people, got into action. Definitely, as we speak to the officials, as we speak to the police officials, as well as with our sources in Nagpur, they have clarified with the fact that a video was circulated by some groups, and some messages were also exchanged through WhatsApp, and following which this mob got together and the violence took place in Mahal area of Nagpur. Now, this is not the first time that it has happened. previously during the election time also, when there was assembly election result, at that very point in time also there was a chaos in there was a ruckus in Mahal area. So this area has been very sensitive, and in fact this is the only place where such kind of incident have been witnessed. So definitely there are multiple angles to the story, and each and every angle will be explored and investigated by the Nagpur police.
Right, Sandeep, of course, Republic TV is investigating into what's really happening on ground zero. Viewers, we also have Eknath Shinde speaking. Listen in.
क्या नहीं जाएगा, जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है, और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है।
पैटर्न उनके ऊपर कुछ कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
अबू आजमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्मा था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और
जिसने हमारे डीसीपी लेवल से लेके मुझे लगता है 33 पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर आज जख्मी हुए। ये किस तरीके का आंदोलन है कि तुमको पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर हाथ उठाना पड़ता है? इसके पहले भी आजाद मैदान के ऊपर रजा एकेडमी का आंदोलन हुआ था, तभी भी पुलिसों के ऊपर हाथ उठाया गया था, महिला पुलिसों के ऊपर हाथ उठाया गया था। कुछ सालों पहले मुझे लगता है 2008 के करीब, तभी भी भिवंडी में रजा एकेडमी का आंदोलन हुआ था, वहां भी 2 पुलिसकर्मियों को मार डाला गया था। फिर मालेगांव, नांदेड़, यहाँ भी जब आंदोलन हुआ था तभी भी पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर हाथ उठा के उनके ऊपर मारा गया था। तो हमेशा पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर ही हाथ उठाने का क्यों आंदोलन होता है? ये जिहादों के माध्यम से तुमको आंदोलन करना है ना, तो अपना लोकशाही तरीके से आंदोलन करो ना, अपना विचार रखो लोगों के सामने, अपना मुद्दा बताओ। तुमको पुलिस लोगों के हाथ उठाने की क्या जरूरत है? इसलिए जो हाथ हमारे पुलिसों के ऊपर उठाए, अभी उनको भी हम उनके अब्बा पाकिस्तान का अब्बा याद ध्यान में आएगा। इस तरीके का एक्शन हमारे देवा भाव के सरकार के माध्यम से होगा।
सर, क्या आप अबू आजमी को इन सब के लिए जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? अबू आजमी ने अगर महिमा मंडन नहीं किया होता तो
शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है, शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है, आग लगाई उधर से, शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है। औरंगजेब को बड़ा करने का काम ये उनके ही चेले चपेटे ने किया है ना, उसका ही रिएक्शन आ रहा है अभी। तो तभी औरंगजेब उसको अबू आजमी जी को अपने घर पे बुला के सत्कार करने वाले लोगों को पूछो क्या है वो, उनको पूछना चाहिए ऐसे आदमी को तुम बड़ा क्यों करते हो?
आज की पीढ़ी को औरंगजेब का इतिहास जानना चाहिए
कि महाराष्ट्र को मणिपुर बनाने की साजिश इस सरकार की आरोप
ऐसे उनके आरोप को कुछ महत्व है क्या? उनके पिताजी जब भी मुख्यमंत्री थे तभी पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, अल्लाह अकबर, हाँ, पाकिस्तान के झंडे सब जगह हमको दिखाई देते थे। उनको कौन सा अधिकार है इस तरीके का इस तरीके का क्रिटिसिज्म करने का? उनके पिताजी होने के बाद महाविकास आघाड़ी का जब वो खुद मंत्री थे तब कुछ अलग नहीं हुआ था। हमारे सरकार के वक्त ऐसी कोई किसी को भी हिम्मत हम करने नहीं देंगे। हमारे पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट के माध्यम से देखो किस तरीके की कार्रवाई हो रही है। हमारे इधर सचिन वाजे जैसे नहीं है जो उनके पास थे।
विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है कि सरकार के मंत्री, सरकार के नुमाइंदे ही भड़काऊ भाषण करते हैं और उस वजह से इस तरह की
सच बोलना और हिंदू समाज की बाजू लेना, सनातन धर्म के खिलाफ के साथ खड़ा रहना, इसको कोई आग लगाना बोलता नहीं है। मैं एक हिंदू हूँ और मैं अपने मंत्री और आमदार होने के पहले एक हिंदू हूँ। उसके हिसाब से अगर मैं सनातन धर्म की बाजू अगर बोल रहा हूँ तो उसमें कुछ गलत नहीं है।
किताबों से औरंगजेब का जिक्र हटा देना चाहिए।
याद आया ऐसा भी कहा।
क्या
छावा मूवी देखने के बाद में ही
मुख्यमंत्री ने ये स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि छावा मूवी देखने के बाद
उछल रहा है,
क्योंकि उसमें इतने सालों के बाद 300 पेक्षा ज्यादा सालों के बाद जो सच्चाई बताने की हिम्मत अगर इसने छावा के माध्यम से हुई है तो मुझे लगता है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का स्टेटमेंट सही है।
किताबों से औरंगजेब का इतिहास हटाने की जरूरत है, आप ये
जरूरी है कि वो कांग्रेस का पाप है। कांग्रेस ने ही सालों साल हमारे छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज को सेक्युलर बताने की कोशिश की है, सर्वधर्म भाव समभाव बताने की कोशिश की है। तो उसको अगर उस गंदगी को अगर निकालना होगा तो निकालने की अगर हम लोग को चांस मिलता रहेगा तो दिखाना चाहिए, करना चाहिए।
नीतीश जी, एक सवाल ऐसा है कि कल ही मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने कहा कि एएसआई ने उसको संरक्षित करके घोषित किया है।
उस बारे में मुख्यमंत्री साहब ने स्टेटमेंट दिए ना। आपको कुछ सकाळी काय ओढलं बिडलं काय तुला?
दूसरी तरफ ये है कि अमोल मिटकर ये बयान दे रहे हैं
उसके आज नागपूर के घटना के बारे में और कुछ
मराठीमध्ये मला विचारायचं आहे, ज्यांनी पोलिसांवर हात उचलला, पोलिसांवर दगडफेक केली, कुऱ्हाडीने वार पण केले,
ज्यांनी पोलिसांवर हात उचलले त्या एका हाताला आम्ही ठेवणार नाही। त्यांना दाखवू काय असतं। हा काय त्याच्या अब्बाचा पाकिस्तान नाही आहे की पोलिसाच्या अंगावर तू जाणार आणि आम्ही गप्प बसणार। हे देवाभाऊचं सरकार आहे। आता संध्याकाळी आडवे तिडे जेव्हा दांडे पडतील ना तेव्हा कळेल कसं पोलिसांना।
Right, that is Nitesh Rane, Maharashtra Cabinet Minister, speaking on what has happened and saying that attack on police by the rioters will not be tolerated, viewers. In fact, Republic TV viewers continues to get you on what's happening on ground zero. We've got you the reaction from the authorities, from the political leaders, from those in government, but also let's listen into what exactly people on ground, people who have witnessed this violence. We have exclusively spoken to many of the... in fact, we now have a breaking news coming in right now. The DCP has also reacted to this. There's a reaction coming in from the police. In fact, we have first picture of the injured DCP attacked with an axe, and that's what Nitesh Rane was in fact speaking about. This is the first picture. Republic TV has accessed that picture, how the DCP was attacked with an axe by these rioters and he was injured there in the Nagpur violence. There you have the unrest has, you can see, this is first on Republic TV. DCP Nagpur viewers, this is what happened. This Nagpur plot has been confirmed, and police has also been attacked. Arson, stone pelting, attack on cops, leading to a curfew. We've seen how Nagpur has endured this night, and even the DCP, the top police officers, have also been targeted here. And there you have the picture of the DCP, Republic TV, bringing to you the first picture, leading the investigation, bringing you every angle from ground zero. And you have that there were two, in fact, DCP's viewers, DCP Traffic, Archit Chandok, and DCP Niketan Kadam, DCP Zone 5, have suffered injuries while trying to control the rioters. In fact, even the fire department personnel were caught in crossfire while they were trying to douse the burning vehicles, viewers. And Maharashtra government is clear that they will not tolerate this attack on the police, will not be tolerated. And there you have the first picture of the DCP being how he was attacked, how he was injured. You can see his hand, he's injured, how the rioters, the mobsters had attacked him with an axe. All right, viewers, so we continue to get you every detail and every angle on that story from ground zero. Nothing but the truth on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll slip into a very, very short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
In Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row clincher. CCTV shows that the violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या, इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर, ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे, पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
All right, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Brat Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written a letter ahead of Sunita Williams' homecoming. And this is addressed to Sunita, of course. The whole world is waiting with a bated breath, viewers. And for the safe return, of course, of Sunita Williams. She has had a prolonged stay. After 9 months, she will be touching down on Earth. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi has penned a letter to Sunita Williams. And MOS, the Science and Technology, Jitendra, the Minister, has also tweeted that letter. Prime Minister Modi has written in his letter that we are proud of her and has also invited her to visit India. If I could just quote from what the Prime Minister has said. And he spoke about how the country is proud of her. He also said that the entire country is praying for her safe return. I quote, "I convey to you greetings from the people of India. At a program today, I met the noted astronaut, Mr. Mike Massimino. During the course of our conversation, your name came up and we discussed how proud we are of you and your work. Following this interaction, I could not stop myself from writing to you. When I met President Trump or President Biden during my visits to US, I inquired about your well-being." The Prime Minister goes on to write that 1.4 billion Indians have always taken great pride in your achievements. Recent developments have yet again showcased your inspirational fortitude and perseverance. Even though you are thousands of miles away, you continue to remain close to our hearts. The people of India are praying for your good health and success in your mission. And he also mentions about his mother and father. He writes, "Miss Bonnie Pandya must be keenly awaiting your return, and I am sure that late Deepak Bhai's blessings are with you as well. We look forward to seeing you in India." Sending my warm regards to Mr. Michael Williams. He is also mentioning her husband in the letter. Right, viewers, so a pair of, we're talking about Butch Wilmore and also Sunita Williams, of course. They have been in space at the International Space Station for 9 long months. They are all set to return on Wednesday. This is going to happen around 3:30, 3:45 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Now, Wilmore and Williams are to be transported home with another American astronaut and Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June. After the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. Right, so there are prayers, of course, across India. Republic TV has been also speaking to the family of Sunita Williams, who are, of course, very excited. And now we cut across to some breaking news coming in on Maharashtra. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is speaking to the DCP who was injured. Viewers,
तुम्ही ठीक हो अशी आमची प्रार्थना आहे आणि अशाच प्रकारे नेहमी तुम्ही चांगलं काम कराल अशी बिलकुल ईश्वरचरणी प्रार्थना आहे. थँक्यू सर. ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट. थँक्यू सर.
All right, that is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. He's speaking in Marathi. We'll try and translate what he's saying. He's, of course, wishing him well and a speedy recovery as well. And he's inquiring about his health as 2 DCP's viewers have been injured by the mob. They have been attacked by the mob last night in Nagpur as violence broke out and unrest continues. Now, there is, of course, still a peace and law and order is being maintained as there is curfew in parts of Nagpur. But you have those first visuals coming in of the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis speaking to DCP, and he was injured in the riots. He was attacked with an axe. Republic TV showed you first the visual of the DCP who was attacked, and also how now Devendra Fadnavis is taking stock of the situation and also inquiring, checking up on his health. Republic TV is on ground zero, viewers. Our network is getting you with more and more of our reporters on ground, bringing you every angle, because it's important to know how the back-to-back violent attacks, this mob violence is happening in the country. First, we saw almost a week ago what happened in Mahu, and now we see what's happening in Nagpur of Maharashtra. Who is provoking these mobs? Who is provoking minority? How are the Hindu shops, Hindu buildings, gatherings being attacked? That is the biggest question. We see how the police has also not been spared by these arsonists, these rioters in Nagpur. This is happening over the Aurangzeb tomb. There were protests held by Hindu groups yesterday in Maharashtra demanding the moving of Aurangzeb's tomb out of Maharashtra. But now we see how rumors were spread via social media, and what followed were these attacks, which are at least what we can understand orchestrated. Even the Deputy Chief Minister calls it a pre-planned conspiracy. All right, viewers, we shift our focus back to Sunita Williams' homecoming. Well, everybody is waiting with a bated breath. There are prayers and, of course, emotions galore as far as the family members of Sunita Williams, who've been waiting for 9 months for their daughter, for their cousin, their sister. Everyone has been talking about how they admire her resolve and strength. We spoke to Falguni Pandya, who is Williams' cousin, on Republic TV exclusively. Listen into that conversation.
Ms. Pandya, how do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet.
She has lot of affinity for her dogs. She has two, and she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her, I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We send her gifts, we send her cards, we send her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much. Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the picture.
Undocking occurring just about.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We human make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping. But he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
All right, viewers. Now, Orry and the Vaishno Devi visit organizer Terry Sin has gone off radar. Both Orry and Terry Sin have turned off their phones. Several calls were made to them by Jammu and Kashmir police. They all went unanswered. And now, remember, this is coming in after there is a F.I.R. that has been filed against him. and 7 others, of course, who were accompanying him as they consumed liquor and non-vegetarian that is prohibited in the area that is near Mata Vaishno Devi shrine. And now even his friend Rahul is off radar. He has crossed the line. He has been booked. There's an SIT also being formed. There was a party that involved a non-vegetarian food and alcohol, which is prohibited. So there was a violation of law and land, and also the hurting of Hindu sentiments. And now Mr. Orry, who is photographed almost in every party with every top Bollywood actor, he goes into hiding, and he is off radar. He is incommunicado along with his friend Rahul, along with his friend Cherry Sin, who had arranged this visit. My colleague Gursimran Singh joins us from Katra. Now, Gursimran, tell us more updates as to what have the police been able to gather. What we understand is that him and his connections have gone off radar. What about the people, the other people who are also booked?
See, of the 8 people, there are a couple of people who are still in touch with the police, and they are cooperating with the police for the investigation. This is what we are picking up from the sources and the Jammu and Kashmir police. But 2 persons, 2 of the main accused, one is the organizer of this entire visit of Orry to Jammu and Kashmir, that is Cherry Sin, an Instagram influencer having somewhere close to 3.6 million followers. And second man, the main man in the frame, it's the Orry, who has somewhere close to 1.6 million followers. And he was the one who was seen consuming the alcohol in that video when the alcohol was lying on the table. Both have gone incommunicado. They are off radar for the security forces, because since yesterday afternoon, at the same time as we speak today, there was a communication that was being made to Cherry Sin, though he was not responding to the calls. But yesterday I also tried to reach out to him. He answered the call, though after getting to know that I'm from Republic TV, he disconnected the call, and since then he's off radar for the security forces as well, for the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now coming to the Orry is off radar since the day 1. That means his phone is not reachable. None of his lawyers have tried to contact the Jammu and Kashmir police so far. So now the Jammu and Kashmir police is preparing to send a legal notice for Cherry Sin, for Orry to join the investigation to put out their version. But yes, 2 to 3 of the accused of these 8, they are still in touch with the police. They are in communication. They are cooperating with the ongoing investigation, and they will be called very soon for the investigation. But for now, there has not been any update with regards to Cherry Sin and Orry.
Have you been able to speak to the cottage suite owner, the place where the party was going on? Has any action been taken against the hotel?
See, for now, there has been no action being taken against the hotel. See what is happening, that at first instance, when you get an idea, you get to know that the hotel was the complainant, it's a clean sheet that is given to the hotel. But when you go to the contents of the complaint, then you get an idea that actually the hotel was playing a double-side game. What they were doing, they were getting to the police saying that, see, we as a good obedient citizen have done our part, and we have given you complaint that this wrong has happened. And so does is on the other side. What they have probably have told the other side, that see, this has happened, you leave this place, and then a day later we will be doing an FIR, we will be doing with a complaint, so that you are not here and no action is taken at that very moment. Because had Orry and Cherry been there, the different action would have been different. They would have been behind the custody by now. But the hotel administration gave them more than 24 hours time to escape, and that is what the police will also be looking at as a larger stage when the investigation will swing into action.
Right. Of course, many questions being raised on the hotel authorities as well. There is, of course, remember, viewers, a reaction that has come in from the Hotel Association as well. Katra Hotel Association President also warning against this such activities. Thank you so much, for joining us on Republic TV. We'll slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but more news and updates continue. Stay tuned. In fact, Republic TV continues to get you latest from Nagpur, viewers. The violence has been orchestrated. It's all caught on camera. We'll get you all reactions and what the eyewitnesses say on ground. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, curfew has been imposed in parts of Nagpur after violence broke out amid the Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated. There you have all the visuals coming in from multiple locations, viewers. You can see those arsonists, those rioters have some of them covered their faces when they realized that they were on camera. You know, they have petrol bombs that have been recovered. There have been stone pelting. There have been sharp weapons also that have been recovered, viewers. These are 8 footages at least that we are showing you right now that clearly point to how planning was in fact conducted. This is not a spur. This is in fact a stir. It's a mob of violence. It's a mobilization that has happened on a big scale. My colleague Sandeep has filed this report from Ground Zero. Listen in.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है। ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे। मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा ये
कि ये जो मंजर जो है इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे। उनके हाथ में क्या थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है। 500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी। अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़ किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है जो स्थानीय महिला है जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ उस
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आए थे, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे? अब
वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना, कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
In fact, viewers, another proof that the violence was in fact orchestrated was that the rioters broke down the bikes. They took out petrol from the bike tank and dipped him in a juice sack in petrol, set it on fire to ensure that large-scale vandalism takes place. Here's more.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हमको
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे, उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए, गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए, बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए, तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
All right, time for a short break, but we get you the latest on Orry and him going incommunicado. He's off the radar, and his friend Rahul is also off the radar. We'll get you more on that story. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf Bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless.
All right, so where is Rahul's friend Orry? We're saying this because we see him also in a picture with Rahul Gandhi. And, he's gone off radar after this party that he was part of in Katra. We'll get you the latest details on that. We was reporting live from Katra as he's being booked. He also faces an investigation, but he has shut down his mobile phone now.
Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Brookside, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
And for Crew
crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The countdown has begun for the homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, who had been stranded on the International Space Station for 9 long months. But that wait is set to get over in just a few hours from now. But we'll get you all the latest in the run-up to the splashdown. But first, a quick check on the headlines we are tracking. Muslim mob goes on a rampage in Nagpur. Vehicles torched, police vehicles attacked and vandalized. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it a pre-planned conspiracy. Controversial influencer and Rahul's friend Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in J&K over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. Viewers, the countdown has indeed begun for Sunita Williams' homecoming, and even as we speak, the Dragon capsule is currently in Earth's orbit and it will be making a re-entry later tonight. But in the run-up, there's a lot of action that's coming in. The Prime Minister has also penned a heartfelt note for Sunita Williams, the astronaut who, along with Butch Wilmore and others, were stranded on the International Space Station for 9 months after their Boeing Starliner spacecraft ran into technical difficulties. In fact, family members of Sunita Williams are waiting with bated breath for the arrival of Sunita Williams back to Earth. And this morning at around 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time, the Dragon capsule undocked from the International Space Station and it is now on course for the splashdown. Now, to give us more insights, we have former ISRO Deputy Director S.V. Sharma joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sharma. Firstly, sir, how do you look at the Prime Minister's heartfelt note for Sunita Williams ahead of her homecoming?
He had always been very kind and very humane, and that's his gesture, whichever the situation it may be, and whoever it may be. Irrespective of the party, irrespective of the country, irrespective of irrespective of anything, he had been very kind. The entire world, for the entire humanity, I think really we should appreciate. We have such a wonderful Prime Minister who is extreme. First thing is humane. Rest everything comes in, including those. If you are seen in the war-torn places, also he had always been saying the peace and saving the men is what he had been always saying. I think this is really very, very, very encouraging of him to say these very kind words at this juncture.
Dr. Sharma, the spacecraft that Sunita Williams is traveling in is the Dragon capsule of the SpaceX. Is it equipped for to manage the heat? What kind of materials are used as far as the heat shielding is concerned? Because when it makes a re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, it needs a lot of equipment to withstand that particular friction that is caused when the spacecraft is making an entry.
Yeah. The latest update is that undocking happened exactly at 10:35 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and it was successfully undocked. And there are about 16 and 17 thrusters in the engine, which was fired for 20 minutes to see that it is separated from the ISS for a safe distance so that it doesn't collide with the space station in its orbit back to Earth. So this is the first and foremost thing. And the second thing is that there is a 17 hours long journey for this capsule to reach the Earth. And in that, the 16-hour journey is something which is in the Earth orbit, which is very nominal and very normal type of operation, which we do for every satellite, which is in the orbit of around 400 kilometers, what we call it as the low Earth orbit. We do this maneuvering of the satellite in the orbit, and which is natural, and there is no much anxiety in this 16 hours. In 16 hours, it takes about each revolution of the capsule around the Earth takes about 90 minutes. That means it takes about 9 revolutions across the Earth, and around 3:27 IST, we will be reaching the more crucial time. The latest update is that the touchdown is expected to be around 4:27 a.m. Indian Standard Time. That means around 3:27 1 hour. That is the 56 minutes of the crucial maneuvering of the capsule starts, and that is where it's the most important and the most concentrated effort has to be made to ensure that the capsule enters the Earth very safely. Therefore, in this 56 minutes, where we call it as the re-entry phase of the capsule into the Earth, the first 41 minutes is really crucial, where the rough braking happens and the fine braking happens. That's where the capsule enters the Earth. Enormous amount of heat is generated whenever a foreign body enters into the Earth because of the friction between the atmosphere and the body. Enormous amount of heat, about 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Kelvin is generated, and for that the module is completely equipped. Actually, there is what is called as heat shield. Heat shield is actually a space. If you want to ask me, it's a solution. The problem is very complex, but the solution is very simple. That's how I would take it with the experience of 38 years in the space field. The solutions will be very simple. And what has been done in this particular mission is that the heat shield is a circular heat shield with a shift in its CG, what is called a center of gravity, which sacrifices itself and burns and then saves the crew inside the module. Very, very interesting. Normally, a simple wood can also be a heat shield, but here they have tried out wood earlier mission, but this particular time they have gone for a very special material which has been tested and thoroughly experimented in last 2-3 missions. CTX, it is called a CTX mission, a material which is reusable, and this material is extremely rugged and takes care of the heat. That is one part. Second part is 56 minutes is the most crucial. Please go back 2 minutes earlier, that is 59th minute. This module, we all know that it is weighing about 17,000 kg, that is 17 tons of weight is its weight, and it has 2 modules. One is the service module, other one is the crew module. Crew module is about 6 to 7 tons in weight, where it carries 4 astronauts, and the remaining 9 tons is the service module, where it carries all the electronics, it's the food, the oxygen, the related things for any contingency arrangements are all there in that period where it is before 56 minutes, that is 58th minute. At 57th minute, a portion of this module gets detached. That is only the crew module will enter the Earth, and the service module will get burned in the normal way, and the re-entry part is only the module with the crew on board, and the crew on board is only about 6 to 7 tons, and it is nose up type of situation where the diameter of this module is about 4 meters and height will be about 5 to 6 meters. The remaining portion of it will get cut off, and that will re-enter separately, and that is not recovered. But the most important part to recover is this crew module with the 4 astronauts, where it is absolutely well protected, and every situation it is taken care. And last 15 minutes Deepak, we must listen. 15 minutes of the last minute is again extremely crucial, where the speed of the vehicle, which is about 28,000 km/h, has to come down to 6.4 km/h.
That's right, Dr. S.V. Sharma. You know, the countdown is indeed on, and we at Republic will track each and every maneuver of that spacecraft till the splashdown happens later tonight. But many thanks for joining us with those insights. It's time for us to shift our focus to the other top stories that we are tracking from across the nation. The Supreme Court extended its interim order of granting protection from arrest to former IAS trainee officer Pooja Ketkar, who is accused of forging her documents to obtain eligibility for the 2022 UPSC test. The apex court asked why the Delhi police was not completing the investigation when Ketkar herself had said on an affidavit that she was willing to cooperate. Responding to PM Modi's speech in Lok Sabha, Congress Wayanad MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra said that the opposition has sentiments towards Mahakumbh and they should have also been allowed to speak for 2 minutes. This comes after PM Modi commended the successful organization of the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj, attributing its success to the dedication of the public, administration and devotees across the country, and highlighted the collective efforts that contributed to the grand event.
विपक्ष की भी भावनाएं हैं इसके प्रति, और उनको प्रकट करने में कोई उनको आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, तो मेरे ख्याल से उनको 2 मिनट के लिए बोलने देना चाहिए था।
A huge fire broke out in Triveni Southern near the Rampath area in Uttar Pradesh's Ayodhya. The incident occurred in the dormitory shop and multi-level parking. Soon after the incident, the fire brigade and tenders were rushed to the site as emergency officials make all efforts to douse the fire. The cause of the flames remains unknown. Congress leader Sonia Gandhi spoke in the Rajya Sabha today and raised the issue of the allocation of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act and said that it had remained stagnant in the Union Budget 2025. She further alleged that the BJP-led Union government has systematically undermined the scheme. Shifting our focus, viewers, 9 CCTV clippings goes on to nail the conspiracy charge that everybody has been making, and these set of visuals clearly show how the Nagpur violence was clearly planned. These are the 8 CCTV clippings that we are talking about, each of them showing different angles of the violence, and let's break that down individually for you to understand what we are talking about. Well, in this footage, viewers, you can see how rioters armed with sticks and stones are running riot in the narrow lanes of Nagpur. And there you can see one of the rioters stops, removes the face covering, and then quickly covers his face once again, clearly trying to hide his identity. And this is one of the 8 footages. This is the second one that we are talking about. Here you can see 2 groups pelting stones at each other, and after a few seconds you can see how one particular community runs and chases down the other group with sticks and also pelts stones while vandalizing the cars on their way. The third video, viewers, shows another angle of stone pelting where you can see the mob that you saw chase down another group, mercilessly charging at them, breaking the car windows. Whatever they see in their way is completely destroyed. A 2-wheeler, 2 4-wheelers, as well as now this is another explosive video footage where you can see how the cops are fearing for their lives because the mob clearly outnumbered them, and despite several attempts and several pleas by the police to control this particular incident. The mob is unrelenting and paying no heed to their cries. The mob goes on a rampage, goes berserk by pelting stones at even the police officers. 33 of them have been injured. And in the fifth video, you can see another extended version of the CCTV clipping where you can see there's stone pelting that continues to rage on despite police being there, despite the police appealing for peace and calm. The mob has not paid any heed to them. This is another footage that we are talking about. Here you can see one of the local residents recording the entire scenario from their balcony, and you can see how the mob there, armed with rods, wooden sticks and also stones, charging and pelting them at the other group on the other side of the road. And the seventh video, viewers, this is this you can see in on the other side of this particular visual are the police officials who are stationed there, and there you can see initially it was just one person who ran towards the police with a stone in his hand and then charged at them, pelting stones, and then the police officers who were there in the vicinity came and warned them. But despite their warning, you can see relentless stone pelting still in this footage. And now finally, viewers, shops were also targeted, shops were ransacked, vandalized, and stones were also pelted. Some shops were even set ablaze. And many believe that this was a targeted attack on a certain community. Only shops belonging to them was attacked. And finally, this is the 9th clincher tape that Republic has accessed. There you can see the scale of violence, the scale of the attack by this particular mob. And my colleague Sandeep also spoke to one of the eyewitnesses there who explained what exactly happened and how there was panic, not just inside his own house, but in the entire vicinity. Listen in.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा।
ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है। 500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी। अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ में नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी, मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो वो बच्ची ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे बे में, क्या हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
पक्का मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं तो हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
Sandeep is joining me live. Sandeep, we've heard the testimonies of people at the clinic. They said that there was a mob that arrived with a sword and they threatened even a small kid there, despite the kid, requesting them not to vandalize her father's car. This mob, completely merciless, no remorse in their approach.
Definitely, Deepak, many people around, as the women claims, that more than 100 people barged into her house and in fact they started destroying the vehicle. In fact, they attacked on the vehicle. Not only that, the whole clinic was in fact under the attack by the goons, and she also claimed that there was some money inside the clinic, and that very money was in fact stolen away. So definitely she has narrated the kind of ordeal, the kind of things that she had to go through, and in fact not only that, Deepak, it is very important to underline the fact that the shops were targeted and there are specific houses that were in fact targeted by these goons.
That's right. Shops, clinics and even locals were targeted by this mob. Sandeep, many thanks for joining us with those details. Now we have another exclusive ground report, viewers, which goes on to show how they indigenously manufactured petrol bombs by using spray cans, because even spray cans have inflammable inside it, how they leaked petrol from vehicles and set them ablaze. Here's a complete report.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हमको
पे लगा है, बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे, उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए, गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए, बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए, तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, everybody's asking, where is Rahul's friend Orry as he goes off radar after facing an F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir for hurting Hindu sentiments? More on that after a quick break. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single
Muslim mob goes on a rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that the violence was pre-planned. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer and Rahul's friend Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in J&K over hurting Hindu sentiments. And countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splashdown. Please put. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Sucharita Kukreti, and the big story that we're tracking at this hour, the Orry alcohol controversy is only becoming bigger. Orry and his Vaishno Devi visit organizer Cherry Singh goes off radar. Both Orry and Cherry Singh have turned their phones off. Several calls to both by J&K police went unanswered. After a series of unanswered calls, phones have been switched off by both Orry and Cherry Sin. This is regarding the Vaishno Devi controversy. Orry and his friend have now gone underground. They're off radar. Their phones are switched off. There are a series of unanswered calls. Orry seems to be missing, and that visual on your screen very clearly saying who are Orry's friend. Gursimran, our colleague, joins us on the phone line. Gursimran, what really is the update on Orry and his friends, and where have the police been able to track them down? What is the latest?
See, if you speak of the latest update, that's somewhere of the 12:30 or around 1 when the police tried to reach them again today. But their phones have gone incommunicado. They are not on the taking the calls. Even of these 8, at least 4 of them, what we are being told by police, that includes Cherry Sin and Orry, they have gone off radar. Their phones are switched off. Though phone of Cherry Sin was active late last afternoon, somewhere around 3 to 4, he was active. He was taking the calls, though the calls by the police was not taken by Cherry Sin, but yes, he was taking other calls. Now coming to the present status of the case, the police is preparing to send the first notice to all 8 accused in the case, though the notices will be sent in a phased manner, not that all 8 will be sent notice of the same date. They will be sent in a phased manner, so that if all of them comes, there is no delay in getting their statements registered. That is what the police is saying. So it's expected that very soon the first notices, set of notices will be issued, followed by the another set of notices. But it has to be seen that what will be the reply that will be coming from the other side, that is from the accused side, because 2 to 3 accused are cooperating with the police, while 4 of them, they have gone incommunicado, including the Russian national who was along with Cherry Sin and Orry in this entire controversy.
Right, Gursimran, also after this entire controversy has come out in the open, there are hardly any people coming out in support of Orry, and it's very evident why they aren't coming out, because Orry is a figure that you see his picture spread out across Bollywood, across a section of politicians, but there's a complete silence now ever since this controversy has come out.
See, it's not possible, because see, it's not about hurting the sentiments of the Hindus, but it is hurting the sentiments of the people, those who believe in the God. Absolutely. Because no one allows this kind of a disrespect to any of the religion, because this has been a Hindu religious place, the Hindus are opposing to it, but so does the people from the other part of the society. They are equally condemning it, because it's about the sentiments of the person who has a faith in God. But the people like Orry and the Cherry Sin, who have taken the number of followers as the license to disrespect the religion, everyone is standing firm that these people should be given the strictest of punishment, and not only for the violation of the STM's order, but for hurting the sentiments of the community, but for the hurting the sentiments of the people of India, those who have their faith at Shri Mata Vaishno Devi. So it's a clear violation of that, and that's why the people we have seen agitated, coming on the roads. There have been several groups that have staged the protest against Orry, demanding his arrest, and also the hotel that shielded Orry by giving him a 24 hours lifeline by getting the complaint registered 24 hours later. Though they were well aware of the fact that he has consumed alcohol on the 15th of March, they went to police on the 16th, giving him time to escape from Jammu and Kashmir. That should also be closed. That is what the people are demanding.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much for all that update. So the police looking out for Orry. In the meanwhile, he's gone underground. Moving on, the big story from Nagpur today. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. According to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumors, as many claim sacred verses were written on it, leading to tension in the area. Last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community turned violent. The notice says stones were thrown at cops and several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. According to police, the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. Police said that rumors spread that the holy book was burnt during the agitation. Now, videos of Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media, leading to outrage among members of the Muslim community. However, Republic investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Watch this ground report.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants who had come yesterday, and they had attacked this very house, and in fact people living in this very house were also got injured. अपना नाम बताएं और बताएं कि इस घर में आप कितने सालों से रह रहे हैं?
मैं तो मेरा बर्थ इस घर पे हुआ है। मेरे पापा के आज हमारे को कम से कम 60 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए। हमारा खुद का मकान, इसको फिर हमने डेवलप कर बनाए है। अभी तो यहाँ पे हमको 60 साल, मतलब मेरा बर्थ ही यहाँ पे हुआ है।
तो ये कैसे घटना हुई, कैसे जो है आग लगाई गई, आपको कैसे टारगेट किया गया, जानबूझ के आपको टारगेट किया गया?
जानबूझ के टारगेट मीन्स मेरे कहने का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि जानबूझ के, लेकिन उनके दिमाग पे जो बात आई कि यहाँ पे जो झांकियाँ वगैरह रखी थी, हमारे चंदू भैया जो झांकियों का काम करते हैं, रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा निकलती तो पूरी भगवान की झांकियाँ वगैरह बनाते, तो उनका सामान यहाँ रखा हुआ था। मेरे दिमाग की जो सोच है कि उनका ध्यान गया कि अरे ये ज़्यादा है, मतलब ये कुछ ज़्यादा पक्के हिंदू दिख रहे हैं या जो भी है, तो उनने वो
तो यहाँ पे आप कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर रामनवमी को लेकर के झांकियाँ
ये भैया रामनवमी की झांकियाँ बनाते हैं।
निर्माण का काम होता है, मेरा काम है झांकी निर्माण कर। मैंने कहा रामनवमी की जो शोभा यात्रा निकलती है पोद्दारेश्वर राम मंदिर से, वो झांकी निर्माण का काम मेरा है। मेरे पास 5 से 6 झांकियाँ रहती है। मैं डेकोरेशन बना के, यहाँ गरुड़ जी की मूर्ति थी सामने में, यहाँ फ्लैग्स वगैरह, इन लोगों को सबको मालूमात है कि मैं यहाँ झांकियों का निर्माण करता हूँ। इन्होंने पहले गीतांजलि टॉकीज पे यानी दंगा फसाद किया गया, उसके बाद में इधर से आके इन्होंने सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी कैमरे को यानी ब्रेक किया गया, फोड़ा गया, उसके बाद ये डेकोरेशन वगैरह निकाल के गाड़ियाँ निकाल के जलाने में ये किए। उसके बाद हमारे गली का जो दरवाज़ा है तोड़ के हमारे घरों में यानी घुसने की कोशिश की, पेट्रोल बॉम्ब बना के उन्होंने घरों पे फेंके, ईंटें पत्थर फेंके, तलवारें, लोहे के पाइप, लकड़ियाँ, ऐसा हमारे घरों पे फेंकने में आया, पत्थरबाजी की और नारेबाजी करने में आई उनके पास से। मेरे पास लाइव उसका वीडियो है, आगजनी का भी वीडियो लाइव।
कैसे नारे लगा रहे थे?
नारे तकदीर अल्लाह अकबर के नारे लगा रहे थे और ज़ोर ज़ोर से चिल्ला रहे थे और गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, नंगी नंगी गंदी गालियाँ दे रहे थे।
ये तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि किस प्रकार से, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि पहले जो यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी लगे हुए थे उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि देवी देवताओं की झांकियाँ बनाई गई थी। हिंदू धर्म के आधार पर जो ये कलाकृति करते हैं भाई साहब, उन्होंने यहाँ पर कुछ झांकियाँ रखी थी रामनवमी के मद्देनज़र, जिसके तहत इनका कहना है कि इन झांकियों के ऊपर जो है वो टारगेट किया गया, इन्हें आग के हवाले कर दिया गया।
I'm going to show you 3 visuals. One coming from Nagpur, which you've been seeing since last night. The other visual is from Mau, and the third visual from Sambal. Now, all these 3 visuals have a similar resonance. In Mau, where there was a victory celebration, the victory celebration for the Champions Trophy, and the ones who were celebrating were attacked by a mob. Sambal, the viewers remember, there was a survey team that went to Sambal and how riots broke out because there was a mob that attacked the survey team. And those visuals that you've been seeing from Sambal ever since, there has been heightened security in Sambal. And Nagpur today, burning because there were protests to remove Aurangzeb's tomb. And there were rumors that spread out, and then there was a mob that attacked not just the commoners but also the police that was trying to that was trying to even out things in Nagpur. Now, those three visuals on your screen, which shows that how in recent past the mob attacks have become so apparent, and they've become the norm in a city like Mau, Sambal, Nagpur, where even a victory celebration is not spared. There seems to be a problem with a victory celebration in Mau. There seems to be a problem with a survey in Sambal. And now the demand for Aurangzeb's tomb has also ignited violence in Nagpur. Let me show you another report by Sandeep.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा। ये
जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी। अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन में धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी, मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे? आपके ही घर में क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या, हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई, ना झगड़ा हुआ, ना कुछ नहीं, ना तूफान, ना कुछ नहीं। अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मतलब क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
Another proof that the violence was orchestrated was that the rioters broke the bikes, they took out petrol from the bike tanks, dipped jute sacks in petrol and set them on fire to ensure that large-scale vandalism takes place. Here's the ground reality.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हमको
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
And meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde has confirmed that this was a pre-planned attack.
क्या नहीं जाएगा, जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है। और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है।
पैटर्न उनके ऊपर कुछ कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
अबू आदमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्मा था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और औरंगजेब के प्रति जो देशद्रोही है उसके प्रति गुस्सा है।
And in the meanwhile, we've exclusively spoken to many eyewitnesses of this violence, listened into their accounts.
महाराष्ट्र के नागपुर में जो हिंसा हुई उसके वजह से काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ है। मेरे साथ वो लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते हैं, जिन लोगों का नुकसान हुआ है उनसे बात करेंगे। ये आप लोग यहाँ पर कितने दिनों से यहाँ पर
हम जी रात ही आए थे, यहाँ पे टावर लगाना आए थे। इलेक्शन था, यहाँ से पीछे जो बिल्डिंग है वहाँ पे टावर लगा रहे थे। हमने रात गाड़ी खड़ी करी होटल पे सोने के लिए। यहाँ पे ओनर मना कर रहा था कि कोई जगह नहीं मिलने की। हमने यहाँ लगाई, रात भी निकलने नहीं दी पुलिस वालों ने गाड़ी, और अब भी नहीं निकलने नहीं दी। और बताओ हमारा नुकसान हो गया खाना खा के भी। हम तो परदेसी आदमी हैं, अब बताओ हम क्या करें।
जब दंगा हो रहा था तो आप कहाँ पर?
हम जी यहाँ से पीछे थे, पुलिस वाले लट बजा रहे थे, इस वजह से हम चले गए थे यहाँ से। पुलिस वाले धमका रहे थे हमारे।
गाड़ी आपकी?
हाँ जी ये गाड़ी मेरी तो है सर। हम तो यहाँ पे नौकरी से कर देते, हमने जितने कमाई बिना दे जितने नाश हुई हमारा।
कभी आए थे आप जब दंगे हो रहे थे तो आप छुप गए थे?
हाँ जी छुप गए थे, हमें पिटने का डर हो रहा था। नहीं कभी हम ही मारते जी।
कहाँ से लोग आए थे कुछ?
यहाँ तो जी सारे ऐसे ही सामने लोग ही लोग थे, मैं कहाँ बताऊँ।
ये आगजनी भी की गई है, क्रेन को भी आग लगाई गई, तो क्या वो कि कुछ लेकर के घूम रहे थे, पत्थर वत्थर लेकर के घूम रहे थे?
पता नहीं जी, हमें इस बारे में घूम ही रहे थे, सबके सब घूम रहे थे। पता नहीं
पत्थर लेके घूम रहे थे?
ये पता नहीं पत्थर थे क्या था, हमारा तो नाश हो गया।
कितने का नुकसान हुआ है आपका?
जी देख लो सारे कारोबार नाश हो रही है हमारी तो।
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन न्यूसन जो करेंगे उनको तो ये होना चाहिए।
जैसे ये गाड़ी जो जली है तो ये गाड़ी ऐसी अचानक नहीं जलती ना, उसको जलाया गया है और बहुत प्लान से आए थे वो लोग।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि योगी मॉडल फॉलो होना चाहिए, बुलडोजर
होना चाहिए, वो करना ही चाहिए वैसे। बिल्कुल करना चाहिए।
कैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए लोगों को?
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए टिट टू टाइट, बिल्कुल।
जो लोग दोषी है डेफिनेटली उन लोगों पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, और उन लोगों को दोषी मान के ये सब भरपाई होनी चाहिए उन लोगों से। ये जो नुकसान हुआ है उसकी भरपाई करनी चाहिए। हमें सिक्योर फील करना है। मैं यहाँ पे पैदा हुआ हूँ और मैं यहाँ पे मरना चाहता हूँ, तो मैं सिक्योरली रहना चाहता हूँ इधर। यही मेरी।
आप कह रहे थे कि पेट्रोल बम लोगों के हाथ में
थे उनके पास, वो कार जो जलाई गई उसी से चलाई हुई है। वो जितने भी लोग थे ना उनका बुलडोजर चला करके बिल्कुल उनको वो नागरिक तत्व कैंसिल कर देना चाहिए, भारत का रखना ही नहीं चाहिए उनको।
And moving on, the big story for today, countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने। गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा ये।
कि ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या
थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ उस
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन में धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ, कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ में नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो, मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो वो बच्ची ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे मैं क्या, हमारे ना दिक्कत भई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना, कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away, while others kept repeating, "Musalman ki sampatti hai."
The world's leading LED pioneer. Stunning visuals. World-class LEDs. Republic Studios, powered by Unilumin.
Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Bertot, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon spacecraft is all set to make a splashdown in a while from now. A live coverage on Republic TV, that's our top focus. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Muslim mob goes on a rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that the violence was pre-planned.
क्या इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, पूरी फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer and Rahul's friend Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming Dragon spacecraft on course to make a splashdown. Rahul Gandhi's friend Orry, who was now in a controversy with a case registered in Jammu and Kashmir, faces more trouble. In fact, it turns out that organizations have come forward seeking an F.I.R. to be registered against Orry. Incident that took place on 15th of March, thereafter the hotel where he was staying and the party that took place in which alcohol was consumed. In fact, this is against the rules. Despite that, we are given to understand that Orry and his 7 other friends were consuming liquor at Vaishno Devi premises. In fact, it turns out that now Sanatan Dharm Sabha Keshwar has written to the SSP Keshwar demanding that an FIR to be registered against Orry as well as the hotel owners. The fact that the hotel had provided alcohol to Orry and his friends who were present in the party. On your screens, these are images of the party. In fact, remember, there's an attempt that has now been made by Orry to dodge the authorities, to dodge the investigation. This after he was called in for questioning. In fact, it turns out that he is left from Jammu and Kashmir, and thereafter more information also now coming in that the incident that actually took place on 15th of March, a day later, is when a complaint actually comes in from the hotel staff. So was there an attempt to actually shield Orry is one big question, and the other is where exactly is Orry right now? Let me also bring in my colleague Kursimran, who is joining us from Jammu, getting us the latest details. Gursimran, one, with regards to what's the latest in the case, has an F.I.R. already been registered? And number two, what's really happening with regards to Orry's whereabouts?
See, Shawan, first the FIR stands registered. That was the initial FIR that has been registered by the Riyasi police. It was on the 16th of March. After a couple of hours after getting the information from the hotel, that the complaint that was given by the hotel IT manager regarding the consumption of alcohol by the associates, by Orry and his associates that were there. 8 people in total were named in that complaint that was given, and based on that, the FIR stands registered. Now, there has been a demand that the social groups are also putting up, that they say that this FIR needs not to be under the section of 223, that is mere the obstruction of the order of the subdivisional magistrate, but this should be for the hurting the sentiments of the Hindu community. Those people who come in the crores of numbers, in millions, to pay obeisance at this holy cave, this is hurting their sentiments, and that's why there needs to be stringent action under that law. Apart from this, there has been another complaint that has been sent by the Sanatan Dharm Sabha in the Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir, wherein the Sanatan Dharm Sabha has written to the SSP Kishtwar demanding that there needs to be an FIR that should be registered not only against Orry and his friends but also against the owners of the hotel, because the hotel has allowed this to happen inside their premises, which is also the violation of the norms that have been set in by the J&K government, and also it has hurt the sentiments of the community members. So they have also demanded that an FIR be registered there, since it's not the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita in place. Any of the complaint that is sent over the email has to be taken the cognizance of. Now it has to be seen what the Kishtwar police do, because one FIR is already registered. Now coming to the legal process that the Riyasi police is following. Riyasi police, we are told that they are preparing for the first notice that will be sent to Orry and his friend. These notices will be sent in a phased manner. Not all 8 of them is expected to invited at to be called at the same time to record their statement, to put up their version, but they will be given a time frame by the police that they have to come at this given time. And apart from this also, the police is still awaiting whether there has been any legal remedy that has been taken by the Orry or any of his friends, because the police is yet to hear from any of the party that they have taken any legal remedy so far. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. In fact, it turns out that Orry has actually gone completely off radar. Where exactly is he hiding, and whether at all the Jammu and Kashmir police will be sending across a team to actually find him out? Well, she spent about 9 months at the International Space Station. A lot of ups and downs, and finally, the Dragon spacecraft that docked a few hours ago is now on its way back. In fact, the astronauts are coming home. The splashdown that's actually expected around 4 o'clock in the morning, that's India time. Bigger questions that basically emerge right now, and a lot of anticipation with regards to how does this process really take place, and why was there a considerable delay? Why a mission which was for a short period has now been extended? In fact, joining us on this very broadcast, we have a special guest joining us from the ISRO to help us understand why exactly there has been a delay. But before that, listen in to what Dr. Jitendra Singh had to say. In fact, he's also shared a letter that was written by the Prime Minister to astronaut Sunita Williams.
And all of us are so overwhelmed by what Prime Minister Modi has written, and we are also proud, a daughter of India, accomplishing what the entire world is looking up to. And while Prime Minister Modi has also offered her to visit India, I'm sure equally as much she also looks forward to visit India, as her family members have been repeatedly saying that it's been quite a few years now that she came to India. And as I was saying a couple of moments ago, she also apparently missed being a part of the Kumbh Mela. Oh, yeah. So I think this is going to be a grand homecoming for her, also a déjà vu for all of them, and a very pride moment for each one of us.
Manish Purohit, a former ISRO scientist, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Purohit, a lot of talk about the delay, the considerable delay on bringing back Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmer. The fact of the matter is that it it actually put out lessons for various other space agencies about the delay. What is it that one would take away from this very mission that was carried out by the NASA?
See, actually, if you talk about the delays and why she was left up there in this space and why she was not brought back well in time, the thing is, International Space Station for the last 25 years has been continuously in occupation by human beings. Regular research work has been done, upgradation work, and repair maintenance jobs and installation of new facilities. Everything has been done regularly for last 25 years, continuously for every second. So it's kind of a rotation job when a crew goes up there, then next crew goes up there and it releases the responsibilities of the previous crew. So let's look at in a way that crew 9 was there, crew 10 has reached International Space Station, and now crew 9 is free to come home. If you talk about Sunita Williams' case, she was not part of any of the crew. She flew to the International Space Station as part of the certification flight of Boeing Starliner, supposed to be there for just 8 days. Now, Starliner faces issues, technical issues with the leakage in the helium lines and then thrusters not properly working. And she was supposed to come back in the Starliner, but Starliner can't bring her back because there are issues and NASA was not ready to take any chance. So who's going to bring them back? So it was planned that mission will fly to International Space Station and they are going to bring her back. So crew 9 went with, they usually carry 4 astronauts, but crew 9 flew with 2 astronauts because 2 seats were kept vacant so that they can bring Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore back. Now the thing is, people are saying that she was left stranded and it was a long delay for her return. The thing is, usually a mission for a crew is 5 to 6 months. It's a normal duration. But when, she flew, that time there was no crew mission plan. Crew 9 flew in September. And now after September, this is Feb and March. So probably it's a regular rotation thing that is happening. So I don't know. It was not a very deliberate delay. It was just the process of that rotation of the crew that happens. And it's happening for the last 25 years.
A major debate about the Starliner itself and the fact that perhaps lessons were not really learned from it. You've had other space stations and also space agencies really looking into this matter. Does that still remain a big talking point?
Starliner had some issues. They had issues previously also. And the bigger point to make here is Starliner came back and it touched down on Earth safely, without any astronauts. When NASA decided that, actually what happens on International Space Station, there are docking ports available where these crew modules, they go and attach themselves and they are limited by their number. So if a mission goes to International Space Station, they carry their own vehicle and that vehicle attaches itself to the International Space Station. And there is a number of ports available. So if Boeing Starliner was up there, it was occupying one of the docking port. When we have to send the next crew, crew 9, that docking port has to be emptied. It has to be vacated. Means Boeing Starliner has to come back. But it can't come back with the astronauts. Why? Because it's facing some issues. Now, what Boeing did, they did a thorough check. They did thousands of tests. They did so many simulations. But still, they were not able to convince NASA that this will be completely danger-free if they bring the astronauts back in the Starliner. So when we talk about human life, you can't take chances. You can't be probabilistic. You have to be very sure that what you can do and how you can achieve that. So that's what happened here, because no one can afford a Kalpana Chawla kind of a disastrous moment again.
Mr. Purohit, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We're hoping that you'll be back with us as we cover this historic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight at 10 p.m. we begin our broadcast. The historic splashdown. Of course, it's also a nervous moment given the fact that in the past too, it has had disastrous conclusions. But having said that, all eyes would be on the spacecraft itself when it makes the splashdown early morning. Well, shifting focus now to the other big story that we're getting to you tonight. This is the violence that's taken place in Nagpur. A Muslim mob that goes into complete frenzy, and the fact that also spreads rumors about the holy book being burnt. This has become the biggest talking point in the Maharashtra Assembly also. The fact that Republic TV's investigating team in Nagpur has now come across 9 CCTV footages that clearly goes on to indicate that perhaps this was completely pre-planned. First, we're going to take you through those 9 images that you see on your screens. These are images of when the violence took place, arson, and the fact that there was a deliberate attempt that was made by the Muslim mob to basically target Hindu shops in Nagpur. The very fact that CCTVs of some areas were destroyed so that images are not basically captured. The fact that the rioters were completely armed, they were carrying sticks, stones, and they were targeting the police. On your screens right now, these are images that you see that gives you a clear picture of what was really happening, where did they really get the arms from. And the fact that why exactly would wrong information be spread? The very fact that there was this information that a holy book was burnt turns out to be completely false, was being spread by this group so that they could find the violence. Now, on your screens, these are multiple images now coming in. In fact, we've also have a detailed report coming in from our reporters on the ground, getting us details as to what really happened when the mob went completely violent and the fact that they were targeting the Hindu groups.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants who had come yesterday, and they had attacked this very house, and in fact people living in this very house were also got injured. अपना नाम बताएं और बताएं कि इस घर में आप कितने सालों से रह रहे हैं?
मैं तो मेरा बर्थडे इस घर पे हुआ है। मेरे पापा के आज हमारे को कम से कम 60 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए। हमारा खुद का मकान, इसको फिर हमने डेवलप कर बनाया है। अभी तो यहाँ पे हमको 60 साल, मतलब मेरा बर्थडे यहाँ पे हुआ है।
तो ये कैसे घटना हुई, कैसे जो है आग लगाई गई, आपको कैसे टारगेट किया गया, जानबूझ के आपको टारगेट किया गया?
जानबूझ के टारगेट मीन्स मेरे कहने का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि जानबूझ के, लेकिन उनके दिमाग पे जो बात आई कि यहाँ पे जो झांकियाँ वगैरह रखी थी, हमारे चंदू भैया जो झांकियों का काम करते हैं, रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा निकलती तो पूरी भगवान की झांकियाँ वगैरह बनाते, तो उनका सामान यहाँ रखा हुआ था। मेरे दिमाग की जो सोच है कि उनका ध्यान क्या कह रहे ये ज़्यादा है, मतलब ये कुछ ज़्यादा पक्के हिंदू दिख रहे हैं या जो भी है, तो उन्हें वो
तो यहाँ पे आप कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर रामनवमी को लेकर के झांकियाँ
ये भैया रामनवमी की झांकियाँ बनाते हैं।
निर्माण का काम होता है, मेरा काम है झांकी निर्माण कर। मैंने कहा रामनवमी की जो शोभा यात्रा निकलती है पोद्दारेश्वर राम मंदिर से, वो झांकी निर्माण का काम मेरा है। मेरे पास 5 से 6 झांकियाँ रहती है। मैं डेकोरेशन बना के, यहाँ गरुड़ जी की मूर्ति थी सामने में, यहाँ फ्लैग्स वगैरह, इन लोगों को सबको मालूमात है कि मैं यहाँ झांकियों का निर्माण करता हूँ। इन्होंने पहले गीतांजलि टॉकीज पे यानी दंगा फसाद किया गया, उसके बाद में इधर से आके इन्होंने सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी कैमरे को यानी ब्रेक किया गया, फोड़ा गया, उसके बाद ये डेकोरेशन वगैरह निकाल के, गाड़ियाँ निकाल के जलाने में ये किए। उसके बाद हमारे गली का जो दरवाज़ा है तोड़ के हमारे घरों में यानी घुसने की कोशिश की, पेट्रोल बम बना के उन्होंने घरों पे फेंके, ईंटें पत्थर फेंके, तलवारें, लोहे के पाइप, लकड़ियाँ ऐसा हमारे घरों पे फेंकने में आया, पत्थरबाजी की और नारेबाजी करने में आई उनके पास से। मेरे पास लाइव उसका वीडियो है, आगजनी का भी वीडियो लाइव।
कैसे नारे लगा रहे थे?
नारे तकदीर अल्लाह अकबर के नारे लगा रहे थे और ज़ोर ज़ोर से चिल्ला रहे थे और गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, नंगी नंगी गंदी गालियाँ दे रहे थे।
ये तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि किस प्रकार से, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि पहले जो यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी लगे हुए थे उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि देवी देवताओं की झांकियाँ बनाई गई थी। हिंदू धर्म के आधार पर जो ये कलाकृति करते हैं भाई साहब, उन्होंने यहाँ पर कुछ झांकियाँ रखी थी रामनवमी के मद्देनज़र, जिसके तहत इनका कहना है कि इन झांकियों के ऊपर जो है वो टारगेट किया गया, इन्हें आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिया, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा ये।
कि ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी है।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन में धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ में नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। पत्थर तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो, मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े। वो बच्ची
ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या, हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
Now, was it pre-planned, orchestrated? The fact that petrol bombs have also been recovered. Republic TV's investigation team was on the ground to get you details as to how petrol bombs were actually used by the Muslim mob to carry out large-scale vandalism, which was spread across at least 3 localities in central Nagpur itself. Now, this is a report filed by my colleague Jatin, who's got you details of how petrol bombs were used.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया, और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हमको
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है, और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
On your screens, a pattern that has now emerged. 3 places, the same modus operandi, starting from Mau to Nagpur and in Sambhal. In all 3, Muslim mobs carrying out a rampage on the streets. A clear indication of the fact that someone is stoking violence. Who exactly is provoking the Muslims?
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer Brad Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
Muslim mob go on a rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that the violence was pre-planned.
इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer and Rahul's friend Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course for splashdown. All right, viewers, we'll get you. So, very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. And the countdown for Sunita Williams' homecoming has begun. We'll get you everything covered, all you need to know about it. The excitement is building up. The prayers are also now being uttered by millions and billions, not just in India but across the globe. Viewers, we will get you a lowdown of that. But first, some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. As we speak, we are getting to know about an update into the Mainpuri case, Mainpuri Dehuli massacre. All three accused sentenced to death in the murder of 24 people. 44 years suit. 24 Dalits get justice. Accused sentenced to death today after 44 years in the case, in the massacre of 24 Dalits. Same 50 rupees financial penalty also been imposed. 24 Dalits landed in the evening due to testimony of robbery. 13 Special Dacoity Court in UP's Mainpuri district has convicted 3 men. Okay, my colleague Ajay Dubey joining us. 1981 Dehuli massacre, viewers. Ajay, 24 Dalits, including women and children, were murdered by a gang of dacoits, and now, after 44 years, they are getting justice.
बिल्कुल, देखिए बेहद ही पुराना मामला है और इस मामले में सबसे जो हैरान कर देने वाली बात है वो ये कि 44 साल गुजर जाने के बाद अब कोर्ट ने इसमें फैसला सुनाया है। और इसमें भी महत्वपूर्ण ये कि कुल जो 17 डकैत थे उसमें से 13 की जो मौत है बताया जा रहा है हो चुकी है। एक अभी भी अज्ञात है जिसे खोज रहे हैं और टोटल जो 3 है उन्हें जो है फांसी की सजा और उसके साथ ही जुर्माने का ऐलान कोर्ट की तरफ से किया गया है। जिस तरीके से नरसंहार किया गया था उस दौर की सरकारों के दौरान, उस दौर में जो सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर थे और खुद जो प्रधानमंत्री थी उस समय वो भी उस गांव में पहुंची थी और इस हत्याकांड को लेकर काफी पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हुई थी। लेकिन अब कोर्ट ने इसमें फैसला सुनाया 44 साल के बाद। अब कुल जो 3 अक्यूज्ड इस समय उनमें जो जिंदा हैं उन्हें फांसी की सजा सुनाई गई है, साथ ही जो जुर्माना है वो भी सुनाया गया और इसमें से बताया जा रहा है कि 13 जो है उनकी पहले ही मौत हो चुकी है इन डकैतों में से।
Thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, we will continue to get you more details. But right now, we shift our focus to Sunita Williams' homecoming, viewers. The countdown has begun, just a few hours to go. And we will have Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore back on Earth. It's been a long wait of 9 months. And now there are prayers, of course, from across India. In fact, even the Prime Minister has penned down a heartfelt note for Sunita Williams, calling her the daughter of India. And now Sunita Williams is coming back after 9 months. NASA also saying that they're on their way back. There are, of course, many updates coming in, and we also have a special guest joining us for more on this. In fact, we will first listen in to what Minister Jitendra Singh, the MOS for Space, Science and Technology, had to say on this.
I'm so glad. I mean, all of us are so overwhelmed by what Prime Minister Modi has written, and we are also proud, a daughter of India, accomplishing what the entire world is looking up to. And while Prime Minister Modi has also offered her to visit India, I'm sure equally as much she also looks forward to visit India, as her family members have been repeatedly saying that it's been quite a few years now that she came to India. And as I was saying a couple of moments ago, she also apparently missed being a part of the Kumbh Mela. So I think this is going to be a grand homecoming for her, also a déjà vu for all of them, and a very pride moment for each one of us.
All right, we have former ISRO Director Surendra Pal joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. And it's a long wait that will be ending finally around 3:30 to 3:45 a.m. what we understand in Indian Standard Time. It's going to be a long flight. It is a long flight, almost 17 hours. And of course, it is also filled with challenges, I believe. And there are going to be a lot of changes in the bodies, as we've seen how there have been physiological changes in the 9 months as far as the two scientists are concerned. But what is going to happen? How NASA can ensure a safe touchdown and also the safety of the two astronauts once they are back on Earth?
See, first is, you said about it takes around 17 hours. It's not that directly they are coming. They get, like undocking has taken place. Then slowly the orbit from 400 kilometers, the orbit will be brought it down. Then it depends on the angle of descent. Some hundreds of, or maybe more than 1,000 kilometers away from the touchdown point, it will enter the atmosphere. Now the temperature goes to something like that 4,000 Kelvin, and during that temperature there will not be any communication with the capsule. And then after 5-6 minutes, capsule will there. Then when it is flushes down, of course, all precautions are taken care, and a worldwide network tracks the total thing. So the orbits are properly predicted. The weather conditions, as of now, what I understand from my friends in US, weather conditions in Florida are as appropriate. See, the angle of descent depends on the weather conditions also at the time. So it's there's a rains or there's a cyclone and all those things, then they don't land it. So weather conditions are proper, it will splash down, and then of course what you told is that some physiological, psychological and some problems will be there, not maybe there, will be there. But what I feel personally, that they will miss the space, because they stayed in the space for 9 years and they have seen everything, and so they'll miss the space. But everything will be recovered, in my opinion, very fast, because the health management of NASA is very good. What may cause problem is radiation hazards, which they have undergone. So radiation, how many doses they have gone? The radiation monitors are there everywhere in the ISS, plus the space suits which they were putting on, because something like 62 hours he was outside the ISS. Although there is a shielding, so how much dosage it has come, radiation dosage it has come, how much it will impact it will have, and it affects mostly the brain. So how much impact it will have, it should not have, because they take care of all the things. But let us see and let us hope and welcome to Sunita Williams. I'm sure the touchdown will be very good, and NASA will be telecasting it. We should be able to see it. Thank you.
Right, sir. Right. Yes, in fact, we also have this entire process that we have tried to study and put out there, how entire process is going to happen, the entire chronology of events that are expected, how they're on their way. But tell us what factors do affect the return time, because what we understand is that Russia's Soyuz spacecraft, it returns in just 3.5 hours. But this one, as you were telling us about, they're not coming directly. So what are the factors that really affect this?
See, Russian things are slightly different, First is they land on the Earth. They don't land on water, because They have got a vast land available to them. Second thing is that their rockets are faster. They've got many thrusters on that one. So they come and then they use the parachute. Of course, here also parachute will be used. But their descent angle is more than compared to this. Here, NASA uses a gradual descent angle. It could be between
Right.
1.3 to 40 degrees. It depends on mission to mission. I mean, you understand, like aircraft has got angle of attack. Similarly, here the descent angle is there. So that makes a difference between the two.
Thank you so much, Mr. Surendra, for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts there. Viewers, we continue to get you more updates as the homecoming is something everybody is waiting with a bated breath. All right, viewers, we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking now. Influencer Brad Orry has gone incommunicado. His phone is unreachable. Police has tried to call him again and again. And also Cherry Sin, who in fact organized the visit to Katra and the party that happened there, viewers. In fact, F.I.R. has been launched yesterday, and now we have more F.I.R.s now. In fact, could be a file against him. There's a Hindu body that is right now also demanding action against him, viewers. Republic TV is also on ground zero, getting all the latest updates on that story. Orry and the organizer of his trip to Katra near Vaishno Devi shrine have gone missing. They are unreachable. And, this is, of course, we see how these influencers, viewers, they go into hiding. They won't spare a moment to showcase what's happening in their lives. But now, after this investigation, he's completely gone missing. We do not know about his whereabouts. The police is trying to reach him, and his organizer friend, Gursimran, joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, what is the latest update that you're getting in this matter?
Rashita, the legal trouble for Orry and his friends are mounting, and so does for the hotel owners, because now the Hindu Sanatan Dharam Sabha in the Kishtwar has written to the SSP Kishtwar through an email. They have sent a communication, a complaint to the SSP Kishtwar seeking the registration of the FIR against Orry and his friends. They all of 8, those who have been named by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the first FIR in Katra, and also against the owners of the hotel, because they say that it is not only the involvement of the Orry and his friends, but also the hotel is equally responsible. Because also in the complaint that we have seen, there is a clear delay of more than 24 hours that is from the hotel side, that is making it very clear that the hotel somewhat or the other, they have tried to help this influencer by giving him time and then proving themselves to be an innocent citizen by getting the complaint registered with the J&K police. So now as we speak, the police is preparing for their first notice that is to be served to these accused. It will be in a phased manner that they will be called in for the investigation. Whether they turn up for the investigation or not, that is something else that the time will tell, or whether they have taken any of the legal remedy that will only come into fore once they will confirm it to the SSP of the Riyasi district. But for now, there has not been any legal remedy that the people have taken, and the police is preparing its next legal course of action, that is sending the legal notices to all of the 8 accused.
All right, thanks so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. And we shift our focus to other stories making news from across the country. Viewers, this is Bharat in 5 minutes. Alleging a carefully crafted conspiracy behind the Nagpur violence and riots, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that no one in the state would tolerate anyone standing with Aurangzeb. As many as 25 vehicles have been charred and 20, including 2 police personnel, suffered injuries as rioters went berserk on the streets of Nagpur over the Aurangzeb tomb issue.
नहीं जाएगा। जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है।
4 hours after rioters went berserk in Nagpur, torching public vehicles and targeting police posts. The ruling Mahayuti fired a big charge at the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi. Speaking to media persons, Maharashtra Minister Sanjay Shirsat accused the Aghadi of orchestrating the violence and rioting over the Aurangzeb tomb issue. The minister claimed that even the Muslims were in favor of removing the tomb raised in memory of the Mughal invader.
देखो, नागपुर का जो हंगामा है ये महाविकास आघाड़ी ने जानबूझ के वहां दंगल करवाई है। जिस जहां कब्र है मेरे मतदार संघ में, मैं वहां का पालक मानते हूँ, वहां एक भी मुसलमान आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? क्या वजह है? मुसलमान तक चाहते नहीं है कि औरंगजेब की कब्र वहां हो रहे, इसलिए हमारा उनका भी सपोर्ट एक तरीके से हमारे पास है। और ये जो कर रहे हैं ना, सिर्फ मुस्लिमों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम तुम्हारे साथ में, लेकिन मुस्लिम औरंगजेब के साथ में नहीं है, ये वो नहीं जानते।
Weighing in on amid the probe into the Nagpur riots, opposition leader and Congress MLA Vijay Wadetiwar has labelled the events as government-sponsored. Wadetiwar blamed the violence on BJP leader T. Raja of Telangana, saying that he should be barred from visiting Maharashtra for his alleged insightful remarks.
सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। नागपुर की घटना ये सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना है, 100% मैं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर बड़बोले मंत्री जो महाराष्ट्र में है, वो एक तेलंगाना से आया एक टी राजा, उसको तो महाराष्ट्र में बंदी लगाना चाहिए। ये महाराष्ट्र शांत महाराष्ट्र है, पुरोगामी विचार का महाराष्ट्र है। यहाँ हर धर्म का इज्जत और सम्मान किया जाता है। ऐसी स्थिति में किसी धर्म को लेकर टारगेट लेकर करके अगर ये धंधे किया जाते हैं तो इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि सरकार ने ही ये इनको बढ़ावा दिया है।
Weighing in on the Nagpur violence, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi said that the ruling Mahayuti was handling the situation very well. Condemning the night-long violence and rioting, the Union Minister said that those responsible would be identified and brought to justice.
No, I see government is handling the situation very well, and why this burning, all such things, they should do it. It is not it is not that because it is BJP led, how many riots have been taken place during the Congress rule. That also they should understand. It is not this party or that party. Whoever has done wrong, government of Maharashtra is taking action.
A major fire broke out at the GMC Associated Hospital at Rajouri today. However, no loss of life was reported in the incident as all patients were safely evacuated before the fire could spread. Sharing an update, the hospital superintendent said that the fire has been brought under control.
अंडर कंट्रोल सिचुएशन अंडर कंट्रोल हो गया है। उसके बाद की बातें बात करेंगे।
कितना नुकसान है सर?
कोई नुकसान मेजर नहीं हुआ है।
अभी कंट्रोल हो गई है?
हाँ, कंट्रोल है।
कौन कौन टीमें लगी हैं?
सभी टीमें लगी हैं, फायर ब्रिगेड टीमें, पुलिस टीम, हमारा हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ भी ऑन जॉब है।
कोई लास्ट तो नहीं सर? कोई इंजर्ड तो नहीं?
कोई इंजर्ड नहीं है।
Taking a swipe at the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra over the Nagpur riots, RJD MP Manoj Jha said that the government's challenges are ignored if the focus is on identifying heroes and villains from the pages of history. He said nothing was to be gained from disturbing the peace and harmony of the nation.
सीधे तौर पे कहना है, मैंने सदन के अंदर कहा था कि इतिहास के बासी पन्नों में जाकर नायक और खलनायक ढूंढोगे तो आज की चुनौतियां आपके वश में नहीं है। सरकार फेल की है, सरकारी पार्टी फेल की है। क्या करोगे देश का अमन चैन नष्ट करके? भाई क्या हासिल होगा? औरंगजेब नौकरी देने आए, बाबर या श्रीहर्ष, सम्राट अशोक से पूछें। आज की चुनौतियां देखिए, उसको डील करना सीखिए, अदरवाइज एक्नॉलेज करिए यू हैव फेल्ड।
Switching focus to the top story that we'll be tracking for you viewers, a curfew has been imposed in several areas of Maharashtra's Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. Now, reports suggest that the burning of the green cloth triggered rumors, as many claim the sacred verses were written on it, leading to tensions in the area. Now, last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community turned violent. It was a mobilization of the Muslims that is clearly on record, viewers. Their stones have been thrown at the cops. Cops have been attacked, brutally attacked. Even axes have been used, sharp weapons have been used. Several vehicles were torched. Hindu properties have been targeted in Nagpur. And police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas just to disperse these rioters. Now, police say that the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal. Now, police say that the rumors were spread about the holy book being burned down, and videos of the demonstration went viral on social media, and that led to the outrage among the members of the Muslim community. However, Republic investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Watch this ground report for more.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा।
ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है। 500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी। अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे?
मिली,
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तक मारे सर, गल्ला तक के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तक के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे। तो
वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी, मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े। वो बच्ची
ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई, ना झगड़ा हुआ, ना कुछ नहीं, ना तूफान, ना कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते मन में क्यों घुसे, नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
So it's countdown to Sunita Williams' homecoming. Republic TV tracks every movement and gets you all the insights, everything you need to know about this return to Earth. Stay tuned. This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer brat Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why the state, every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal.
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer brat Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Officer.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi and the top focus on Republic stays on Sunita Williams. The countdown has begun for Sunita Williams to come back home. We are building up to that and a lot more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Muslim mob go on a rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that violence was pre-planned.
ठीक है, इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer And Rahul Gandhi's best friend, Orry, goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. And yes, the countdown has become for Sunita Williams' homecoming Dragon spacecraft on course to splashdown. Ladies and gentlemen, a pair of United States astronauts struck for the more than 9 months on the International Space Station will be returning to Earth today at around 2:15 a.m. That is ideally tomorrow. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams are to be transported back home with another American astronaut and a Russian co-astronaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the International Space Station early on a Sunday. Now, the stranded duo have been on the International Space Station since June after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crew voyage suffered propulsion issues and were deemed unfit to fly them back to the Earth. We will be joined by a guest on the broadcast on that to help us understand better on what it is going to be like the duo. But before that, listen into what MOS Science and Technology Jitendra Singh had to say on the matter.
I mean, all of us are so overwhelmed by what Prime Minister Modi has written, and we are also proud, a daughter of India, accomplishing what the entire world is looking up to. And while Prime Minister Modi has also offered her to visit India, I'm sure equally as much she also looks forward to visit India, as her family members have been repeatedly saying that it's been quite a few years now that she came to India. And as I was saying a couple of moments ago, she also apparently missed being a part of the Kumbh Mela.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this is going to be a grand homecoming for her, also a déjà vu for all of them, and a very pride moment for each one of us.
Joining us on the broadcast is B.R. Guru Prasad. He is a former ISRO scientist. He's been associated with ISRO. B.R. Guru Prasad, what I want to know from you is the challenges that the two astronauts, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, will be facing once they land on Earth, once the splashdown is completed.
Good evening. See, these kind of challenges will be there for any astronaut or a cosmonaut or a taikonaut, that is a space traveler. Because, Sunita Williams has stayed in space for 9 months. Definitely some changes would have occurred in the body. Okay. Definitely, these are normal for an astronaut. That's why when they undertake these things, they know very well. And the thing is, first, what they do is, once the landing is completed, they are going to take the spacecraft to, they are going to hoist it on a ship. Then hatches will be opened, they will come out, and they will be taken to the Johnson Space Center. That is where the human spaceflight related activities are directed on behalf of NASA. So they will be taken there. They will undergo thorough medical tests to assess their physiological condition, and following which they will be thoroughly debriefed. It is not only the status of the bodies, but their experience, how they experienced it, and such things. They will be assessed through the thorough debriefing. And this will be followed by whatever therapy kind of thing. Therapy is too big a word. What are all the procedures to be followed to make them to adapt back to the terrestrial environment, that is the kind of life which they led before they went to space. So all these things have very well established procedures, and these are quite normal.
So talking about procedures, what do you think are the post-splashdown protocols that the team will have to follow?
Protocols in the sense, there was a time when there used to be a big quarantine during the Apollo era and such things. For 3 weeks, they were quarantined, thinking that some germs they might have brought from the moon and all those things. And even there, after 1 or 2 Apollo missions, they discontinued that. And this kind of threat, or this kind of, what can I say, suspecting things are not there. So probably they will be able to reunite with their families at the earliest, of course, after following certain procedures. But anyway, as I told you, first thing is as soon as they land, they are going to assess their health thoroughly, different systems of the body.
Absolutely. B.R. Guruprasad, on that note, thank you very much for speaking to Republic and joining us here on the broadcast. India awaits the historic homecoming of Sunita Williams, and it is going to take place at 2:15 a.m. tonight. Republic is going to be live on that, and that is for the whole night from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. The live broadcast will be followed here on Republic TV. And shifting our focus to breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with TMC MP Sukhendu Shekhar Roy stoking a row in the parliament while addressing Rajya Sabha. This is Mamta's Neta who said, and I quote, "India is a Bimar Desh." Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, a right-hand man of Mamta Banerjee, has gone ahead in the floor of the House to insult India, calling it a Bimar nation. Listen into what he had to say.
आप चिल्लाइए मत, अगर हिम्मत है तो गवर्नमेंट को बोलिए पर्यावरण को रक्षा करे, नहीं तो कोई दवाई से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। ये बीमारू देश, बैठिए, मंत्री बाधा डाल रहे हैं, ये हो रहा है यहाँ, मंत्री बाधा दे रहे हैं। अगर हिम्मत है पर्यावरण को रक्षा कीजिए, नहीं तो ये बीमारू देश को कोई बचा नहीं सकता। धन्यवाद। आप चिल्लाइए मत, अगर हिम्मत है तो गवर्नमेंट को बोलिए पर्यावरण को रक्षा करे, नहीं तो कोई दवाई से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। ये बीमारू देश, बैठिए, मंत्री बाधा डाल रहे हैं, ये हो रहा है यहाँ, मंत्री बाधा दे रहे हैं। अगर हिम्मत है पर्यावरण को रक्षा कीजिए, नहीं तो ये बीमारू देश को कोई बचा नहीं सकता। धन्यवाद।
All right, so this is a Rajya Sabha MP. His name is Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, a right hand of Mamta Banerjee, a TMC MP who has today gone ahead in the floor of the House to insult India, saying it is a Bimar nation, a sick country. He made this statement while he was addressing the government, where he said that the government should take care of the environment, where he said that this is a Bimar Desh, a sick country, and that nobody will be able to save this nation. So completely condemnable words there coming in from TMC's Sukhendu Shekhar Roy in Rajya Sabha, Mamta's right-hand man, who has gone ahead to insult India. Moving on to other top focus news. Now, a curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. Now, according to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumors, as many claim sacred verses were written on it, leading to tension in the area. Now, last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community turned violent. The notice says that stones were thrown at cops and several vehicles were set on fire. This is, remember, the Muslim mob who went on a rampage in Nagpur, specifically in the Mahal area. The police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. Now, according to the police, the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. The police also said that rumors were spread that the holy book was being burnt during the agitation. This led to the Muslim mob being provoked, and which ultimately led to the riot-like situation in Nagpur. Now, videos of Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media, leading to outrage among members of the Muslim community. However, Republic investigation has now revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Remember, the Muslim mob rampage is not only the case of Nagpur. It has been seen in several places, be it Mao, in Madhya Pradesh, where a peaceful rally, a victory rally that was being taken by those who supported India's victory in the Champions Trophy 2025 were attacked by a Muslim mob, the one who came out of the Jama Masjid there in the area. The second window that you see on your screen is from Nagpur. That is just yesterday, when the Muslim mob yet again went on a complete rampage, destroyed public property, targeted. There are allegations of Hindu houses being targeted. There are videos of cops being attacked on camera with sword and stones as well. On the third window that you see, there is Sambal, where as soon as the survey of a Jama Masjid mosque was about to take place, that is exactly when the Muslim mob came out in large force to attack the ASI team and also the Hindus that were there in the area. Republic investigation in Nagpur, remember, has revealed that this was a case of clear-cut, pre-planned conspiracy.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants who had come yesterday, and they had attacked this very house, and in fact people living in this very house were also got injured. अपना नाम बताएं और बताएं कि इस घर में आप कितने सालों से रह रहे हैं?
मैं तो मेरा बर्थ ही इस घर पे हुआ है। मेरे पापा के आज हमारे को कम से कम 60 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए। हमारा खुद का मकान, इसको फिर हमने डेवलप कर बनाए है। अभी तो यहाँ पे हमको 60 साल, मतलब मेरा बर्थ ही यहाँ पे हुआ है।
तो ये कैसे घटना हुई, कैसे जो है आग लगाई गई, आपको कैसे टारगेट किया गया, जानबूझ के आपको टारगेट किया गया?
जानबूझ के टारगेट मीन्स मेरे कहने का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि जानबूझ के, लेकिन उनके दिमाग पे जो बात आई कि यहाँ पे जो झांकियाँ वगैरह रखी थी, हमारे चंदू भैया जो झांकियों का काम करते हैं, रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा निकलती तो पूरी भगवान की झांकियाँ वगैरह बनाते, तो उनका सामान यहाँ रखा हुआ था। मेरे दिमाग की जो सोच है कि उनका ध्यान गया कि अरे ये ज़्यादा है, मतलब ये कुछ ज़्यादा पक्के हिंदू दिख रहे हैं या जो भी है, तो उनने वो
तो यहाँ पे आप कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर रामनवमी को लेकर के झांकियाँ
ये भैया रामनवमी की झांकियाँ बनाते हैं।
निर्माण का काम होता है, मेरा काम है झांकी निर्माण कर। मैंने कहा रामनवमी की जो शोभा यात्रा निकलती है पोद्दारेश्वर राम मंदिर से, वो झांकी निर्माण का काम मेरा है। मेरे पास 5 से 6 झांकियाँ रहती है। मैं डेकोरेशन बना के, यहाँ गरुड़ जी की मूर्ति थी सामने में, यहाँ फ्लैग्स वगैरह, इन लोगों को सबको मालूमात है कि मैं यहाँ झांकियों का निर्माण करता हूँ। इन्होंने पहले गीतांजलि टॉकीज पे यानी दंगा फसाद किया गया, उसके बाद में इधर से आके इन्होंने सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी कैमरे को यानी ब्रेक किया गया, फोड़ा गया, उसके बाद ये डेकोरेशन वगैरह निकाल के गाड़ियाँ निकाल के जलाने में ये किए। उसके बाद हमारे गली का जो दरवाज़ा है तोड़ के हमारे घरों में यानी घुसने की कोशिश की, पेट्रोल बम बना के उन्होंने घरों पे फेंके, ईंटें पत्थर फेंके, तलवारें, लोहे के पाइप, लकड़ियाँ, ऐसा हमारे घरों पे फेंकने में आया, पत्थरबाजी की और नारेबाजी करने में आई उनके पास से। मेरे पास लाइव उसका वीडियो है, आगजनी का भी वीडियो लाइव।
कैसे नारे लगा रहे थे?
नारे तकदीर अल्लाह अकबर के नारे लगा रहे थे और ज़ोर ज़ोर से चिल्ला रहे थे और गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, नंगी नंगी गंदी गालियाँ दे रहे थे।
ये तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि किस प्रकार से, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि पहले जो यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी लगे हुए थे उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि देवी देवताओं की झांकियाँ बनाई गई थी। हिंदू धर्म के आधार पर जो ये कलाकृति करते हैं भाई साहब, उन्होंने यहाँ पर कुछ झांकियाँ रखी थी रामनवमी के मद्देनज़र, जिसके तहत इनका कहना है कि इन झांकियों के ऊपर जो है वो टारगेट किया गया, इन्हें आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे।
बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिया, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा ये।
कि ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ उस
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन में धीरे धीरे जब हंगामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते हुए तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ में नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ, हत्ता तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना,
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी, मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या, तो हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना, कुछ नहीं। अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते, मतलब क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
And we shift our focus to breaking news coming in the same story, where we learn that after praising Aurangzeb, now the Samajwadi Party MLA Abu Azmi has urged for peace. Abu Azmi has issued a statement on Nagpur violence and writing under fresh fire over violence. Now it is the loudmouth Samajwadi Party MLA Abu Azmi who has softened his tone, saying that he urges his Hindu and Muslim brothers to ensure peace.
मुझे बहुत अफसोस है, दुखी हूं मैं कि आज वो नागपुर जहां कभी भी सांप्रदायिक दंगे नहीं हुए, सब भाई भाई की तरह से रहते थे, उस नागपुर में इतना बड़ा फसाद हो गया, कितने लोगों को चोट आ गई। बस मैं एक ही बात कह सकता हूं कि हमारा देश गंगा जमुनी तहजीब का देश है, किसी के भड़काने पे मत आइए। रमज़ान का महीना है, मैं तमाम लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, तमाम हिंदू मुस्लिम भाइयों से, कि हमें शांति बनाना है, देश को आगे बढ़ाना है, तो आपस में लड़ाई नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि सब लोग शांति बना कर रखिए और आपसी भाईचारगी को बढ़ाइए, कानून हाथ में मत दीजिए, कानून अपना काम करेगा। इतना बड़ा वाकया हो गया, इतने लोगों को चोट लगी, अब कानून तो अपना काम करेगा, लेकिन इंसाफ होना चाहिए।
The Republic has camera proof that the violence was orchestrated, that the rioters broke the bikes, took out petrol from the bike's tank and then dipped a jute sack in petrol and then set it on fire. Now this was done to ensure that a large-scale vandalism takes place, that rioting takes place, and the intention was certainly not holy. Here's a ground report on that.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हम
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे, उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए, गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए, बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए, तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, has confirmed that this was a pre-planned violence. Listen into that big statement that he made today.
क्या नहीं जाएगा, जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है। और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है।
पैटर्न उनके ऊपर कुछ कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
अबू आजमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्मा था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और औरंगजेब के प्रति जो देशद्रोही है उसके प्रति गुस्सा है।
Now that was Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde giving out a statement saying that this violence was completely pre-planned and the culprits will not be spared. Meanwhile, Republic is on ground zero in Nagpur where the violence broke out, and we spoke to the eyewitness. Listen in as they narrate the full incident on what actually took place yesterday.
महाराष्ट्र के नागपुर में जो हिंसा हुई उसके वजह से काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ है। मेरे साथ वो लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर काम करते हैं, जिन लोगों का नुकसान हुआ है उनसे बात करेंगे। ये आप लोग यहाँ पर कितने दिनों से यहाँ पर
हम जी रात ही आए थे, यहाँ पे टावर लगाना आए थे। आरक्षण था यहाँ से पीछे जो बिल्डिंग है वहाँ पे टावर लगा रहे थे। हमने रात गाड़ी खड़ी करी होटल पे सोने के लिए। यहाँ पे ओनर मना कर रहा था कि कोई जगह नहीं मिलने की। हमने यहाँ लगाई, रात भी निकलने नहीं दी पुलिस वालों ने गाड़ी और अब भी नहीं निकलने नहीं दी। और बताओ हमारा नुकसान हो गया खाना खा के भी। हम तो परदेसी आदमी हैं, अब बताओ हम क्या करें।
जब दंगा हो रहा था तो आप कहाँ पर? हम
जी यहाँ से पीछे थे, पुलिस वाले लट बजा रहे थे, इस वजह से हम चले गए थे यहाँ से। पुलिस वाले धमका रहे थे हमारे।
गाड़ी आपकी?
हाँ जी, ये गाड़ी मेरी तो है सर। हम तो यहाँ पे नौकरी सिखा देते, हमने जितने कमाई बिना दे जितने नाश हुई हमारा।
कभी आए थे आप जब दंगे हो रहे थे तो आप छुप गए थे?
हाँ जी छुप गए थे, हमें पिटने का डर हो रहा था। नहीं कभी हमें मारते जी।
कहाँ से लोग आए थे कुछ?
यहाँ तो जी सारे ऐसे ही सामने लोग ही लोग थे, मैं कहाँ बताऊँ।
ये आगजनी भी की गई है, क्रेन को भी आग लगाई गई, तो क्या वो कि कुछ लेकर के घूम रहे थे, पत्थर वत्थर लेकर के घूम रहे थे?
पता नहीं जी, हमें इस बारे में घूम ही रहे थे, सबके सब घूम रहे थे। पता नहीं
पत्थर लेके घूम रहे थे।
ये पता नहीं पत्थर थे क्या था, हमारा तो नाश हो गया यार।
कितने का नुकसान हुआ है आपका?
जी देख लो, सारे कारोबार नाश हो रही है हमारी तो।
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting.
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer Brad Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind.
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
All hooks open.
All hooks are open.
Muslim mob go on a rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that the violence was pre-planned.
क्या इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer and Rahul Gandhi's best friend Orry goes off the radar, faces F.I.R. in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. And we shift our focus to breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the influencer brat Orry, where we learn that Hindu groups are now staging a protest against the influencer brat Orry. Now, Hindu groups in Jammu and Kashmir have also written to the police seeking the F.I.R. against Orry. Now, this controversy had erupted after the influencer brat Orry was seen in a video drinking alcohol and eating meat, and this was done near the Vaishno Devi shrine in Katra in Jammu and Kashmir, soon after which an F.I.R. was registered against Orry, the influencer brat. Now we learn that the Hindu groups are staging a protest against the influencer brat, demanding his arrest, saying that he must not be spared for hurting the Hindu sentiments. The question, however, remains, has this entitled brat been left loose just because he is an influencer? Because remember, what we do know is that on March 15th is when Orry and his 7 of his friends had checked into the hotel in Katra near the Vaishno Devi shrine. Soon after which, the other day they had left, and the complaint was not registered the same day by the hotel management. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that story. Gursimran, Orry's whereabouts are nowhere to be known. What is the Jammu and Kashmir police doing next to catch hold of the influencer brat?
See, what we are picking up from the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police, that they are going with the legal procedure. They are going to issue the notices to Orry and his friends. Though the notices will not be issued at once, it will be a phased manner notices. That is, they will be given different set of timelines to appear before the court, so that before the police, so that in case all of them comes at once, there is nothing that these statements are not recorded. So they will be given a time frame before which they have to be appear before the Jammu and Kashmir police, and in case they fail to do so, the further legal procedure will follow. As far as the developments till date are concerned, till late afternoon around 4:30 last time we spoke to the officials in the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are yet to receive any of the legal remedy that the Orry and his friends have taken. No information regarding that has been received by the Jammu and Kashmir police, because in case any of them moves for the anticipatory bail, that needs to be conveyed to the Jammu and Kashmir police. So far nothing has been conveyed to the Jammu and Kashmir police, so we can take that So far, they have not taken any of the legal remedy, but none of their legal teams or the accused themselves, at least 4 of them, including a foreign national, Orry, his friend Cherisin, and one of other, they have not reached out to the police, while a couple of the accused are in touch with the police and they are cooperating in the ongoing investigation. Though their statements have not been recorded by the Jammu and Kashmir police, but it is expected that very soon the Jammu and Kashmir police will start the process of serving the notices to all the 8 accused, and also at a later stage the hotel staff will also be questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Reason being that the delay of the 24 hours that has given the Orry and his friends time to escape from the Katra, that is also being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police as part of this larger investigation.
Gursimran, what's up with the situation there at the Vaishno Devi temple? We're going through a report which says that there has been a security breach also. A woman pilgrim claiming to be a former Delhi police cop was caught with a loaded gun, a pistol in her possession while trying to go inside the temple. After the Orry episode, you think the administration is on its toes and making sure that a repeat of something like this does not happen?
Abhishek, 2 incidents have taken place. The one incident is of Jyoti Gupta, a woman from the national capital who has been apprehended along with a pistol and 6 rounds. The another incident is of Sanjay Singh from the Uttar Pradesh, who has been apprehended along with the 2 cartridges. Now, both the cases, the first case of Jyoti Gupta is of the same night when the Orry was in the hotel. He was doing the party there when the liquor was consumed. It was 14th and 15th of the March. The second incident is of the yesterday, that is 17th and 18th of March. So there has been a security breaches, but that has been taken really very seriously by the Jammu and Kashmir Police Chief DGP Nalin Prabhat, and the directions have been given to ensure that there is no repeat of the incident. But since the directions were given yesterday and yesterday evening, there has been a similar fashion incident. Though the person was apprehended before he could there was no intention to carry out any kind of a sabotage. That is what we are picking up. But since it was ammunition and it was illegally being taken there without the permission, and there has been a case, 2 cases that have been registered at the police station Bhavan, and both the accused, Jyoti Gupta and Sanjay Singh, have been apprehended by the Jammu and Kashmir Police under the Arms Act.
All right, but this is also snowballing into a political controversy with the leaders in Jammu and Kashmir taking sides. Let's listen into the Shiv Sena spokesperson of the unit of the Union Territory.
हमारी धर्म नगरी कटरा के अंदर जिसका धार्मिक आस्था, करोड़ों हिंदुओं की धार्मिक आस्था जिससे जुड़ी है, माता वैष्णो देवी का पवित्र दरबार है, जहां मीट और शराब पर पूरी तरह से पूर्ण प्रतिबंध है। वहां पर ओरी आते हैं और अपने 8 दोस्तों के साथ वहां पर शराब का सेवन करते हैं। हमारी आज मांग है, हमारा आज प्रदर्शन यहां किया है, उसमें मांग है कि ओरी को तत्काल प्रभाव से गिरफ्तार किया जाए। जो ओरी ने वहां पर किया है कि धर्म नगरी कटरा जहां पर पूर्ण प्रतिबंध था, वहां पर उन्होंने शराब का सेवन कर हिंदुओं की धार्मिक आस्था का न केवल अपमान किया है बल्कि हमें ललकारा है। मैं तमाम हिंदू संगठनों से एकजुटता के साथ ओरी को गिरफ्तारी की मांग करता हूं।
All right, the Orry issue really inflaming passions in the temple town of Katra in Jammu, where a couple of days back, the influencer and someone who's close to Bollywood personalities, and we have those pictures of him with Rahul Gandhi also, in breach of ethics of such pilgrimage, consuming alcohol, among other things, at the hotel premises. Moving on, and to the most awaited moment in the history of space sciences, which is the return of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, the pair of US astronauts stuck for more than 9 months on the International Space Station will be returned to Earth on Wednesday. That's tonight and tomorrow morning. The procedure to bring them back has started. In fact, Barry Wilmore, or Butch Wilmore as he's called, and Sunita Williams are to be transported home with another American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. We have a soundbite coming in from Minister of State for Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh. Remember, he's also a Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, and earlier in the day he posted a letter by Prime Minister written to Sunita Williams. Let's listen to him.
I'm so glad. I mean, all of us are so overwhelmed by what Prime Minister Modi has written, and we are also proud, a daughter of India, accomplishing what the entire world is looking up to. And while Prime Minister Modi has also offered her to visit India, I'm sure equally as much she also looks forward to visit India, as her family members have been repeatedly saying that it's been quite a few years now that she came to India. And as I was saying a couple of moments ago, she also apparently missed being a part of the Kumbh Mela.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this is going to be a grand homecoming for her, also a déjà vu for all of them, and a very pride moment for each one of us.
All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in a top wrap of Bharat in 5 minutes. Alleging a carefully crafted conspiracy behind the Nagpur violence and riots, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said no one in this state would tolerate anyone standing with Aurangzeb. As many as 25 vehicles were charred and 20, including 2 police personnel, suffered injuries as rioters went berserk on the streets of Nagpur over Aurangzeb tomb issue last evening.
जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है।
Less than 24 hours after rioters went berserk in Nagpur, torching public vehicles and targeting police posts, the ruling Mahayuti fired a big charge at the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi. Speaking to media persons, Maharashtra Minister Sanjay Shirsat accused the Aghadi of orchestrating the violence and rioting over the Aurangzeb tomb issue. The minister claimed that even the Muslims were in favor of removing the tomb raised in the memory of the Mughal invader.
तो नागपुर का जो हंगामा है ये महाविकास आघाड़ी ने जानबूझ के वहां दंगल करवाई है। जिस जहां कब्र है मेरे मतदार संघ में, मैं वहां का पालक मंत्री हूँ, वहां एक भी मुसलमान आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? क्या वजह है? मुसलमान तक चाहते नहीं है कि औरंगजेब की कब्र वहां हो रहे, इसलिए हमारा उनका भी सपोर्ट एक तरीके से हमारे पास है। और ये जो कर रहे हैं ना, सिर्फ मुस्लिमों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम तुम्हारे साथ में, लेकिन मुस्लिम औरंगजेब के साथ में नहीं है, ये वो नहीं जानते।
Amid the probe in the Nagpur violence, opposition leader and Congress MLA Vijay Vadettiwar labelled the events as government-sponsored. Vadettiwar blamed the violence on Telangana BJP leader T. Raja. He should be barred from visiting Maharashtra for his alleged insightful remarks, said the opposition leader.
सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। नागपुर की घटना ये सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना है, 100% मैं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर बड़बोले मंत्री जो महाराष्ट्र में है, वो एक तेलंगाना से आया एक टी राजा, उसको तो महाराष्ट्र में बंदी लगाना चाहिए। ये महाराष्ट्र शांत महाराष्ट्र है, पुरोगामी विचार का महाराष्ट्र है। यहाँ हर धर्म का इज्जत और सम्मान किया जाता है। ऐसी स्थिति में किसी धर्म को लेकर टारगेट लेकर करके अगर ये धंधे किया जाते हैं तो इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि सरकार ने ही ये इनको बढ़ावा दिया है।
Weighing in on the Nagpur violence, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi said the ruling Mahayuti was handling the situation very well. Condemning the night-long violence and rioting, Union Minister said that those responsible would be identified and brought to justice.
No, see, government is handling a situation very well, and
why this burning, all such things, they should do it. It is not when it is not that because it is BJP led, how many rights have been taken place during the Congress rule. That also they should understand. It is not this party or that party. Whoever has done wrong, government of Maharashtra is taking action.
A major fire broke out at the GMC associated hospital at Rajouri today. However, no less loss of life was reported in the incident as all patients were safely evacuated before the fire could spread. Sharing an update, the hospital superintendent said the fire has been brought under control. Taking a swipe at the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra over the Nagpur violence, RJD MP Manoj Jha said governance challenges are ignored if the focus is on identifying heroes and villains from the pages of history. He said nothing was to be gained from disturbing the peace and harmony of the nation.
सीधे तौर पे कहना है, मैंने सदन के अंदर कहा था कि इतिहास के बासी पन्नों में जाकर नायक और खलनायक ढूंढोगे तो आज की चुनौतियां आपके वश में नहीं है। सरकार फेल की है, सरकारी पार्टी फेल की है। क्या करोगे देश का अमन चैन नष्ट करके भाई? क्या हासिल होगा? औरंगजेब नौकरी देने आए, बाबर या श्रीहर्ष, सम्राट अशोक से पूछें। आज की चुनौतियां देखिए, उसको डील करना सीखिए, अदरवाइज एक्नॉलेज करिए यू हैव फेल्ड।
Moving on, addressing the Rayasina dialogue, U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard dwelt on the country-first approach President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have. She also weighed in on the opportunities to expand the ties between the two countries across a broader spectrum. Here are the details.
U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard weighed in on the America First policy of President Donald Trump. Speaking at the ongoing Raisina dialogues in Delhi, Gabbard said that the policy of the Trump administration isn't about America alone. Drawing a parallel between Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, she said that both leaders are committed to a similar nation-first approach. Gabbard said that there was a huge scope for US and India to expand ties across a broader spectrum.
I'm a child of the Pacific. I was born and raised, first born in American Samoa, raised in Hawaii. I've spent a lot of time throughout my life traveling throughout the Indo-Pacific and working in many different countries. So I'm very familiar with the rich and beautiful cultures, the kindness and hospitality that I've experienced everywhere I've gone, and the rich history within each country that leads to a better understanding of the nuance and complexities that exist within these countries, but also within the relationships in the region. It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Our ability to do so as nations, as leaders, as...
The US Intel chief also described the meeting of Prime Minister Modi and President Trump as a reconnection of two old friends.
This is from
All right, on to a breaking news development coming in connection with the Manipur situation. A delegation of 6 Supreme Court judges is likely to visit the state and take a look at some relief camps affected and interact with people affected by the violence which has ravaged the northeastern state for almost 2 years now. Justice B.R. Gawai-led delegation of the judges of the Supreme Court would be meeting with those affected and scrutinize legal and humanitarian support. Anirudh joins us live from Guwahati, our northeast correspondent. Aniruddha, if you can share more details about the Supreme Court delegation, what is the objective of the justices visiting Manipur?
Well, obviously, there has been long demand that a Supreme Court monitored visit should be made to the state of Manipur in order to ensure that the humanitarian aspect and the relief measures are up to the mark that has been given to the victims or who are internally displaced persons from both the hills as well as in the valley, and that is the prime objective of this 6-member committee, which will be visiting the state of Manipur on March 22nd. We are getting to know that this visit will be focusing on all the legal aspects as well as the ITPs are concerned, and also the humanitarian support remains them as the focus area visit.
Okay, Anirudh, thank you so much with those details. We'll come back to you when the delegation reaches Manipur. Moving on to another breaking news development coming in connection with the Nagpur investigation. We have information that Nagpur police has said that strict action will be taken against those involved in the violence. Police has also said that they have access CCTV footage, and which has given impetus to zeroing down on the culprits of the violence last evening. We have a soundbite coming in from Nagpur police. Okay, we have some. We have some pictures which give you an idea. Okay, these are the CCTV footages from cameras, CCTV cameras, and this is helping the police piece together evidence against those who were involved or were seen to be fanning trouble and the violence in Nagpur last evening. And we have it from sources that they have, in fact, very forensically zeroed down on the accused and the culprits, and that they would be soon booked and even arrested. Overall, already 70 persons of interest detained by Nagpur police, and with the latest statement, it is clear that the police is not in a mood to let go of the hoodlums, hooligans, vandals, and people who targeted communal peace in Nagpur. Let's look at some of the ground reports filed by Sandeep, who has been reporting from the city since morning.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants who had come yesterday, and they had attacked this very house, and in fact people living in this very house were also got injured. अपना नाम बताएं और बताएं कि इस घर में आप कितने सालों से रह रहे हैं?
मैं तो मेरा बर्थ ही इस घर पे हुआ है। मेरे पापा के आज हमारे को कम से कम 60 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए। हमारा खुद का मकान, इसको फिर हमने डेवलप कर बनाया है। अभी तो यहाँ पे हमको 60 साल, मतलब मेरा बर्थ ही यहाँ पे हुआ है।
तो ये कैसे घटना हुई, कैसे जो है आग लगाई गई, आपको कैसे टारगेट किया गया, जानबूझ के आपको टारगेट किया गया?
जानबूझ के टारगेट मीन्स मेरे कहने का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि जानबूझ के, लेकिन उनके दिमाग पे जो बात आई कि यहाँ पे जो झांकियाँ वगैरह रखी थी, हमारे चंदू भैया जो झांकियों का काम करते हैं, रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा निकलती तो पूरी भगवान की झांकियाँ वगैरह बनाते, तो उनका सामान यहाँ रखा हुआ था। मेरे दिमाग की जो सोच है कि उनका ध्यान गया कि अरे ये ज़्यादा है, मतलब ये कुछ ज़्यादा पक्के हिंदू दिख रहे हैं या जो भी है, तो उनने वो
तो यहाँ पे आप कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर रामनवमी को लेकर के झांकियाँ
ये भैया रामनवमी की झांकियाँ बनाते हैं।
निर्माण का काम होता है, मेरा काम है झांकी निर्माण कर। मैंने कहा रामनवमी की जो शोभा यात्रा निकलती है पोद्दारेश्वर राम मंदिर से, वो झांकी निर्माण का काम मेरा है। मेरे पास 5 से 6 झांकियाँ रहती है। मैं डेकोरेशन बना के, यहाँ गरुड़ जी की मूर्ति थी सामने में, यहाँ फ्लैग्स वगैरह इन लोगों को सबको मालूमात है। कि मैं यहाँ झांकियों का निर्माण करता हूँ। इन्होंने पहले गीतांजलि टॉकीज पे यानी दंगा फसाद किया गया, उसके बाद में इधर से आके इन्होंने सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी कैमरे को यानी ब्रेक किया गया, फोड़ा गया। उसके बाद ये डेकोरेशन वगैरह निकाल के गाड़ियाँ निकाल के जलाने में ये किए। उसके बाद हमारे गली का जो दरवाज़ा है तोड़ के हमारे घरों में यानी घुसने की कोशिश की। पेट्रोल बम बना के उन्होंने घरों पे फेंके, ईंटें पत्थर फेंके, तलवारें, लोहे के पाइप, लकड़ियाँ ऐसा हमारे घरों पे फेंकने में आया, पत्थरबाजी की और नारेबाजी करने में आई उनके पास से। मेरे पास लाइव उसका वीडियो है, आगजनी का भी वीडियो लाइव।
कैसे नारे लगा रहे थे?
नारे तकदीर अल्लाह अकबर के नारे लगा रहे थे और ज़ोर ज़ोर से चिल्ला रहे थे और गाली गलौज कर रहे थे, नंगी नंगी गंदी गालियाँ दे रहे थे।
ये तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि किस प्रकार से, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि पहले जो यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी लगे हुए थे उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया। उसके बाद यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि देवी देवताओं की झांकियाँ बनाई गई थी। हिंदू धर्म के आधार पर जो ये कलाकृति करते हैं भाई साहब, उन्होंने यहाँ पर कुछ झांकियाँ रखी थी रामनवमी के मद्देनज़र, जिसके तहत इनका कहना है कि इन झांकियों के ऊपर जो है वो टारगेट किया गया, इन्हें आग के हवाले कर दिया गया।
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer Brad Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory that began on November 2nd, 2000.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country.
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer Brad Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths, gathered to push an agenda with absolutely no idea, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I saw at a FCA protest, an actor, I think Farhan Akhtar, stood there and gave a speech, but Farhan Akhtar knew nothing about CA. Even today, he knows nothing about CA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Waqf Board, an unelected, unchecked body, has been operating like a parallel land ministry, grabbing villages, grabbing land, threatening people, government buildings, even trying to take over protected ASI.
This evening on 6 Stories at 6, Republic TV exposes the truth behind violence in Nagpur. Republic TV is on ground zero and getting you the reality. Also on the show, how influencer Brad Orry has gone missing. He is absconding. At least what we know is that the police is unable to reach him or the one who organized that alcohol party. Also, we get you the fiery takedown by Dr. Jai Shankar of the West on the Kashmir issue. All that and more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra.
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Here's the Tuesday's lineup for you. First is Republic bringing you the reality of what happened in Nagpur last night, right from the CCTVs to the eyewitness accounts. We get you everything covered from ground zero. Not just that, viewers, we are also going to talk about how there is a larger conspiracy to what's been happening across the country. Who is lighting and fanning the fire, fueling this communal fire? Also, how influencer Orry who never leaves a chance to appear on camera, has gone suddenly into hiding after he drew brick bats and, of course, a probe for his activities in Katra near the Mata Vaishno Devi shrine. All right, viewers, next we have how there is excitement across India, across the world, in fact, for Sunita Williams' homecoming, touchdown on earth after 9 long months. And finally, what to expect from the very important phone call between Donald Trump and also Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. It's a very, very important call that is going to happen over Ukraine ceasefire. All right, we start with what's happening in Nagpur, viewers. Now, this city has been on the edge since last night after violence sprung up in various parts of the city. Protests had happened in the afternoon over the moving of a tomb of Mughal ruler Aurangzeb. Now, vandalism, arson, Nagpur witnessed a night of heavy violence, and now a curfew has been put in place in several parts of Nagpur, viewers. Hindu properties have been targeted. Even the cops, DCPs, have been attacked. We also get you what's happening on ground zero. Here's a look.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants who had come yesterday, and they had attacked this very house, and in fact people living in this very house were also got injured.
यहाँ फ्लैक्स वगैरह इन लोगों को सबको मालूमात है कि मैं यहाँ झांकियों का निर्माण करता हूँ। इन्होंने पहले गीतांजलि टॉकीज पे यानी दंगा फसाद किया गया, उसके बाद में इधर से आके इन्होंने सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी कैमरे को यानी ब्रेक किया गया, फोड़ा गया, उसके बाद ये डेकोरेशन वगैरह निकाल के गाड़ियाँ निकाल के जलाने में ये किए। उसके बाद हमारे गली का जो दरवाज़ा है तोड़ के हमारे घरों में यानी घुसने की कोशिश की, पेट्रोल बम बना के उन्होंने घरों पे फेंके, ईंटें पत्थर फेंके, तलवारें, लोहे की पाइप, लकड़ियाँ, ऐसा हमारे घरों पे फेंकने में आया, पत्थरबाजी की।
ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका।
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने। शटर लगा दिए पूरे,
अपनी दुकानों की शटर?
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिए उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
हमको बहुत डर लग रहा था। ये लोग थे ना, वो भागते भागते जा रहे थे, भागते भागते हम लोगों ने लॉक करके अंदर ही थे हम लोग।
वो हमें आइडिया नहीं, लेकिन जब हम घर पे थे तो हमें बहुत सारी शोर की आवाज़ सुनाई दी पुलिस वालों की और उनके हाथ में वो जैसे बॉम्ब जैसा कुछ था जो वो पुलिस वालों के ऊपर फोड़ रहे थे। और यहाँ पे भी 3 फोड़े हमारे सामने, और यहाँ पे 2-3 लोगों को उन्होंने पकड़ा था, उसमें से 2 तो भाग गए थे, एक उनके हाथ में आए और उनको बहुत मारा उन्होंने, और एक के हाथ में चाकू था तो वो मारने वाले थे उनको। वो हमको आइडिया नहीं वो एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है। वो मिट्टी का कुछ था,
पुलिस के ऊपर फेंक रहे थे
पत्थरबाजी यहाँ से बहुत। वहाँ पे यहाँ पे 2 लोग थे जो यहाँ के पुलिस वालों को पत्थर मार रहे थे।
वो सब हरी टोपी लगा कर वो बांध कर, वो अलग ही लोग थे, दिख रहे थे।
So you heard, viewers, on camera what the people faced and what they told us, and they are sharing it with you. Republic investigation proving that Muslim mob was provocative. Last evening, viewers, at least 80 to 100 people from the community turned violent, and stones were thrown at the cops as well. They were attacked with axes also, and several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas just to disperse them. And what we know as per police, that the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members had demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. But viewers, if you see the visuals around me, you see that this is not just happening in Nagpur. Few days back, we saw what happened in Mahu of Madhya Pradesh. We saw just because a few people were celebrating India's victory in the Champions Trophy on a Sunday night, they got attacked. And again, there was the conspiracy angle coming to the fore in Mahu as well. You go a little behind, you go a little back, and you have Sambal. What happened in Sambal? What happened in Jahangirpuri in Delhi? Everywhere you see how this mobilization is happening and provocation is happening. My colleague Sandeep is joining us on the broadcast. Sandeep, clearly we can see, even if you check what's happening as per the CCTV footage or the eyewitness accounts, how the police have been attacked as well. It all goes on to say that it was a pre-planned violence. There is petrol bomb, there are sharp weapons and stones that are all being gathered and put to use here.
Rakshita, not only that, I had just a word with my sources in Nagpur police. They confirmed me with the fact that not only just petrol bomb, not only just sharp weapons, but also stones were pelted from the terraces of their very building and their houses out there. So definitely this raised a lot of question that how come a mob of more than 100 people got together and indulged into such kind of a violence. Not only that, from where these stones had come, this is one of the important question. And if at all the stones were coming from the terraces of the building, then it is very much clear that these stones were in fact kept on the terraces and then were used later in the evening during the violence that erupted. And remember, at that very point in time, not just sharp weapons, weapons like axes were also used on a police officer. One of the DCP has got injured, Niketan Kadam. He has got injured because one of the person in the mob had attacked him with the axe. So ultimately, no weapons have been left to,
and we see the same playbook, Sandeep, in every city that we witness such communal violence and how the communal fire has been fueled. We saw that in Jahangirpuri as well. We saw that in Mahu as well. We saw that in Sambal, how, stones were found in the houses of several individuals and thrown from the terrace. It's all as a planned conspiracy that is completely being pointed at. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us from Nagpur right now. And viewers, shift our focus to story number 3 right now. now. That is how socialite influencer Orry, that is Orhan Avadramani, among the 8 people booked for consuming alcohol and non-vegetarian food at the base camp of Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine, has been now going missing. He's off radar, viewers. Jammu and Kashmir police filed an F.I.R. yesterday. There are more calls for him to be, to be summoned and for action to be taken against. And his phone has gone off. His phone is not reachable. It's the same Orry. We've seen that he leaves no chance, no stone unturned to pose before the camera, but now he's incommunicado. He's nowhere to be seen, viewers. And now we are being joined by a special guest, Mr. Rakesh Wazir, who is the president of Katra Hotel Association, is joining us. Mr. Wazir, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. It's a big question on how alcohol was being served at a place where it is prohibited, alcohol and non-veg food. This is a hotel where where Orry and many others were partying, and no one gets to know. And when hotel alerts the police, they're already left.
Jai Mata Di. Actually, for the public, it is very important to tell that in Katra, Vaishno Devi track and around, meat, non-vegetarian items and liquor is totally banned. And we, the hoteliers of Katra, even going ahead, do not use even onion and garlic in our hotels, which is not prohibited. What we on our own do not use that. But this incident came into the knowledge of the hotelier, with whom I talked also, that this man along with 6-7 other persons consumed alcohol inside the room, inside the room of the hotels. And when hotelier came to know about it, he informed the police immediately and F.I.R. is lodged. And we condemn it hugely and request all the people from all over India and world that Katra is a very poised place and it is known for its sanctity.
Yes. Mr. Wazir, I want to understand from you, has there any action been taken, sir? Mr. Wazir, any action has been taken against the hotel or not?
No. There is no fault of hotel because hotel is the one who informed the police, and this is not used in common area. It is used inside his room, which the hotelier came to know, and he was the one who informed the police.
The hotel got to know about it on 15th March, sir, and they reported it on 16th afternoon. So there was a lot of time for them to also flee.
No. It is not like this. Actually, this incident happened inside the room, and that man had gone to Vaishno Devi, locking his room. When in the morning, the boy went inside the room and he saw that liquor bottle is there, he informed the police. And then this man did not come to the hotel even. He went outside and he went from straight from Vaishno Devi to Mumbai or wherever he went. And he did not come even hotel even. Otherwise, he would have caught over there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wazir, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing what your side and conveying that message here on Republic TV. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other story that we are tracking now. NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are scheduled to return to Earth after spending 9 long months, almost more than 9 months in space. And that could be a very, very challenging experience for anyone. And everybody is waiting to hear from Sunita Williams, of course, when she'll be back tonight around 3:30 to 3:45 a.m. Republic TV will be getting you a 360-degree coverage of that, and there will be, of course, an American and Russian cosmonaut accompanying both of them. And also, this is happening. We haven't seen such a long stay in the longest time. Prime Minister Modi has also written a letter to Sunita Williams and saying that entire country is praying for her. In fact, we have Director of Space Application Center, ISRO, Mr. Nilesh M. Desai, joining us. Mr. Desai, well, it of course is a challenging entire stay. Entire stay has been very challenging for the 2 astronauts. But tell us more about this journey, this 17-hour journey back home on Earth, and what changes will both of them experience once they land here on Earth?
Yeah. Good evening. So, as you have been mentioning, this is going to be a very eventful journey for both Sunita Williams as well as Orry Wilmore. They have
So there seems to be a problem with your audio. We'll try and fix your audio there, as it's an erratic audio that we are receiving right now. But viewers, all right, I'm told that Mr. Desai is back. Sir, please go ahead.
Yes, so after 17 hours, they'll be back on the Earth, and they'll be landing at around early morning, 3 o'clock or 3:30, around that. So it will be a very eventful journey, and they'll be re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And that is the most crucial part of the re-entry, which will be happening early morning tomorrow. And we are very hopeful of a very safe and successful return of Sunita Williams after spending almost more than 9 months in space along with Perry Wilmore. You may be aware that they went in the Boeing Starliner on 5th June 2024. Yes. They were supposed to, it was an 8-day mission. They were supposed to come back after 8 days. But due to some gas leak problem developed in the thrusters, NASA decided that it is not safe to return them in the same Starliner. So they were put onto the International Space Station. And again, the occasion arose in September when the Crew 9 went to International Space Station. Yeah. But since there were other 4 astronauts who were scheduled to return back, so their turn didn't come during that Crew 9 journey in September 2024. So after NASA always had
Seems to be a problem there with your connection. Thank you so much, Mr. Desai. That's all the time we have in this for this story on Right Now on 6 Stories at 6. We shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking, and it's India's External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar yet again calling out West's hypocrisy. Dr. Jaishankar slammed the West over having double standards on the Kashmir issue, saying that an invasion had been reframed as a dispute. He emphasized the need for a strong and fair United Nations. He didn't spare United Nations. As always, without mincing his words, in classic Jaishankar style, the West has been schooled yet again. Here's more.
Speaking at Raisina Dialogue today, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar took a sharp jibe at United Nations and West over Kashmir. He criticized United Nations for turning the Kashmir invasion into a dispute and treating both the attacker and victims as equal.
After the Second World War, the longest standing illegal, I would say, presence, occupation of a territory by another country pertains to India. What we saw in Kashmir. Now, we went to the UN. What was an invasion was made into a dispute. So the attacker and the victim were put on par. Who were the culpable parties? UK, Canada, Belgium, Australia, USA. So, pardon me, I have some question marks on that whole order.
Jaishankar called the occupation of some parts of Kashmir by Pakistan the longest standing illegal occupation of territory by any country after the Second World War. The minister also stressed the need for the international order and fairness, saying that a strong global order must have some basic consistency of standards.
I think we do need an international order, just like we need a domestic order. So if you need a society in a country, you need an international version of that. And it's not just big countries who will benefit if there is no order. I would argue that any country which will take risks, which will have extreme positions, which would test the system, will actually use disorder to its advantage.
He also called for an audit of how the world has functioned over the past 8 decades. He argued that the global power dynamics have changed and the international system must reflect this reality. EAM Jaishankar's strong remarks reflect India's growing assertiveness in shaping global conversation on fairness and international governance.
After that big international story, US President Donald Trump is also set to speak to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin later today. In fact, in just a while from now, between 6:30 to 8:30 p.m., we expect that call to happen. And this will be, of course, on the Ukraine peace deal, the ceasefire deal. And Trump says that many elements of a final agreement have already been reached, but much of it remains. And in fact, we will be keeping a close eye on that. We also have journalist Patrick speaking on it. Listen into this conversation I had with him. All right, so for more on this, I'm being joined by independent journalist Patrick Lancaster. Patrick, we have seen how Russia has already put down certain demands. It's a conditional ceasefire that they want to sign up for. Many demands put forth by Putin. Now, Trump is going to have a call in just a few, in some time from now with Vladimir Putin. What could be on the agenda? Because Ukraine is skeptical. It says that it only wants a conditionless agreement from Russia. But what does Russia would be having in mind?
Hi. Thanks for having me on. Just to get right into it, Russia and both Ukraine are almost in an impossible option as far as agreeing on a ceasefire here. Ukraine starts by putting out unrealistic goals or demands in a ceasefire, and which go against Russian law. Regardless what side of the conflict someone favors, the fact is Russian law says that these 5 regions now that are legally part of Russia by Russian law have Ukrainian troops on them. And Vladimir Putin made it clear a year ago in June that there was going to be no ceasefire until Ukrainian troops left these territories. Now, of course, that includes the territories of Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson, but also now we know Kursk. And I'm here in Kursk on the ground. I've been going with the front line as it goes. I've been documenting Russian forces basically pushing Ukrainian forces out of the Kursk region at an extreme rate. There's many Ukrainian soldiers that have been captured and become prisoners of war. There's a huge amount of Western United States supplied military vehicles that are being captured and actually going to be, from what I'm told by the soldiers on the ground, used back against Ukrainian forces. And this isn't secondhand information. This is everything I'm seeing with my own eyes here. I'm right now near the front line in the Kursk region of Russia. And there's intense battle going on, and Russia is just making gains over gains constantly in the last week here in the Kursk region. Now, for anyone in their right mind to think that Vladimir Putin would be willing to, or Russia for that matter, would be really willing to agree on a conditionless ceasefire and just do what Ukraine and Zelensky wants them to do, it's just a ridiculous idea. It would not benefit Russia at all. Ceasefire should I believe someone that would be joining a ceasefire would expect something to benefit both sides in one way or another. And the only thing that this is going to benefit is Ukraine, giving Ukraine time to regroup, get more weapons from the United States and Western countries, and basically just prepare for the next round of battles with Russia. Now, I think, military analyst would agree that that is not in the best interest of Russia right now, and it's probably not going to happen.
Right. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us with what you have, of course, been reporting and your understanding of this issue that we are tracking right now. Right, that's all from our side on this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be right back with more breaking updates at 6:30.
and freedom on the Big Loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Bertot, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
To the station on the Big Loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
And this is back. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed. And for crew arrival, we ring a bell, a Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
The All India Muslim Personal...
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting. As much for the United States, so for India, the return, homecoming of Sunita Williams, whom Prime Minister called the daughter of the country, is the most watched story of the day perhaps, and we are building up to that splashdown in the Antarctic, in the Arctic Ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean, I beg your pardon, off the Florida coast. But before that, let me get you some headlines. Muslim mob goes on rampage in Nagpur. Republic investigation proves that the violence was pre-planned.
तफ्तीश कर रही है पुलिस के ऊपर, ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बचे, पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
क्या हो गया था बे? Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer and Rahul's friend Orry goes off radar, faces F.I.R. in J&K over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splashdown. All right, let's begin this bulletin with a breaking news development coming in connection with the Orry story from Jammu and Kashmir, where it seems the J&K police has finally slapped a notice on the influencer and sought his cooperation in the investigation, failing which, of course, legal action would be taken. Let's go to Gursimran. He's bringing us this information from Jammu, Katra. In fact, Gursimran, over to you. What's this notice about, and what Jammu and Kashmir Police wants to know from Orry?
The F.I.R. that has been registered under the Section 223 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Now, as per the procedure of the BNS, the notice was to be issued, and we are told that out of 8 total accused, 7 have been slapped with the notice. The notices have been issued this evening by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and a week's time have been given, since we have been reiterating since morning that it will be a phased timeline that will be given. So Orry has been given the timeline till 23rd of this month that he has to appear. The notice reads, the copy of which we cannot show on here, but the copy reads that he is directed to appear before the police before 23rd of March. So 23rd of March is the deadline that has been fixed for Orry. This starts from today, and the notice has been given to 7 Indian nationals, because out of total 8, 1 is a Russian national. The Russian national has not been served the notice yet, but all the 7 Indian nationals, many of them are from Jammu and Kashmir, and others from outside Jammu and Kashmir, they have been asked to appear before the police and cooperate and also give their version regarding the incident that has taken place. Now it has to be seen whether there will be some legal remedy that will be taken by Orry, or Orry will be choosing to appear before the court, because in many of the high-profile cases we have often seen that these high-profile persons, they opt to send their legal team, but for now there has not been any update with the Jammu and Kashmir Police with respect to any of the legal remedy being taken by Orry or any of his friends that were there, or those people who have been named in the F.I.R, but they say that they were only there to take the photograph with Orry, but were not part of his game, of his entire team that consumed the alcohol.
Gursimran, does that mean that failing this notice, and if Orry does not respond, given the fact that he has gone into hiding, there is likelihood of his arrest or a warrant issued in his name?
Yes, Abhishek, the first step that will follow, if he fails to appear before the Jammu and Kashmir Police, that there will be a second notice that will be issued as part of the BNSS procedure. Then there will be a bailable warrant that will be issued by the Jammu and Kashmir Police asking him to appear. That is the third step. And if he fails again, even after the bailable warrant is issued, then the Jammu and Kashmir Police will be moving to the court asking for a non-bailable warrant, which means his arrest will then be imminent, but it will be taking at least 3 steps. First notice, the second notice, the bailable warrant, and then the court warrant of non-bailable warrant for Orry to appear before the police. But that is what will follow. But for now, it's the 23rd March deadline that has been given to the Orry by Jammu and Kashmir Police to appear before them and to record his statement that what actually happened that night, on the intervening night of 14th and 15th of March 2025.
Right. Obviously, due process being followed there by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Orry having hurt the sentiments of the community, having breached those norms and ethics of the pilgrimage center. On that note, thank you so much, Gursimran. Moving on for now, and on to another breaking news coming in from Guwahati now, where another aide of Amritpal Singh, remember the Khalistani separatist who's in jail with the National Security Act imposed on him. His aide Daljit Singh Kalsi, who was released from Dibrugarh Central Jail today. And with this, a total of 4 of his accomplices have been released after completing their detention period. The Punjab police team that was stationed in Dibrugarh has taken transit remand of the 4 and is going to bring them to Punjab and on to some jails there. Let's first listen into the police reaction, and then we have a reporter live on this story.
2 जन NSA डेटेन्यू को लेके आए हैं और लंडन सीजीएम कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किए फॉर ट्रांजिट रिमांड के लिए। दोनों का नाम, एक जन का नाम है बसंत सिंह और एक जन का नाम है सरबजीत सिंह गिल। और लंडन सीजीएम ने जो ट्रांजिट रिमांड का पीरियड था वो अलाउ किया है और उनको जो कोर्ट है, कंसर्न कोर्ट है, वहाँ 23 तारीख से पहले और 23 तारीख 12 बजे से पहले उनको प्रोड्यूस करने की ऑर्डर दिया।
कल में भी कुछ लोगों को यहाँ में
कल भी 2 जन को प्रोड्यूस किए थे और उनको भी वही सेम रिमांड है, उनका 22 तारीख दिया है, 22 तारीख और उससे पहले।
All right, as it becomes clear from the soundbite of the lawyer, Sameer Todi, that these accused are in fact wanted in other cases of violence, and in fact one is a case of terror, of attack on Ajnala police station, and that's why they have to be produced there in the local court in Punjab. We are joined in by Anil Poddar. He's our correspondent from Dibrugarh. And Mr. Poddar, how does it pan out from here? All these Amritpal Singh aides, have they been given custody? Have they been handed over to Punjab police already? And what happens from now?
See, after the completion of detention period of all the 10 detainees who are lodged in Dibrugarh Central Jail are being released phase-wise. Actually, the Punjab police team, a 25-member to Punjab police team, is already stationed in Dibrugarh for the last couple of days. And after the release of first two detainees from the Dibrugarh Central Jail yesterday, the Punjab police stationed outside the jail immediately arrested them in connection with the Ajnala police station case registered.
Okay, I think we lost the line there with Mr. Poddar, but it's clear that something's been happening. These aides were arrested along with Amritpal Singh and put in detention under the National Security Act under provisions of anti-terror laws in the country in Dibrugarh jail in Assam. And now we are seeing 4 of his aides being released, not exactly released, but they have been given over to Punjab police on transit remand because they are wanted in other terror cases, including one of attack on Ajnala police station in Punjab. And so they would be produced in a local court. They're moving on to the story which is the talk of the world, not just of the United States or India, which is that return of Sunita Williams. A pair of US astronauts stuck for more than 9 months on the International Space Station will be returned to Earth Wednesday morning. Butch or Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams are to be transported home with another American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. We are joined in by Mr. Guru Prasad. He is a former ISRO director, a scientist. Very good evening to you, sir. And the world is watching this splashdown with a lot of hope, expectation, and with relief that finally Sunita Williams is coming back. And of course, the other astronauts, including Mr. Wilmore. So, Mr. Guru Prasad, if you could tell us, this is of course a happy ending, but what could have gone wrong? I mean, why it took so many months even for the Americans to get her back?
Yeah, first thing is actually it was as it was scheduled earlier. It was a 1 week or 8 days flight in Boeing Starliners in Boeing Starliner. Sunita Williams was supposed to travel to International Space Station in Boeing Starliner, and due to propulsion issues with it, NASA thought it was prudent on its part not to send them back to Earth in Starliner. So they made them to stay back, and the Starliner, paradoxically, it came down without any problem, okay, without any crew. But anyway, they were absorbed into the crew who were already there. So instead of 8 days, their flight got extended to 285 days. But let me tell you, at no time they were in danger of anything, in fact. And Sunita Williams is a veteran. Already she had traveled to space twice, and she had stayed for 6 months twice. So I think NASA's decision was quite justified, I would say.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Guru Prasad. We can see you're traveling, but we'll keep coming back to you overnight. The splashdown planned for around 5 a.m. in the morning. On that note, moving on, and we have a breaking news development coming in from New Delhi, where a joint meeting between the Election Commission and the Ministry of Home Affairs officials has taken place to decide on a joint or joining of the EPIC, which is the voter ID card number, and the Aadhaar card, connection of the Aadhaar card and the voter ID card, which is called the EPIC. A joint meeting taking place as we speak between the two bodies, and very soon a decision would be taken to connect the Aadhaar card or link the Aadhaar card with the EPIC. All right, from Delhi to Nagpur, moving on, and to the violence that took place last evening in the winter capital of Maharashtra, Nagpur, and where we have seen rioters being arrested, and now we are getting breaking news development, which is that police has said that they are taking a strict action based on CCTV footage, a lot of which has already been collected, and the police has warned that all those seen in those clips and all those who are seen in various mobile phone clips also having indulged in violence would be booked, and there would be no concession given whatsoever. Nagpur police essentially sending a message of toughness there with this statement. Let's listen to Nagpur Police Commissioner, who spoke to Ravinder Singh. He spoke to Meenakshi, our correspondent, a while back.
देखिए सुबह जो है एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था जिसमें हम लोगों ने केस रजिस्टर किया 9 लोगों के खिलाफ, और उसके बाद में जो डेलीगेशन आया उनसे भी हमारी बात हुई एंड दे वर सेटिस्फाइड कि जो पुलिस जो अपनी कार्रवाई कर रही है। उसके बाद में शाम को, क्योंकि कल 2 फेस्टिवल्स थे, एक तो रमज़ान फेस्टिवल चल ही रहा है और दूसरा शिव जयंती का जो त्यौहार था वो था, और इस दौरान में दोनों ग्रुप जो है एक अलग अलग जगह पे, मतलब थोड़ी ही डिस्टेंस पे आमने सामने आ गए थे, और उसके बाद में जो है नारेबाजी हुई। उसमें जो है कुछ लोगों ने पथराव किया, ऐसा खबर आई थी, और क्योंकि पुलिस वहाँ पे थी तो उन्होंने दोनों ही ग्रुप्स को अलग अलग किया, और मतलब यहाँ से इस तरह से शुरुआत हुई थी इसकी।
सर, 2 जगह उपद्रव हुआ, इसके अलावा भी कहीं और नोटिस किया गया है किस तरीके की कोई घटना जो सामने आई?
नहीं, अभी तक लगभग 50 लोगों को हमने हिरासत में लिया है और 5 गुन्हे दाखिल किए हैं इसमें, और जो भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं अभी और भी जो लोग हमें नज़र आ रहे हैं वीडियोस में, सोशल मीडिया पे, या फिर हमारा जो कमांड कंट्रोल सेंटर है उसमें, तो उन लोगों को भी इसमें आइडेंटिफाई किया जा रहा है और उसमें कार्रवाई हो रही है।
All right, countdown begins for the homecoming of Sunita Williams as the world watches the return of Space Dragon with the 2 astronauts on board.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amrit Pal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent? What are you trying to do? Don't you, Arvind Kejriwal, know that by helping Amrit Pal, you are indirectly helping Pakistan? Or is that part of the plan? Where Kejriwal, frustrated at continuing political losses, now want to play into Pakistan hands and compromise our national security? What is Arvind Kejriwal really wanting to do after all? We can't trust Kejriwal.
Welcome back. Addressing the Raisina dialogues in New Delhi, U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard dwelt on the country-first approach that President Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi follow. She also weighed in on the opportunities to expand ties between the two countries across a broader spectrum. Here are the details.
U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard weighed in on the America First policy of President Donald Trump. Speaking at the ongoing Raisina dialogues in Delhi, Gabbard said that the policy of the Trump administration isn't about America alone. Drawing a parallel between Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, she said that both leaders are committed to a similar nation-first approach. Gabbard said that there was a huge scope for US and India to expand ties across a broader spectrum.
I'm a child of the Pacific. I was born and raised, first born in American Samoa, raised in Hawaii. I've spent a lot of time throughout my life traveling throughout the Indo-Pacific and working in many different countries. So I'm very familiar with the rich and beautiful cultures, the kindness and hospitality that I've experienced everywhere I've gone, and the rich history within each country that leads to a better understanding of the nuance and complexities that exist within these countries, but also within the relationships in the region. It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Our ability to do so as nations, as leaders, as...
The US Intel chief also described the meeting of Prime Minister Modi and President Trump as a reconnection of two old friends.
This is from
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory that began on November 2nd, 2000.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically.
Pakistan descends into absolute chaos. Tune in at 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive as we tell you as to why exactly Pakistan has suddenly called for a security meeting.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. the man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent? What are you trying to do? Don't you, Arvind Kejriwal, know that by helping Amritpal, you are indirectly helping Pakistan? Or is that part of the plan, where Kejriwal, frustrated at continuing political losses, now want to play in...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You watching the Tuesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavinson. Ladies and gentlemen, Abu Katra, nephew of 2611 mastermind, was eliminated in Pakistan. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, for the first time, we're going to get you images of Abu Katra in an active launch pad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All this and much more. First, let's get you the breaking news now coming in. The big story. For the first time, we're getting you details of where exactly was Abu Katra, and if we can also tell you the details of who exactly is Abu Katra. Nephew of Hafiz Saeed, the active member of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, linked to the 2023 Rajouri attack as well as Riyasi attack. In fact, it turns out that Abu Katra on 27th of February was actually present in a launch pad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, in Berthan in particular. In fact, details that we're getting in right now is with regards to this very location that he had visited, and thereafter the elimination that took place in Pakistan. On your screens right now, these are the images that we're going to stay with. The person that has been circled is Abu Katra. Abu Katra, in fact, had visited one of the launch pads on 27th of February, killed just about a few days ago. In fact, one of the videos of him visiting the active launch pad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir was actually shared with the Lashkar-e-Toiba cadres. In fact, they were told that Abu Katra was preparing for another attack, and in fact, the preparations were basically underway. This is a visit that he made in Berthan area in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also quickly take you through some more details that we are basically picking up with regards to what really has happened in Pakistan and how exactly a pattern essentially is emerging. And the pattern being that those who have been against India and have been operating from Pakistan, in fact, who were in Pakistan, they are now being eliminated. We'll stay with these visuals for now, till the time we get Gursimran getting us more details. Now, this is fortnight before his killing. He's also known as Zia Sindhi, and he visited one of the active launch pads in Berthan area of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Zia Sindhi, also known as Abu Katra, he was actually accompanied by a few others, as you can see right now on your screens. In fact, this is considered to be the security of Abu Katra, who was along with them. He spent roughly about a few hours in Berthan area and thereafter left for Lahore. We've also put out the exact coordinates that we can put out on our grid right now. The exact coordinates of the area is 33.86641990, 74.1861989. That's the exact coordinate of the area where he was spotted. And as you can see right now on the screens, this is the fourth person who's been circled right now, covered. This was during a snowfall that was taking place in one of the launch pad when he was spotted. I'll also go across to Gursimran while we stay full frame with these visuals. The only visuals that has been accessed of Abu Qatal, who was spotted in Berthan area of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir before the elimination took place. Gursimran, we're staying with these visuals that have been accessed for the first time on Indian television. No other channel has been able to access these images of Abu Qatal, who was killed in a mysterious manner in Pakistan. In fact, it turns out that since starting from 2023 to now, about 8 terrorists linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba have already been killed, eliminated in Pakistan. Some say there could be a gang war. What's really happening inside Pakistan right now?
See, Shawan, what it seems that it's the internal rivalry of the Pakistani terror groups to show their supremacy to their parent organization, that is to ISI, for the funding. And that's why one commander of a terror group is being killed by the unknown gunman, then other terror commander is being killed by the unknown gunman. And so was the case of the Ziaur Rahman alias Abu Qatal alias Zia Sindhi. He was one of the dreaded terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba because he has spent 6 years of his life in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Rajouri Poonch. And that was why he was called one of those Ghazis of the Lashkar-e-Toiba for J&K operations. Ghazi, the name that is given to the top commander who overlooks the terror attacks. That is the operations what the Lashkar calls in Jammu and Kashmir. Now coming to this video that has been accessed, it is said to be from the Berthan area. Some of the coordinates we have also got access to. This area is in opposite to the Shank Toda, that is in the Poonch district. And here at one of the launching pads, that what we are told, he was moving there. He was there for a couple of hours. It was during the inclement weather condition that he was there for a couple of hours. What he did there is not known to us, whether he took part in some training or whether he only spoke to those who were active at the launch pads, the terrorists that were planning to sneak into the Indian territory. That is not known to us. But when he was heading back, there were some of the videos that were taken by the Lashkar-e-Toiba cadres, and then it was shared after his killing with the cadres of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, showing that one of those Ghazis who has now been killed was still planning a terror strike when he was killed. So he was on the ground till his last, was the message that the Lashkar wanted to give to its cadres for strengthening them. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, we'll also help our viewers understand who exactly is Abu Qatal. And many experts are suggesting that perhaps Hafiz Saeed could actually be the next as far as the elimination list is really concerned. But first, let me tell you why these images are extremely significant, because till now, there was not a single image of Abu Qatal and what was he really doing in Pakistan. It turns out, the details here is that he's actually been to one of the active launch pads. Let's take you through the details. Abu Qatal is also known as Zia Sindhi. He was spotted in Berthan area of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now that's a launch pad which is active. In fact, there are several terrorists who have been trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba who were present there. So it turns out that on 27th of February this year is when he made that visit. Now Qatal is essentially reviewing one of the many active terror launch pads in Berthan area. In fact, we've been told there's over a dozen such active launch pads. Now, that is the place from where the infiltration actually takes place, the attempts that are essentially made for the infiltration to take place in the Jammu and Kashmir area. Video that has been circulated was by the Lashkar-e-Toiba after Qatal's killing. Now, this also gained more prominence because given the fact that you have one of the top leaders of Lashkar-e-Toiba being eliminated in Pakistan, some saying it's because of a gang war that's taken place. He left for Lahore after visiting Berthan, which is again an active launchpad area. Let's take you through more details now coming in. I'm going to put out that image once again for you because it's important for our viewers to know that this is for the first time that there is a direct link that is emerging, that this man, this terrorist, nephew of Hafiz Saeed, who's been actively working on a plan. And the plan was to carry on infiltration through the launchpad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And it turns out that he was actually reviewing that. Now, if you're wondering who exactly is this person and how exactly he's linked to the Riyasi attack as well as Rajouri, I'll get you my colleague Gursubran on this. Gursubran, walk us through the details of the links that Abu Qatal has had with various terrorist attacks that have actually taken place in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 1 year itself.
See, Shawan, this dates back to 1996 when for the first time Abu Qatal was sent to Jammu and Kashmir. It was that time of 1996 when there was no fence on the border, so it was easy to infiltrate. He was here for 3 years. He carried out several attacks. At that time, the Hizbul Mujahideen was not extending the support to Lashkar-e-Toiba. So Lashkar was actually increasing its ground strength, and that's why Pakistanis were sent in large numbers to Jammu and Kashmir. Then in 1999, he went back to the Pakistan. Then in 2001, he came to Jammu and Kashmir, stayed for 2 months in the Rajouri Poonch, and then he went back to the Pakistan. For 2 decades, it was complete silence that there is some terrorist named as Ziaur Rahman or Abu Qatal, because there was no footprints of him being active in the Lashkar cadres. But then on 1st of January 2023, there was Dhangri terror attack. 5 Hindus were killed after checking their Aadhaar cards on the day 1. On 2nd of January, 2 Hindus were killed in an ID attack in the same place. Then during the investigation, it came into being that there is some terrorist named Ziaur Rahman. Then on the 20th of April, there was a terror attack on the Indian Army's Rashtra Rifle, in which 5 jawans of the Indian Army, they attained martyrdom. And during that investigation, the National Investigation Agency made a key arrest. The key arrest was of Nisar, that was from the Mendhar area of Poonch. And when Nisar was questioned, then came the entire sequence that it was Ziaur Rahman alias Abu Qatal who revived his old contacts of 1996 to 2003 to carry out these attacks. What he was doing, he was sending the consignment to Nisar. Nisar was picking the drone-dropped consignments of cash, narcotics, even weapons, and then he was handing it over to the smugglers and the weapons and the cash to the terrorists for their survival. And for the Dhangri terror attack as well as Bhata Dunia terror attack, Nisar had given the weapons as well as cash to them.
Well, I just want you to stay on with us because with more breaking news now coming in. But let's talk about the pattern that has emerged. Since 2023, number of killings actually have taken place. Let's take you through all of them who have been killed. In fact, this is part of a gang war, is what many say. Bashir Ahmad Pir, he was known for trading fresh batch of armed terrorists in Kashmir. He was killed. This is back in 2023. Let's take you through the other names. They all were killed just the way Abu Qatal was killed. Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist was also shot dead in Rawalpindi. That's Bashir Ahmad Pir. Saeed Khalid Raza, a former commander of the anti-India group Al-Badr. Now, this man too was killed. He's linked to the Islamic State of Khorasan province. Once again killed in Pakistan. Let's take you through more details. He was gunned down by the unknown assailant. Now, the modus operandi seems to be pretty much similar. That you have unknown assailants coming them and gunning them down. Mufti Zahoor Ibrahim, Jaish terrorists who've been shot dead at point blank range. Then you have Riaz Ahmed, Lashkar terrorist who conspired the Dhangri terror attack. He too was killed in Pakistan. He was shot dead by unidentified men inside Al-Qudus Mosque in Rawalkot. Again, look at this. All of them have the same pattern. Key aide of Jaish Chief Masood Azhar, he was killed. Shahid Latif, mastermind of the 2016 attack on Pathankot Air Force Base, he was killed. He was gunned down in a mosque, that too in Sialkot area. So once again, clearly looking at each of them have the same kind of modus operandi. Hansla Adnan, mastermind of the attack on the BSF convoy in Udhampur 2015. Let's take you through more details. He was shot outside his house in Karachi by unknown gunmen. All of them, similar modus operandi. Unknown assailants have gunned them down. Now, that's the latest details now coming in. Let's also now take you through more details now coming in from Pakistan as to what's really happening there. Because it turns out you have a security meeting that has been carried out. In fact, we're going to get you more details of it. But before that, let's take you through the details now coming in from Pakistan with regards to that security meeting that took place. Let's take you through the details of it. In fact, this is after the series of killings that have actually taken place. And it turns out that after the killings that were taking place in Pakistan, we're just now shifting focus now to the other big story that's also coming in. There's a breaking news coming in, shifting focus from there. We've just got a breaking news with regards to the Nagpur violence, the Muslim mob violence that's taken place. We have spoken to the injured DCP in Nagpur, and he has now confirmed to Republic TV that this was an orchestrated crime. In fact, he has spoken to my colleague Sandeep. That's the big breaking news coming in. It's the injured DCP speaking to my colleague Sandeep. Listen in.
Yesterday, there was a big law and order issue in that area. There were a lot of antisocial elements available there. There were weapons, there were petrol bottles and other equipments also, apart from stones. And there was heavy stone pelting. In that stone pelting, many officers and our constables got injured. Thankfully, nobody is grievously injured. I got the injury by an axe. That one person has attacked using axe because our team was trapped there. In order to save that team, I went ahead and I tried to stop that mob, and one of the person from that mob that attacked me, and I got injured.
Was it a planned mob, or what is a because ultimately you cannot bring the petrol bombs impromptu. There should be these numbers of people, like more than 100 people were there at that point in time. What is your observation?
No, in the later part of the thing, after 2100 hours, it was seen in those lanes, some people were pelting stones from above the building also. Okay. So primarily it was seen that it was some sort of pre-planned thing, but still we can't comment on it right now. We have registered the offences and it's a part of investigation. If it was pre-planned, then it will come out in the investigation.
Well, the injured DCP who's spoken to Republic TV has called this a completely orchestrated crime. In fact, a flag march is now being conducted in Nagpur. Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, who's joining us on this broadcast. Sandeep, you spoke to the injured DCP. He's calling it an orchestrated crime, the Muslim mob that carried out vandalism in central Nagpur. What's really happening on the ground right now?
Right, Shravan, I would like to show you the live visuals from this very location. This, you can see how police officers are on the ground, and in fact a flag march. A flag march has been in fact called out by the Nagpur police right now. As we give you the live visuals, heavy forces are on the streets of Mahal, wherein this whole incident, wherein this whole mob violence took place yesterday. Remember, more than 30 officers of Nagpur police got injured in that very violence, and in fact there were many violence was reported in this very locality. Kanti, pan the camera and show the visuals. This is the locality wherein this whole incident had happened. A large mob had attacked the police officers who were in fact out there for security. At the same point in time, when the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal were protesting against the tomb of Aurangzeb, at the same point in time the mob had in fact gathered out there and in fact attacked, and violence had taken place. And in fact you see the Commissioner of Police of Nagpur, he is leading this very flag march. We give you the live visuals out there. We'll try to get his reaction. We'll try to speak to him once again. Mr. Singhal. So Mr. Singhal will just speak to the CP out there. CP sir, what is the current status? What are you trying to establish right now? Massive force on the streets of Mahal.
See, because we have to do such kind of actions, we have to take such actions because we have to keep the peace in the city, right? And that's what we are doing.
As far as your forces are concerned, many police officers got injured into it. What is the current status of their health? What kind of actions are you taking against those people who were involved in the violence, sir?
So our people who were injured yesterday, 2 of them are still in the hospital, and but some of them, like my officer who is walking with me, he was also injured. In fact, I also got a stone pelted.
Right.
So all these things were there, but they should not deter us because we are there to save, support, and keep maintain peace in the city.
Police officers are being attacked, sir. What actions are you going to take, sir?
So actions are being taken. They are being identified. That is why 50 people were taken into custody yesterday, and the same process is
इतना
going.
वक्त क्यों लग रहा है आपको गिरफ्तारी करने में? 50 से ज्यादा लोगों को आप लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया है, लेकिन उसके बाद गिरफ्तारी, कौन है मास्टरमाइंड, अभी तक आप पता नहीं कर पाए?
आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरह की जो भी एक्टिविटी होती है, पीपल ट्राई टू रन अवे, एंड दैट्स क्लियर. और अगर इस तरह की कोई चीज़ है तो वो हम उसको आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं, और जो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, दे आर डिफरेंट वेज जिसके थ्रू हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं.
तो कितना वक्त लग सकता है सर, क्योंकि कम्युनिकेशन पैटर्न आपको समझ में आया है, कौन है मास्टरमाइंड, किसने बुलाया लोगों को इतनी संख्या में?
मैं अभी आपको कुछ नहीं बता पाऊंगा इसमें, क्योंकि हमारी अलग अलग टीम्स इस पे काम कर रही है. साइबर टीम जो है वो अलग से काम कर रही है, हमारे क्राइम यूनिट्स हैं वो लोग अलग से काम कर रहे हैं. तो सब कुल मिला के उसके बाद में इंटेलिजेंस शेयर के बाद में हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं.
टेरेस से पत्थरबाजी की गई थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एस्टैब्लिश होता हुआ नहीं दिखाई दे रहा आपको कि कहीं ना कहीं ये प्लान था, पेट्रोल बम यूज किए गए थे?
नहीं, ऐसा मैं नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, क्योंकि अभी जैसे मैंने बताया कि इन्फॉर्मेशन के आधार पे आई कैन टेल यू, और उसी के बारे में आपको बता पाऊंगा.
Thank you so much for talking to us. We give you the live visuals out there. The CP of Nagpur, in fact, is on the streets of he's on the streets of Mahad, and in fact, we'll speak to Rahul Madane. Rahul Madane, the officer who had got injured, into that very violence yesterday. We'll speak to him. Kanti, if you could come here. DCP Rahul Madane, in fact, DCP Rahul Madane is with us. राहुल जी, कल जो घटना घटी थी उसमें आपको भी चोटें आई थी, कैसे लोग हैं वो, कैसे आपके ऊपर अटैक किया गया था, कुछ अगर जानकारी दे सके तो. So right now Rahul Madane is not willing to talk to us as he's a part of the flag march, but we give you the live visuals. Heavy security, heavy forces, the forces from the state police, reserve police force. They have been in fact called out. The commando forces of state police, in fact, a quick response team, they have been in fact called out. And you see the live visuals. You see the number of police officers out here, the number of women police officers, in fact, the home guard officials are out here. They have in fact they have been brought out here on the street, and in fact they were present yesterday also. They were present.
Well, in fact, a flag march now being conducted in central Nagpur to bring things under control. As we know, the latest coming in from central Nagpur, that things have been brought under control, and it turns out that this was completely pre-planned, and that's the indication now coming in. Should we focus now to the final big story now coming in, the big details on how exactly George Soros was funding NGOs in India. A big crackdown that has been carried out, details of the investigation that has been carried out. In fact, we're given to understand that employees of Amnesty as well as Greenpeace have now come under the scanner of the central agency. In fact, it turns out that searches were carried out at 7 to 8 locations. Now, important to point out here is that after the crackdown by the back in 2016 by the Ministry of Home Affairs against the Open Soros Foundation, they essentially came out with another entity. Now, this very entity was directly funding companies, and the companies are now under the scanner of the central agency. How exactly was the money being distributed? The money was being distributed through a company that was being funded by Soros. In fact, on your screens right now, this is post the Ministry of Home Affairs crackdown. You've had George Soros coming up with a different entity altogether. 75% of the share was actually bought of Root Bridge, and they started funding different NGOs. In fact, it turns out that 300 crore rupees with FDI was actually brought in through multiple entities. 25 crore FDI was actually brought in from 2 companies that were linked to George Soros. And in fact, they were thereafter distributing money to the NGOs. On your screens now, this is how exactly the distribution of money was actually taking place. it turns out that employees of Amnesty and Greenpeace were receiving the funding. On your screens right now, how RSPL, the company that was getting direct funding from George Soros, was distributing it further, sending it to SEDF. About 18 crore rupees was sent to them. The NGOs basically received roughly about 2.31 crore rupees, and domestic donations were made of about 5 crore rupees. 57% went in for about salaries, 7% on consultant fees, 14% vendor payments, and 14% statutory fees. In fact, one person who was being searched by the Enforcement Directorate is in Bengaluru. We'll try and see if we can go across live to him and get you the latest details of the searches that were carried out at the residence of the Amnesty as well as Greenpeace. In fact, both were actually searched by the Enforcement Directorate earlier today, and it turns out that they are now largely looking at how the fund was being distributed. Abhishek from Republic Canada is actually joining us right now on this broadcast. Abhishek, you're outside the residence of one such person linked to Amnesty and also to Greenpeace. They were being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. If you can just move around and just show us where exactly the searches were carried out, how exactly is he linked, what are the details that are now emerging?
Well, Shavani, the Republic Canada team tried to visit the Greenpeace director's place, and this is the location in the screen where you see Ananta Padmanabhan Goswami, who's the former director of Greenpeace, is said that he is residing here. And also, ED, the Enforcement Directorate, conducted raids on 7 locations, and which is related to 3 companies. With respect to the Soros funding, the FDI through various other means, it is alleged that George Soros, who has invested more than 325 crores in various other means to India, is using a pattern by major shareholding of 75 crores in Greenpeace. And also, it is very clear that the NGOs transferred the money which has been come from George Soros to various other companies and NGOs in the name of salaries and betterment fees. And at this location, it is said that the NGO, the former director who was staying here, isn't allowing anyone to shoot the premises, what the local people around here complain. And also, it is very clear that couple of companies, say the Greenpeace company or the NGO, which we visited in the evening, has closed down his place, has closed down the place back in 2022. So the raids have been completed, and we are waiting for much other details from the ED as of now. Back to you, Shavan.
Very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow, the same time, with more stories.
Tonight at 7:30 p.m. we get you all the stories that are breaking the internet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written a letter to Sunita Williams. What is in that letter? We'll get you all the details. Sudiksha Konkani's parents have asked her to declare her dead. Where is Sudiksha? Is she even alive? We'll get you all the details on that story as well. From hot trends to fast takes. All that is trending with me, Tanisha Avasthi, at 7:30 p.m.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
on behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Bertot, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
Houston Station on the Big Loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
And this is back. I wish we could.
Tonight at 7:30 p.m. we get you all the stories that are breaking the internet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written a letter to Sunita Williams. What is in that letter? We'll get you all the details. Sudiksha Konkani's parents have asked her to declare her dead. Where is Sudiksha? Is she even alive? We'll get you all the details on that story as well. From hot trends to fast takes. All that is trending with me, Tanisha Avasthi, at 7:30 p.m. No matter what device you are on, trending stories are breaking the internet. Finally, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore will be undocked from the International Space Station. Not just this, viewers, parents of missing Indians Sudiksha Konkani have made a heartbreaking appeal to Dominican Republic authorities. Whereabouts remain unknown. We also delve into gold prices, which are hitting record high. On the other hand, Tesla has geared up for a grand entry into the Indian automotive market. Meanwhile, we will also discuss the reasons for rising car prices in the Southeast nation. We are bringing to you this and a lot more in tonight's Power Pack Bulletin. This is Trending Today with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Viewers, after an astonishing 9 months in space, NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore will have officially undocked from the International Space Station and are on a 17-hour-long journey back home.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Now, early this morning, Sunita and Butch suited up, shared some final waves with the Crew 10 team and boarded the Dragon spacecraft. Their highly anticipated journey aboard the SpaceX Dragon Freedom is now underway.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
And here is an interesting update. Mission Control has confirmed that Dragon Freedom has officially exited the approach ellipsoid. Now, for those less familiar with the term, the approach ellipsoid is essentially a protective zone around the International Space Station. Now, this means that even if the spacecraft were to lose all maneuvering capability, it would remain at a safe distance from the station for at least 24 hours. Now, ahead of the crossing, this three-dimensional imaginary line, they crossed the kept-out spare at 10:44 p.m. IST after undocking, which involved removing umbilical and attachment hooks. Now, Space Dragon Freedom, which is now making its way to Earth, will have no stops en route to arrive approximately at 3:30 a.m. on 19th of March. Now, although the exact location of splashdown is still unknown, the exact location of landing will depend on local weather conditions. Joining us on the broadcast is Meela Mitra. She's been an ex-NASA scientist. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking to Republic. First and foremost, how do you feel about it? 9 months of wait, it's finally going to end, and the astronauts will be back on Earth.
Yes, so as you know, everybody on Earth is very excited about Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, and of course joining them are one more astronaut and cosmonaut. It's been a long mission. It is only unexpected because they were expecting to go for 8 days, and because of different technical problems, several errors in a row, they landed up staying there for 9 months. However, it's not unprecedented. Many astronauts do stay regularly for 6 months. And, a lot of people were worried about her, but there are supplies and astronauts coming and going. So it was unexpected, but it is exciting that they're back. They would be back.
What do you think are the challenges that Sunita Williams, along with others, will have to face once they land on Earth? Because remember, it's been 9 months that they have been there. So I'm sure they will have to face some challenges there as well, be it physically or maybe mentally as well.
Right. So yeah, physically there are a lot of challenges about being in space because it's in a microgravity atmosphere. So gravity doesn't work on your body. So the bones tend to atrophy a bit, which is why a lot of astronauts do a lot of exercise. And I don't know if you know, but Sunita Williams actually ran the Boston Marathon while she was in ISS once to show that exercise. But yes, there are mentally, you'll feel a little weak and dizzy. And, also the orientation, because there is no up-down orientation in space. So they will have to handle several health issues and, getting back to normal after that.
Absolutely. Meela Mitra, one last question before I let you go. What do you think took the Americans so long to bring back Sunita and Butch Wilmore back to Earth? Because it's been a long journey for them as well.
Right. So when they first went for the 8-day mission, she went on the Boeing Starliner, and it was the Boeing Starliner's first mission, and it was in fact the mission on which it would be getting certified. And even during launch, it had some technical problems, and it landed up with technical problems. But then it was not just that they could not be brought back, but they fell out of the process. So there had to be replacement astronauts that went, and there were replacement astronauts that went in September 2024. And only 2 out of 4 scheduled astronauts went. So Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore could come back. And then they had to wait for the next set of replacement astronauts, which have just gone. Crew 10 has just gone. And they will, in fact, be coming back in the Crew 9 Freedom. It's called Dragon Freedom. And the ones that just went is called Dragon Enterprise. So they will be taking the older crew, cab back. But they had to wait for these astronauts to come and hand over before they could come back.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking to Republic.
Okay, thank you.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Prime Minister Narendra Modi wrote a heartfelt letter to Indian origin Sunita Williams. Now, interestingly, in this letter, Prime Minister Modi mentioned that her name had come up in a conversation he had earlier this month with former NASA astronaut Mike. Now, during his visit to Delhi, he said, and I quote, 1.4 billion Indians have always taken great pride in your achievements. Talking about Williams, who will finally return to her home planet, Internet, is all praise SpaceX CEO Elon Musk for Sunita and Butch return as it exploded in anticipation of their arrival. Have a look. Meanwhile, the internet is all praising SpaceX CEO Elon Musk for Sunita and Butch's return. Have a look. Now, the upcoming journey towards her splashdown moment for Williams, slated for 3:27 a.m. on March 19, also brings back memories of her last splashdown in 2012. On your screen, viewers, you have a visibly healthier-looking Sunita Williams back in the day. However, her weight loss over the course her recent mission is even more evident. Now, following their return, Sunita and Butch will undergo 45 days of intensive rehabilitation to help their bodies adjust to gravity after months in a weightless environment. From rebuilding muscle strength to recalibrating their balance, this process is all about getting their earth legs back under them. We have with us Dr. Jimmy Prabhakar, Senior Consultant at Rela Hospital, Chennai, to educate us on specific health hurdles Williams and Butch Wilmer would be prone to. Thank you very much, Jimmy, for speaking to Republic. What I do want to know from you is that what are the first and the foremost challenges that the two have to face once they land back on Earth?
Good evening, all. Once after a prolonged stay in the space station for about 9 months, the moment they come back to the Earth, they might be experiencing some sort of a gravity sickness. Usually, they have a lot of vertigo, giddiness, and instability while walking. This mainly because of the labyrinthine and the vestibular system has to get readjusted because of the microgravity in the space station. Once they come back to the Earth with the gravity, there might be some sort of space adaptation syndrome and gravity sickness. That's the foremost problem. And then subsequently, you can have microgravity. There is muscle mass will get thinner, and muscle atrophy can take place. And because not able to have a full weight bearing when they are in the space, because all the muscles and the bone and joints, they get demineralized. They are prone for early osteoporosis like changes, and the strength of the muscle mass, everything will come down. So significant weight loss can happen when they come back. So sort of a rehabilitation program has to be instituted. And because of prolonged stay in the 9 months of stay, there might be some sort of a visual disturbances. Absolutely. Because there might be cerebral edema around the perioptic nerve, which can contribute to the visual disturbances. Right. And slowing of all the reflexes and the cardiovascular functions that can get affected. The pumping efficiency of the heart has to be closely monitored because the anemia can develop. Hemoglobin production can be reduced. Right. And because of the prolonged exposure to cosmic radiations, they can have a genetic variations, genetic mutations can take place. And in the long run, they are susceptible for infections, and as well as malignancies also has to be under close observation and close monitoring. Right. And since they have been taking food in the space station, the normal protective gut flora in the intestines, the probiotics, may not be that much evident in the space. So they might have some sort of a gastrointestinal manifestations, some bloating and vomiting sensations can have, and mental health issues. And they can have some sort of an irritability, depression, skin changes, and higher functions, coordination. Yes. They can get affected.
Yes, I was just coming to that point. Right. I was just coming to that point, Doctor. Now, the physical challenges we have spoken about. What I want to know from you is that what kind of mental challenges will they have to face once they land back on Earth?
Yeah, they have been completely isolated over the last 9 months. They don't have enough manpower there. So once they come back to into Mother Earth, and definitely they might have some sort of an irritability in the brain. There might be some sort of cognitive impairment.
Right.
So memory disturbances might be there. So we have to have a proper rehabilitation program. I think we have planned for 45 days.
Absolutely.
Rehabilitation program to slowly get back to their normalcy. And I'm sure they will get back to it sooner than expected.
Right. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic and joining us here on the broadcast. Now, the world awaits with bated breath for the heroic splashdown of heroes beyond Earth's atmosphere. The timeline that you see on your screens is the splashdown timeline. 2:15 a.m. IST is when the return coverage begins. 2:41 a.m. is when the deorbit burns. And going ahead, it is at 3:27 a.m. that the splashdown, the big moment, is expected. That is Indian time. 5 a.m. Indian time, it is the return to Earth and a media conference that will be held by the astronauts, by Sunitha and Butch Wilmot, and also the team of other astronauts who had gone to rescue them. Moving on, the parents of missing University of Pittsburgh student Sudiksha Kunkani want Dominican Republic officials to declare their 20-year-old daughter dead. Now this despite authorities never finding her body, according to reports. The family sent a formal letter to authorities on Monday acknowledging there is no suspected foul play involved in Konkani's presumed death after she vanished from a Punta Cana beach in the early hours of March 6th. This has been told by sources. Now, the father and mother also wrote that they trust the authorities' probe into the case and noted Joshua Raib, the last person to see the young woman alive, has cooperated with the investigators. Now, the simplest of tasks can truly seem fascinating when it's about the hot trends. Here are some of them. The simplest of tasks can truly seem fascinating when it's carried out beyond Earth's atmosphere. After astronaut Karen viral hair washing footage, our video of European Space Agency's Italian astronaut Luca doing the same in space is doing the rounds on social media. Now, in this video, water applied to the head surface can be seen traveling in a back and forth fashion. In an awe-inspiring feat, now Vasanthi Chiruvattiri, a 59-year-old tailor from Kerala, trekked solo to Everest Base Camp without formal training. She prepared for it by watching videos on YouTube. For 4 months, she trained at home, walking on for 4 hours, exercising regularly, and even practicing wearing trekking boots to get comfortable with the gear. She previously traveled solo to Thailand and now dreams of visiting the Great Wall of China. After an Indian athlete brought glory to the nation at the Special Olympics World Winter Games held in Italy, Prime Minister Modi congratulated them for their accomplishments while meeting the contingent at the Parliament. The Prime Minister further praised them for bringing home 33 medals.
Tomorrow, announcing and giving all of the Kennedy files. So people have been waiting for decades for this.
United States President Donald Trump will make public around 80,000 pages of files related to former President John F. Kennedy on March 18. Earlier, Trump this year signed an executive order directing the federal government to present a plan to release records related to assassinations of Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther Jr. King. President Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump will hold a phone call between 6:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. IST. While there is a certain understanding that the United States, there are also many questions. Meanwhile, Ukraine tells Russia to agree to an unconditional ceasefire before the call actually takes place at the hope for a fair, lasting resolution to the war. The former CEO of Microsoft and philanthropist Bill Gates is on a visit to India for the third time in 3 years. His visit to India marks the 25th anniversary of Gates Foundation. During this esteemed visit, Gates met with Union Agricultural Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan on Monday, where both discussed agriculture, rural development, women's empowerment, and several other issues. Gold prices are hitting records high right now. On the MCX, it crossed 89,000 per 10 grams, and internationally, it's broken the $3,000 an ounce mark. Viewers, so what's going on? Well, combination of factor is fueling up this surge. Even with all this instability, gold is seen as a stable investment, keeping its value where other markets are volatile. So why are gold prices on the rise? What are the current market trends? To simplify all this for you, I spoke to Chandan Taparia, who is the head of derivatives and technical research at Motilal Oswal. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. What is your take on the current market scenario?
So really, after a long time, we have seen a decent run up in the broader indices. As of now, the Nifty index is up by around 280 points, heading back to 22,800 zone. We have noticed that last 5 months were negative for Indian market, starting from October to Feb 2025. It happened first time in the history of last 20-25 years that Indian market remained negative for 5th consecutive months. So somehow the reason was F.I.R selling. They were continuously selling in last couple of months. However, still they are selling, but looking at the recent market scenario, we believe that now short covering trigger will happen from the F.I.R's front. The good part is that market is from the base near 22,000 zone just couple of weeks back or couple of days back, and now it is decisively holding well above 22,500 marks. And we believe that till Nifty also about 22,500, the ongoing bounce could extend to us 23,000 to 23,333.
Trending news in a pacey format. That is what Fast Takes is all about. With immediate effect, Donald Trump has ended the Secret Service protection details assigned to Democrat Joe Biden's adult children, which the former president had extended to July shortly before leaving the office in January. Taking to Truth Social, Trump said, and I quote, "Hunter Biden has had Secret Service protection for an extended period of time, all paid for by the United States taxpayers." External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar today stressed the importance of having an international order just like a domestic order. Now, his comments came when he slammed the United Nations for making the Kashmir invasion a dispute and turning the attacker a victim at par, and called for having a strong and fair United Nations.
What we saw in Kashmir. Now, we went to the UN. What was an invasion was made into a dispute. So the attacker and the victim were put on par. Who were the culpable parties? UK, Canada, Belgium, Australia, USA.
Israel launched a series of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip earlier today, killing over 400 Palestinians. IDF claimed that it was striking dozens of Hamas targets in its heaviest assault in the territory. Soon after the attack, Hamas accused Netanyahu of upending the ceasefire agreement and exposing the hostages to an unknown fate. As Tesla gears up for grand entry into the Indian automotive market, it is plans to launch its battery electric vehicles before August 2025. Now, according to reports, in the initial phase, the US-based electric vehicle maker aims to import and sell 10,000 units across major cities, including Mumbai, Delhi and Bengaluru. Now, the move follows years of discussions between the company and the Indian government regarding the investment, import duties and local manufacturing. The source also stated that Tesla is open to increasing its allocations to India if the government permits it and further reduces duty rates. Reports also suggested that Tesla India has already identified prime locations for its showroom, securing spaces in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex and New Delhi's Aerocity area. The company even posted job openings for 13 roles, including customer-facing and back-end positions, to give all the insights about the same. We have my colleague Pranav from the digital newsroom. Pranav, it's good news for the Indians. Talk to us about what is it that the Indians will have to look out for if they're finding a job in Tesla.
Okay, Tanisha, as we reported, Republic Business was the first one to report earlier today that Tesla will be starting its India operations in the next about 3 to 4 months. What we've been given to understand is that initially, to begin with, in phase 1, Tesla will be importing 10,000 units of its vehicles. In terms of what Indians can look forward to, the two models that are expected to hit the Indian markets are the Model 3 and Model Y, which are likely to be priced somewhere north of 70 lakh or 80 lakh. But that's yet something that only sources have told us. We reached out to Tesla and a response from them is still awaited. But yes, that's what we can look forward to in terms of the entry of Tesla and the kind of models that we can expect.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Pranav, for sharing all those details. Now, I leave you with these stunning visuals of India's naval officers showcasing the military might and brilliance. Watch these visuals as I bid you goodbye.
As the call to duty echoes across the waters, the Indian Navy surges to life. A mighty force ready to dominate. Ever vigilant to protect our nation's interests across the vast expanse of the oceans.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory that began on November 2nd, 2000.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed.
Influencer Orry caught mocking Hindu faith. Shameless act in sacred place. Law broken, sentiments insulted. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory that began on November 2nd, 2000. Good opening rate reported by the
Influencer Orry caught mocking Hindu faith. Shameless act in sacred place. Law broken, sentiments insulted. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. There is this socialite influencer called Orry, Orry, whatever that means, who is famous for doing nothing, but is very, very, very close to Rahul Gandhi and all these types of Bollywood celebrities. And this socialite brat influencer seems, we are told, to have gone underground after being part of a huge booze party near Vaishno Devi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a booze party near the holiest of holy shrines of Vaishno Devi. This shows that for people like him, influencers like him, people who are famous for doing nothing, respecting Indian culture does not matter. Respecting Hindu sentiments does not matter. Because these people are famous for doing nothing. And now this Orry fellow has gone underground and joins the club of digital good-for-nothings like Ranveer Allahabadia and Samay Raina, all of whom have an identity crisis, with one foot in Mumbai and another permanently in Minnesota, a confused wannabe American identity crisis, which is why their jaws drop when we tell them that their values, or whatever it is, or rather should I say their absence of values, do not belong to India. These people, this Orry, Ranveer Allahabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade, are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Orrys, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Allahabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. They disgust us. They and the people who promote them now must reconsider their steps. They must stop bringing shame to India and understand that shallowness of this variety can only take you this far. These, the Orrys, the Samay Rainas, the Ranveer Allahabadias, are those shallow people. And it is time for them, we appeal to them, to stop doing what they are doing and exhibiting their feet of clay. Ladies and gentlemen, debate one tonight. A socialite influencer who does a booze party near Vaishno Devi joins the Ranveer Allahabadia club. Debate number two tonight. Will we see a breakthrough between Putin and Trump tonight? And debate number three this evening. My final debate. A Muslim mob once again creates a riot, this time in Nagpur. Who's provoking the Muslim mobs? That's at 9, and here are the headlines this Tuesday evening on the debate tonight. This so-called socialite influencer famous for doing nothing, known as Orry, is now absconding after being booked by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with 7 others for having a booze party near the sacred Vaishno Devi shrine. Ladies and gentlemen, he has now joined the club of dirty influencers like Ranveer Allahabadia and Samay Raina. US President Donald Trump is set to engage in a crucial conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin today, aiming to finalize a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. This call marks a major shift in US policy as Trump's administration distances itself from previous democratic strategies and seeks to reduce American investment in the conflict. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, claim that the violence in Nagpur by the Muslim mob was orchestrated and not spontaneous. 50 arrests have been made after the Muslim mob, allegedly incited by false rumors. The Muslim mob torched vehicles and clashed with the police, and the Muslim mob injured over 25 personnel. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Rahul Gandhi's brat socialite influencer friend called Orry joins the club of Ranveer Allahabadiya, Samay Raina and Apurva Makhija. And now we are told he's gone into hiding after being named and shamed for sacrilege and alcoholism near the sacred Vaishno Devi shrine. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up with this brat and dirty influencer brigade? Let's debate.
Watch these visuals again. Brat influencer Orry throwing a booze party and feasting on non-vegetarian food near one of the country's holiest shrines. While rules clearly forbid liquor consumption and meat eating near the sacred Vaishno Devi shrine, Orry and his brat friends couldn't care less. From Orry, Ranveer Allahabadiya to Samay Raina, the brazen disregard for ethics, morality and sentiments is endemic with the brat influencer brigade. When publicly shamed and confronted over the brazen abuse and filth on air, they run from the cameras or go off radar. And as public fury mounts and the chorus grows for Orry to face the law for offending Sanatan sentiments, Rahul's brat influencer friend has gone into hiding. As the storm over booze party rages, the nation is calling for action.
होटल को क्यों नहीं लॉक किया जाता? होटल के किसी बंदे ने ये सारी चीजें वहां परोसी ना? होटल को लॉक कर दो, बंद कर दो. ऐसा होटल कटरा के अंदर नहीं चाहिए.
The message is loud and clear. Make the Sanatan betas pay.
And I don't understand what the Chief Minister is doing, because when a fashion show was held in Gulmarg, Omar Abdullah ordered an inquiry. But when a sacred Hindu shrine has been repeatedly disrespected, and when alcohol and non-vegetarian food, which is banned in that area near Mata Vaishno Devi shrine, is being served, and there are these late-night parties which this influencer organizes at Mata Vaishno Devi shrine, they'd say, what's the big deal? Why can't Hindus be a bit more tolerant about this? He's only an influencer. Manvi Taneja, Vivek Srivastav, Samir Soni. I want to first bring in Dushyant Sridhar. Dushyant. Now, he knew. And he knew it was not allowed. They knew it was not allowed. And it's a big deal. A feeling is that the rules don't apply to them. And anyone who tells them not to have booze, alcohol, or whatever else they were consuming are backward. Dushyant, I want your take on this.
Namaskaram Arnab, and namaskaram to all my fellow panelists. Adi Shankaracharya remains one of the towering personalities in Sanatana Dharma. While he pays his salutations to the mother, he says, Astam tavadiyam prasuti samaye durvara shulavyatha. Oh mother, you take so much of pain to deliver me. He pays this as his tribute to any mother, the mother who delivers us. And when he speaks about Jagannmata, he says, Taniyam sampamsum tavacharana panke ruhabhavam, describing her beauty, the vatsalyam that she has. And one such shrine that celebrates motherhood and mother is Vaishno Devi. And crores of pilgrims travel to this particular place. And whoever be it, I don't understand what is this social media influencer. Whoever gets influenced, I think they need to get themselves checked. But keeping these remarks aside, when a person goes to a spiritual place, they need to adhere to the rules of that place.
Yeah.
It could be a mosque, it could be a church, it could be a temple. And when you knowingly commit it, it is a crime. And when you have the audacity to commit the crime, you should have the audacity to face the consequences of the crime. You shouldn't go hiding. And I did like one of the opening remarks that you made, Arnab. You did say that there is a generation that has lost a certain set of values. I'm nobody to comment on somebody's drinking or eating habits because it's their choice. But when you go to a place of worship, somewhere in the vicinity, and if there are rules, follow. And if you don't follow, it simply means you've taken the religion for granted and its values for granted. So my only worry is, Arnab, such influencers how many millions of youngsters are going to get influenced by such people. I don't know who this Orry is, but just a few pictures and I don't want to characterize any person. That's wrong of me. But I don't know what his profession is. But if his profession is to influence youngsters to disobey rules, I'm very sorry. This is not the generation that we would like to live.
His profession is to hang around with rich and powerful people and post videos with them and show that influence by saying, I don't give a damn about Hindu sentiments. And because, I can't hear you, Vivek, because he has rich and powerful people as his support base, he possibly thinks he can get away with it. But we've got to tell him together that he's not going to get away with it. That's the only message we need to send to them. Yes, Vivek, what's your problem?
No. What I'm trying to say is that we still haven't heard from Orry. We have not taken.
There's nothing to hear.
Nobody knows.
You can't have a booze party at Vaishno Devi.
At least somebody needs to talk to him. No?
There's nothing to talk about. He needs to come. He needs to be arrested for this. Anyone else did this, they would be arrested.
At least we need to listen to his side of the story.
What is there to listen? I'll open the phone lines.
Yes.
Okay, I'll open the phone lines. Samir Soni, where do you stand on this? Samir, this dirty influencer narrative is going on. Ranveer Allahabadiya, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, dirty jokes, dirty conversations, and now booze parties and booze parties near Vaishno Devi, and you'll make reels of booze parties and put it out.
You are trying to
That's what you want to do.
Social media, which is wrong.
Samir Soni, please, well-known actor and director.
Vivek,
Samir.
Can you just relax? Yeah, Arnab, on the surface, this looks like a very innocuous thing. That so what if he does that? But if you were to dig deeper, it is wrong at so many levels. I mean, it's wrong in the sense you're committing a crime. You're drinking where you're not supposed to drink. You're being insensitive to drink where you have things like Vaishno Devi, where people, literally walk on the all fours for miles to go up. And it is so irresponsible, and you're gloating about it as if you've done something good, and then you call yourself an influencer. I mean, it's a reflection of the society we live in. At the cost of, hey, I get more likes, more view. You can talk rubbish if you want. The more absurd you are, the language you use, and you're considered cool. That is what worries me. I have a daughter who's 12 years old, and if she listens to all this, I mean, what's happening to our culture, to us? Really, we as a generation, I feel, have failed. We have failed to stop these people and say, look, it's not cool to be using abusive language. It is not cool to be cracking these jokes. It's not cool. And yeah, that's what I think. It's appalling. In a word, it's really appalling.
Yeah, and we are opening calls on this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the latest case of a dirty influencer Ranveer Allahabadiya, even more dirty influencer Samay Raina, dirty influencer Apurva Makhija, and disrespectful to Hindus.
Arnab, he's just paying a
disrespectful to Hindus. Influencer ORRY, Rahul Gandhi's best friend. This is enough, ladies and gentlemen. We need to put our foot down. Yes, Manvi.
Yeah, Arnab, see, he's just paying a price of being a celebrity. If you ask me, it's hotel management fault. First of all, why the bags were not scanned at the time
He's
of
a celebrity. That's why he was drinking at Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine, because he's a celebrity.
Glasses along with food, non-veg foods were provided in his room. How it is possible? Why do you have a selective approach that Orry is only responsible? The hotel management is equally
Everyone's responsible. I'm sorry.
We do have barricades. We do have barricades, scanners the minute we approach towards the Darbar. But why don't we have any barricades or scanners at when we approach Katra?
Absolutely.
Just like Gujarat and Bihar?
1 minute. Dushyant wanted to respond to that.
Arnab.
Dushyant.
Arnab, we all know it's not flattery that you are a celebrity. In case you go to Vaishno Devi, is it your mistake of ordering booze, which is liquor, or is it
somebody
the
must have provided him
of not
somebody
finding
must
the
have
liquor
provided
that you
him
have?
non-veg?
When you are a celebrity,
he would have not carried non-veg from Jammu or somewhere else. Somebody must have given it to him. So hotel management somewhere down the line is responsible to provide him with non-veg. And what about the scanners? The scanner did not work properly, or they have just passed by. You cannot enter the hotel like this. The bags are scanned.
1 crore people visit the Vaishno Devi shrine every year. Hindus are 80% of this population. Orry should have known. And he knew.
Don't use.
He knew.
And Orry was not there in the room.
How do you know he knew? Maybe he did not
There
know.
are a couple of people.
Nobody has
but no
taken
one
a
wants to talk
statement.
about
And anyway,
them.
don't use this as an excuse.
Excuse
don't use
for
this
what?
As an excuse for moral
Excuse
policing
for what?
And for trying to control the.
I'm
social
doing
media
moral
and the
policing
YouTubers.
by saying don't drink at Mata Vaishno Devi shrine.
Don't try to use Orry as an excuse.
I'm sorry,
control the social media
you
and
can't
the
have an
YouTubers.
alcohol party at Mata Vaishno Devi shrine and then say, I'm a famous fellow, famous for doing nothing, but hanging around with B-grade
But then,
Bollywood
you see,
celebrities, so you can't touch me.
No, you are
Let alone alcohol or non-veg food, even onion and garlic is selectively used there.
No, this is how Nagpur happens.
If he wants to have booze, if alcohol is his priority, he can drink and do whatever he wants, but not at Mata Vaishno Devi shrine.
Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe he did not.
It's not a mistake. It cannot be a mistake. He's an adult.
Entire cabal of the YouTubers and
Dushyant.
Arnab, why did they first of all go to Vaishno Devi?
आप कामाख्या देवी गए हैं? Have you been to Kamakhya Devi?
Why did they go? Why did they go? Vaishno.
Do you know Chandi Devi? Do you know Kali Devi? Temples? Should I give you a list of 100 plus temples of the goddess?
Should I open lines?
Non-vegetarian food is allowed and sacrifices are done. Are you aware of it, Mr. Shekhar? Or not? That is also a part of the Sanatan. That is also a part of the Hindu so-called culture. So don't try to just, yes, what he did was wrong. If he has taken a booze over there, that should not have been done. If he has done it knowingly, it should be condemned, no doubt. But don't try to use it as an excuse to say all influencers are bad. Moral policing should be done.
Well, I'm sorry, but if you want to, Vaishno Devi Shrine is not a party zone. It's not a picnic spot and not a party site. I'm sorry, you need to know your limits. I'd like to get in Samir Soni on this, ladies and gentlemen. Samir?
Yeah. Arnab, I can't even believe someone's defending an act like this. We are not saying all social influences are bad, but we are calling out the people who are influencing people who are impressionable in the wrong way. It's not a matter of religion, it's a matter of sensibilities. I mean, if I am a celebrity and if I do a stupid thing, that's no excuse. What is wrong, regardless if I'm a celebrity or not. You just can't be a celebrity to take all the bouquets, and when the big bats come, you say, I can't handle this.
No, he turned Vaishno Devi. Samir.
I really wonder if the similar thing had happened in middle. Sorry, go on. Go on.
He wanted to show his power by being an influencer because he has rich and powerful friends. He can land there in a helicopter or by whatever mode of transport. He's showing how influential he is, that he can go into a dry zone. There is a 2-kilometer area around Vaishno Devi, Mata Vaishno Devi track in Katra, which is a dry zone. Liquor is not legally available. Liquor is not legally sold. Liquor is not legally consumed. This man went and procured the liquor. He showed that he has the money to bring in liquor into the Mata Vaishno Devi shrine area. He could have done this party anywhere in the country. He did it at Mata Vaishno Devi shrine. And obviously he must have put a feed out in the social media. He smuggled alcohol, purchased this elsewhere, broke security checks, brought it in, and deliberately he did the party at the Mata Vaishno Devi shrine area. He deliberately did it. Of course he did it deliberately. There was deliberate intent.
I don't support him. But
there was deliberate intent. People like him deliberately do this because they have rich and powerful friends.
Said that the hotel management staff was also involved. So, you cannot just... And secondly, freedom of expression is over there.
Freedom of drinking alcohol at Vaishno Devi Shrine. This is all that these dirty influencers have to do now. A lot of logistical effort went into planning a booze party at Vaishno Devi Shrine.
No. I'm sorry.
Yes, everybody involved in this logistical effort, everybody who was there with him must be arrested.
It's Orry. He's a celebrity. That's why we all are talking about it.
What celebrity?
Had it been common man taking a booze
Any common man drinking alcohol would have been in jail by now.
See, you cannot keep a track.
This celebrity will hire lawyers.
Uske liye you need to have scanners, just like Gujarat and Bihar and dry states. You need to have it. Otherwise, you will not come to know ki kaun leke ja raha hai. Aur
Madam, the 2-kilometer area around Mata Vaishno Devi track in Katra is a dry zone. Don't you know?
Then how come non-veg was served at
That is it. The man who deliberately organized it there by spending money.
Not at all. The hotel management is at a fault.
Then find out who did it.
The
hotel management did it for someone. Dushyant is on the... It was deliberately done.
Yeah, I think the hotel management misguided him. The hotel management...
No.
Who is at fault? Orry or the hotel management?
Arnab,
But we are not discussing ki kaun leke aaya, kisne consume kiya. We are discussing that, and we are also not discussing along with Orry. There are 6-7 other people. We are not talking about them, but only because, as I said, that he's a celebrity. Everybody will focus on him only. Everybody's been.
I mean, these dirty celebrities with dirty comments, dirty language, dirty behavior, and now dirty intent.
Despite of having checkposts, despite of having scanners at the hotel also.
Samir Soni, please.
Or a public figure.
Samir, louder.
You have
Samir.
to stand up to your reputation.
On him just because he's a celebrity.
I said that if you call yourself a celebrity or a public figure, there is more responsibility on you. You have to behave yourself. Don't dismiss it. You can't have the cake and eat it too. All the more responsibility. If it was some random person, I probably wouldn't have cared, because he's not going to influence anybody else. But a person who probably has following of million people, and God only knows why, you've got to be careful. And I think it's fantastic we're talking, otherwise this thing will never come to the top, because some people are talking about religion in this. No, please let me finish. Please let me finish. There people are talking about religion and stuff. My question is, if a similar thing happened in Middle East, what would you say?
Yeah, good point. Good
what
point,
would you say? Would you still say, oh, it's a mistake, it happened, it's all right, what chap, he didn't know.
If it would have been a random person, we would have not been talking here and debating like this.
What do you mean random person? What do you mean random person?
That's the point. Can go and take alcohol and have non-veg there.
Normal citizens, law-abiding citizens are random. Law-abiding citizens are random, and dirty influencers are special.
Scanners, you have nothing to say.
What do you mean random?
When I talk about scanners,
what do you mean random?
Say about
Dushyant is on the debate. Dushyant.
Arnab, because he's the one who's influencing millions of people, the responsibility is on him. So he should have the audacity to face the questions and the agencies rather than hiding. If he had the audacity to do it, then face it.
You cannot make everyone happy. It's his own life also. You cannot make him an influencer. He can post anything what he wants to.
Louder. HSR Sharma is calling in from Chennai. I have 3 callers lined up. Mr. Sharma. Mr. Sharma, good evening. Mr. Sharma, can you hear me? What do you think, sir, in this case?
Yeah. Good evening, Arnab. I have 3 points.
Sir.
Number 1, I'm shocked to see some of the panelists defending this gentleman. I don't know. It's insult to gentlemen to call this fellow gentleman. Number 1. Number 2. Can he do a similar thing act somewhere in Mecca? The third one, if he is not at fault, why is he on the run? Will the panelists answer that?
Absolutely straightforward question. The answer is, would he do something like this at Mecca? And would Vivek Srivastava take the same position then? Kumar from Bengaluru. Kumar from Bengaluru. Kumar, how are you? Kumar, what do you think?
Fine, thanks, Arnab. Yes. I run a school, and what Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Soni have said, they have made very good points.
Yes.
Mr. Srivastava,
just wait a minute. Let Kumar from Bengaluru speak. Just 1 minute. He's saying something to Dushyant. Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying about...
No, both Mr. Dushyant and Mr. Soni made very good points.
Yes.
The only couple of things that I would add is this, you call Mr. Srivastava, he should be sent to China to learn manners, because he should be taught manners.
With you on that, man. With you on
that. Yeah. The lady, when she says the hotel management should be held accountable, if, let's say, he had done this in Dubai, would you say the Emir should not have given him visa? Is that what you're saying, ma'am? It does not make any sense at all. When you justify such positions, you must think about it. All it is required is for him to come on camera and face Arnab Goswami and really apologize for what
I tell you, Kumar, I tell you this. Kumar, this last week we had the Republic Summit. I want to say this. I met two fantastic entrepreneurs. They're just 25, 26-year-old, Dushyant, you know. They run this space company called Spantric, and they are trying to build reusable rockets that go into space. And I feel so proud when I speak to a 26-year-old entrepreneur like that. They make me proud. People like Orry, Ranveer Alabadia, Samir Raina, they disgust me. They disgust me. They are the worst that has happened to that generation. They do not ever and will never represent the spirit of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Kishalai Jha from Kolkata. Kishalai Jha. Kishalai.
Yeah, Arnab, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Arnab, good evening. How are you?
Very well, Kishalai. What do you think about this Orry character? What he's done at Vaishno Devi?
This is not the Orry character. This is the, kind of anti-national activity.
Yeah.
And I don't know, people are calling me influencer.
Yeah.
Influencer always influence for the good things like you. You are influencer. Each day you take a topic, an agenda, where we get included. And how come people are defending them? Mr. Srivastava, आपके घर में क्या परिवार नहीं है, फैमिली नहीं है क्या?
पता नहीं कैसे करते हैं।
बच्चे नहीं है क्या इनके?
पता नहीं बूस्ट पार्टी कर रहे हैं, आप बताइए मुझे।
कौन सा पार्टी है? पार्टी जय माता दी हम लोग करते हैं।
आप मुझे बताइए कितनी वहाँ पे कितनी आप समझ लीजिए कितना धैर्य है वहाँ पे काटरा के लोगों का। ये आप कलकत्ता से फोन कर रहे हैं, ऐसे लोग कल दक्षिणेश्वर मंदिर के पास में भी बूस्ट पार्टी करने की कोशिश करेंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे। इनकी कोई रिस्पेक्ट नहीं है किसी के लिए।
जादवपुर को देखा है, जादवपुर को एक्सपोज किया है आपने
जी।
हम लोग तो वैसे सिटी ऑफ जॉय में नहीं है, हेड ऑफ द सिटी में है, ठीक है ना? तो these people every day become, how can they become influencer?
वही बात है।
How can आप इनको इन्फ्लुएंसर कैसे बोल सकते हो सर?
जी।
वो होते हैं जो अच्छी चीजों को बताते हैं, नेशन के बारे में बताते हैं
जी।
यहाँ डिफेंड करते हैं कभी इनको
ना करोगे महाराज। You can't have a trial by media every time without the statement of the person coming.
सामान दोनों ही बिक चुका है।
आप चाहते क्या हो?
ईमान भी नहीं है आपका, सामान भी नहीं है।
You want that?
ऐसे लोगों को ना माइग्रेट कर देना चाहिए वैसी कंट्री में ना जहाँ आपको पसंद है रहना।
Anyway, I'll take one more caller. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Are you seeing the sentiment, Dushyant? Are you seeing the sentiment? That means this is real people, the people of this country so upset with what's going on here, Dushyant. But this, the majority has become too silent.
The masses will never support such acts, Arnab.
Yes.
Only senseless people will.
Yes, absolutely. Motilal Khanna from Mumbai is my last caller on this debate. Mr. Khanna.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir, please you can. Yeah.
I have done work all over the world.
Ji.
Let Orry try and smoke a cigarette on any street openly during Ramadan in Saudi Arabia. Forget about liquor in Vaishno Devi. Let him just smoke or chew gum on a street in Saudi Arabia during Ramadan. Let's see what happens to him. He'll be behind bars.
Absolutely, Mr. Khanna, thank you very much. I think they wouldn't be speaking this language then. I'll have to close at this point. And the fact is that Orry should turn himself in, and all the 7 people who boozed with him in Mata Vaishno Devi shrine should turn themselves in, and they should be arrested. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And the other big story we are expecting big moves on tonight. President Donald Trump is set to hold talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin as he looks to get a buy-in on a US ceasefire proposal he hopes can create a pathway to ending the war. Ahead of his much-awaited talks with Donald Trump, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has demanded that all weapon deliveries to Ukraine should be halted during the 30-day ceasefire proposed by the United States President. So this is the big story that we are tracking this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to get more details on this. And our guests are getting lined up on that because we are looking forward to see where this goes. Is a ceasefire within reach? Is it possible? How soon can there be a breakthrough here? Or are we expecting too much too soon? Okay, I think we have lined up. We have Brahma Chalani with us tonight, geostrategic expert. And Peter Kuznick is Director of Nuclear Studies at American University. He's live from Washington, D.C. This call between Trump and Putin, can this be the conversation that ends the war? How far are we from that? What do you think, Peter?
Well, we're all hopeful that we're going to make continued progress. But Russia is in the driver's seat right now. And Putin, as much as he wants to maintain friendly relations with the United States, Putin is driving a hardline bargain right now, a bargain that's going to be very, very difficult for Zelensky to swallow. Trump is a wild card here. How sympathetic is he really to Putin and Russia's interests, and how desperately does he want that Nobel Peace Prize? So I'm cautiously optimistic, which is what Putin said, but I'm not naive enough to think that this is going to be easily done. It's going to be very, very difficult negotiations. Trump does not have a track record as a serious, sustained negotiator, and most of the people around him are very inexperienced. So it's going to be difficult, but it's not impossible, and that's a lot better than it was even a couple months ago when we were so far from peace that there was no guarantee or no resolution in sight at all. So now at least we've got something on the table. Let's see how this discussion goes today and how much both sides are willing to compromise, because there are a lot of issues that still divide them.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a conversation, but Trump is a person in a hurry. Question is, will Ukraine accept it? Ukraine also has to settle for something. It does not have, as Trump says, all the cards. My question to you, Ruslan Botnik, who's director of Ukraine Institute Politics, live from Kiev tonight, is, will Ukraine have to back down and accept this or take blame for extending the war? There will be the need for Ukraine to accept some amount of Russian claims over its territory. Will they accept it?
It depends on the terms of that agreement, of course. It depends about will be that agreement. And but nowadays we can say that Ukraine defeated in this war. War is going on Russian territory also, and so I think both sides need to find some kind of compromises, and Ukraine and Russia have to make some concessions toward each other if we are willing to achieve the stable peace. Ukraine is not defeated in this war, almost more, even we lost a lot in this war. And if this agreement will be balanced, Ukraine will accept everything. Moreover, I was talking with our militaries. They said we will fulfill the order of the president of Ukraine to stop the ceasefire if that agreement will be made. But if that agreement will be only against Ukrainian will, I think it could be a political chaos inside of Ukraine, and it will be a political suicide for Ukrainian elites now, and any fulfillment of that kind of agreement, unbalanced agreement, will be much harder to achieve.
I don't know if Ukraine has much of an option. Patrick Lancaster is an independent journalist who's been reporting near the Ukraine war front line. He's like from Kursk, which is the Russian frontline combat zone. What's the Russian view, Patrick? What's the Russian view on this?
Hi, thanks for having me again. I'm in the Kursk region right now. I've been every day for the last week with documenting Russian forces on the push against Ukrainian forces in the Kursk region. And every day, Russian forces have been pushing Ukrainian forces back and back, taking large amounts of prisoners of war and just a huge amount of territory. And at this point, there is, I wouldn't say no territory fully controlled by Ukrainian forces left, but a very small amount of what was controlled. Their defensive line, as many know, just totally collapsed in the Kursk region following the pipeline operation that went under the front line and just totally collapsed the defenses. So just looking at it from this point of view, from the Kursk region, just in the last 10 days, Russia has made so much progress and taken so much territory back. At this point, would it be very logical for Russia to agree to a ceasefire? What would the benefit of Russia be? Of course, everyone wants the war to stop and peace to come and people to stop dying. But at this point, logically, why would Russia agree to the ceasefire? And it's not only the Kursk region of Russia where Russia's making gains. It's in the Donetsk region, the Kherson region, now even the Zaporozhye region. There's been reports of Russia taking more territory. So the fact on the ground is, on the battlefield, Russia is making more and more ground and taking more and more control of more territory at an expedited pace. And as Trump said weeks ago to Zelensky's face, Ukraine is not winning this war. Russia is winning now more territory faster than they have in a long time. So what would the strategic need for a ceasefire be? Hopefully people do stop dying, but
Ukraine will have to give up territory. That's the basic point, Brahmachalani, because the advances that Russia has made on the eastern border of Ukraine include important territories like Donetsk, Kharkiv, Kherson, Luhansk, Mykolaiv, and several other territories. All these areas will become legitimized as Russian-controlled parts of Ukraine, because why would Trump back off? Why would Putin back off? He's got Trump on his side. He's cornered Zelensky. Zelensky is not getting any help from America. So he would probably also play hardball. Can this become all part of Russia, all these parts of Ukraine? What do you think? Will this be the eventual settlement, Brahma?
Yes, it will have to be, because 3 years of Biden presidency and deepening American involvement in the Ukraine war did not result in the Chinese aggression halting or the Chinese occupied areas shrinking. In fact, the Russian occupation of nearly 1/5 of Ukraine has remained more or less constant over the last 2.5 years, maybe almost 3 years since the war began, because these advances Russia made very early on, in the early weeks of its invasion. And Russia certainly has little incentive today to stop the fighting while it's making advances on the battlefield. So a 30-day ceasefire, which was Trump's original proposal, that may not be acceptable to Moscow. But if there could be a resolution of the conflict along the lines that Ukraine and Russia agreed to in Istanbul, that could end this conflict. But we should be clear about one thing. Trump talks about, the savage conflict in Ukraine. He says he wants to end it. He talks about it in altruistic terms for the good of the world. But that's not the reason why he's making this peace effort. He's doing it for the good of America. He is seeking to cut America's losses and prioritize the China challenge. This war, far from advancing the US objective to degrade Russian military power and derail Russia's economy through unprecedented sanctions and massive military aid to Ukraine, is distracting Washington from more pressing challenges and promoting an unholy Russia-China alliance against America. That's the reason why Trump is making this peace effort. This is America's own...
But are we saying Putin will walk away with a victory here? Will Putin walk away with a victory here? However, not correct that may sound for many Western years, will Putin walk away with a victory? Peter, with 4,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian land, which he's already sitting on and probably more, is this war going to end with Putin emerging as a stronger leader with an expanded Russia?
An expanded Russia, yes. A stronger leader, not so clear. This has not exactly been a feather in Putin's cap. The Russian military in the beginning looked very disorganized and very weak. It has rebounded now, but Putin's position in the world is a mixed one. He's strengthened his ties with the global south. He's got much, much closer to China. So what looked like a disaster for Russia in the first 6 months, 8 months, almost a year of the war has now turned around. The Russian military is performing much better, and Putin has a lot of support. But when I look what's going on inside Russia, the suppression going there, the lack of dissent, the jailing of people who have been critical of the war, this is not Russia is not in a stronger position. Russia has been hurt by this also. The world has been hurt by this. Ukraine suffers the most, but I think the Russians have suffered quite a bit.
What does Ukraine get? We've talked about what Putin may get. Now the question is, Ruslan, what can Zelensky or Ukraine walk away with? Do they have anything to gain?
It's a very hard question, but I want to remind that the main goals of Russia in this war was not part of Donetsk region. The main Russian goals in this war was a new geopolitical and military balance in the Eastern Europe and a new agreement, a security agreement with the United States. It was written in the letters of the Putin to the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and to leadership of NATO in December 17, 2021, a few months before the war. So if we are talking about the results of this war, I think it's very, very narrow, very basic goals Russia is able to achieve in this war. But everything, of course, is dependent on negotiation between Russia and the United States. For Ukraine, no one believed that Ukraine will be able to exist, not 3 years, but even 3 weeks in the fight, in the direct war in the face of Russia. But we are still existing, and our main goal is to save our country, to keep our country.
To that extent, would you agree, Patrick, that what Putin wanted was the reunification of Ukraine, rewriting of history, where Putin emerges like the new Peter the Great, redefines the borders of Russia? That doesn't exactly happen, does it? He hasn't quite achieved that. Right. And he's doing this not on his own, but with a lot of help from Trump, who's also going to ask for concessions in turn.
Well, I can tell you, Ukraine did not last 3 years in this war because of the will of the Ukrainian military. Ukraine lasted so long because of the assistance from the United States, obviously. And when I'm on the front line talking to the Russian soldiers about what they think about the promises that Trump had made about ending the war and what he's trying to do now, they say they hope peace comes. And I ask, how can it happen? They say just for all of the weapons and the lethal aid to stop, which should have stopped long ago, and the war would come to a quick end. But as far as the borders, I can tell you, I was covering the war, but way before 2022. I was covering the war in Donetsk and Lugansk from 2014 to 2022.
Yes.
And the will of the population, there was no question that the will of the population was to break away from Ukraine, just as it still is now. So this whole narrative that Russia was just coming in to take territory without the will of the people is just an untrue fact. The fact is the vast majority of the population of especially Donetsk and Lugansk, after the coup in 2014, wanted to break away from Ukraine because they viewed their Ukraine as dead, because their elected leader, democratic elected leader, was taken out of office without them having anything to say about it.
So, Peter, in terms of timelines now, are we like a month away, 2 weeks away, you think? Because Trump wants to close this very fast.
If you ask me an hour from now, I'll have a much better idea than I do at this moment. We could be weeks away. We could be still a year away, and that would be a tragedy because there'll be hundreds of thousands more dead and wounded if that's the case, and Ukraine will be in a weaker position. This is the strongest Ukraine is going to be, the best bargaining position Ukraine is going to be in.
They should accept it.
NATO is out.
They should accept it. That's what you're saying. They should accept it.
They should negotiate. We don't know how much Putin is willing to compromise. Maybe they'll cut it off with the territory they now control rather than the entirety of the 4 oblasts that they're claiming. There could be other bargaining chips. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant could be up for negotiations. Who's going to control that? But Zelensky is in a very, very weak position.
Yep.
As Trump said in that confrontation in the Oval Office, you hold almost no cards, and the few that you do hold are based upon support from the United States.
Yeah.
And once Trump cut off the arms and the intelligence, Ukraine was in a desperate position. But the Europeans are trying to rally now. We have to also watch what's going on with the Europeans.
I think this call would not be happening without something decisive, Peter. I think Zelensky will be forced to settle. What do you think, Brahma? He'll be forced to settle.
Well, Arnab, a nation should not shut the door to diplomacy, even with an adversary. But Biden firmly shut the door to diplomacy with Moscow. It took a change of leadership in Washington for the door to diplomacy to reopen. Didn't India and China, despite the Chinese encroachments in Eastern Ladakh, didn't they keep the door to diplomacy open?
The White House says the call is going well. The latest breaking news we have is the White House has put out information that the phone call between Putin and Trump is going very, very well. It started about an hour ago. It is still in progress. This is the second hour of that phone call. What does it indicate? Brahma, I think it indicates that something's coming out of this.
Definitely. Biden, by firmly shutting the door to diplomacy with Russia, prolonged Ukraine's suffering. Today, it's very important for the US, for its own sake, for its own interests, to cut its losses in the Ukraine war and shift its focus to the Indo-Pacific. The US needs to return to its old grand strategy, which helped the US win the Cold War.
But two leaders will be settling the future map of Ukraine without the Ukrainians present in the room. How will that go, Ruslan? How will that be received?
Of course, we are very sorry because of it, but I think it's a problem of Ukrainian government, which was not successful in diplomacy before the war, during the war. I think so, but it's my personal position. But you need to understand, colleagues, that both leaders, United States and Russia, are able to make any deal, but they are not able to fulfill this deal without Ukraine. Because in any case, Ukraine, the object, the territory, or the fulfillment of this deal will be Ukraine. And of course, you said that Zelensky should sign the deal. Yes, of course, he is not able to reject the deal. But Ukraine will continue to trade because in other way, Ukraine just postpone or sabotage or do something else with any United States-Russia agreement, even in the account of Ukrainian people. So we need to find a very, very professional way to the peace. We need to find the balance between Ukraine and Russia, Russia and the West, with the interest of other big countries, including China, Turkey, and India in this region, and Europe, of course. In other way, we'll achieve another conflict or continuation of the conflict, with or without Ukraine and Ukrainians.
Yeah, I think if I can stick my neck out, I think there'll be an announcement. I think there will be a ceasefire within the next 6 hours of that call. Everything is being very clearly arranged. There's a very clear set of informal press releases being given out that the call is going well. And while everything's not going well for Zelensky, I think in 6 hours from now, around the time when Sunita Williams will be landing back and splashdown, that is around the time we'll also have breaking news about a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, which Trump would have maneuvered. So even Trump haters will have to accept he would have brought peace. He would have brought peace. That would have seemed very unlikely till a few weeks back. That's a big move. I thank you very much. We're tracking that story. When I'm back, viewers, I have an investigation into the Nagpur violence, which exposes the carefully crafted conspiracy and model of anarchy that led to a frenzied Muslim mob indulging in arson, stone pelting, and violence. The truth will have to be told.
For a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
There was heavy stone pelting. In that stone pelting, many officers and our constables got injured. Thankfully, nobody is grievously injured. I got the injury by an axe. That one person has attacked using axe because our team was trapped there. As in order to save that team, I went ahead and I tried to stop that mob. And one of the person from that mob that attacked me, and I got injured.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. When being politically correct serves no purpose, we must tell the truth. Yes, the truth is that the mob of stone pelters in Nagpur that rioted, which created arson, burnt vehicles, and injured 25 policemen. That mob that we saw yesterday was a Muslim mob. It was a Muslim mob. Similarly, the mob that went berserk in Mao, in Madhya Pradesh, attacking a group of cricket fans celebrating the Champions Trophy last week. That mob too in Mao, you see the pictures there. It was a Muslim mob. It was a Muslim mob. How long can we hide that fact, and why should we hide the fact that it was a Muslim mob? Was the mob that Tahir Hussain led in Jahangirpuri during the Delhi riots of 2020, was that also not primarily a Muslim mob? How long will we replace the word Muslim mob with politically correct phrases such as people from a certain community, or worse, miscreants from a specific community, but not specify which community? As long as we do things like that, as long as we stop being direct about calling a Muslim mob, or fear calling a Muslim mob, or for that matter a mob from any other community in as specific terms. If we are not going to be direct, ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to be politically correct, there will be no improvement in the situation in this country, and these mobs will continue to do what they are doing under the veil of the pseudo and fake media, self-imposed and fake anonymity for a Muslim mob. Ladies and gentlemen, more than the mob, I blame people like Owaisi who provoke them. More than the Muslim mob, I blame people like Rahul Gandhi, who does not believe India as a nation and who misleads the Muslim community on issues like CAA, NRC, and now he sees an opportunity here, the Waqf bill. He couldn't break the Hindu community. Now he sets the Muslim community and provokes them. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way to end the kind of violence we saw in Nagpur and Mao and elsewhere and Jahangirpuri is by confronting this mob and those who polarize such a mob and provoke such a mob with logic, reason, argument, and debate. And the starting point of that is by describing the members of the mob without identifying any community entirely with it. I'm not identifying any community entirely with it, but we must identify the mob for what it is and question the mob for what it is trying to do. Ladies and gentlemen, this cannot be allowed on the soil of Bharat. Let's debate.
17 March, 7:30 p.m. A Muslim mob running amok on the streets of Nagpur. Religious slogans were raised. Masked men seen wielding stones and sticks. CCTVs destroyed. Vehicles torched on the streets of Nagpur. Allegations of Hindu homes being specifically targeted and set ablaze.
There is a Hindu family whose house was in fact attacked out here, and there were multiple such motorbikes and scooters which were parked on this very place. Their houses were in fact attacked out here. Would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to show you the visuals. These are the articles that have been in fact burnt and which were torched, and these vehicles were torched by the miscreants.
Watch in these videos how clinics and medical facilities even weren't spared.
मौजूद हूँ वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है, और तस्वीरें अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पे शुभ लाभ लिखा हुआ है, और जैसे ही लोग यहाँ से गुजरते हैं, जो भीड़ गुजरती है वो मंदिर पर अटैक करती है। तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से मंदिर को जो है वो अटैक किया गया है।
पेट्रोल बॉम्ब्स हर्ल्ड।
ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया, और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका।
And policemen were attacked by a frenzied mob.
There was heavy stone pelting. In that stone pelting, many officers and our constables got injured. Thankfully, nobody is grievously injured. I got the injury by an axe. That one person has attacked using axe because our team was trapped there. In order to save that team, I went ahead and I tried to stop that mob. And one of the person from that mob that attacked me, and I got injured.
Owaisi's party, the AIMIM, has blamed the centre for violence.
6 दिसंबर 1992 को क्या हुआ और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको एग्रीगियस एक्ट कहा है, तो आप देख लीजिए, हुकूमत आपकी है, मंत्री आप हैं, रूल ऑफ लॉ आपको फॉलो करना है और आपको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लिहाज से अपनी हुकूमत चलाना है।
The state government under Fadnavis says this violence was pre-planned.
संध्याकाळी काही लोकांनी जाणीवपूर्वक अशा प्रकारचा हल्ला केल्याचं या ठिकाणी लक्षात येत आहे। याचं कारण जवळपास एक ट्रॉली भरून त्या ठिकाणी दगड मिळालेले आहेत।
जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा।
The nature of the attack in Nagpur was similar to that of Mao, Madhya Pradesh. Sambal, Uttar Pradesh. Or even Jahangirpuri in Delhi. The pattern is just the same. Mobs on a rampage, disrupting peace.
Now, the facts are before us. सच्चाई सबके सामने आ चुकी है. I want to start the debate tonight. I can see there we have Mamta Kale with us, I think. Yes. Sadhvi Jayabharti, Vinod Bansal of the VHP, Waris Pathan, Ahmad Ayaz, and Tariq Ahmad Lari of the Samajwadi Party. Waris Pathan is from the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin. So Vinod Bansal ji, एक चीज तो clear हो गई है, which that this is a conspiracy. सोची समझी साजिश थी. It was a well-planned conspiracy, Vinod Bansal. I want to bring you in with Waris Pathan at the start, because this was not a spontaneous clash. There were petrol bombs which were used by the Muslim mob. The Muslim mob was using petrol bombs, which shows that the Muslim mob was prepared for this. Muslim mob was using petrol bombs. Petrol bombs, Waris Pathan, are not items that people buy in a supermarket. Petrol bombs required prior preparation, which means it was a plan by the Muslim mob to indulge in large-scale violence, and they planned to do this. It was a well-thought-out plan. Vinod Bansal, your first thought on the fact that ये पूरी पहली well-planned साजिश थी जी.
देखिए अर्नब जी, मैंने कल रात को ही बताया था,
violence of any kind is condemnable. We condemn all kind of violence, Arnab.
मैंने आपको
have you asked me or him?
पूरी तरह से सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र है.
Arnab, did you ask me or did you ask him?
लगातार जो है ना.
Let him speak. First I asked him, Vinod Bansal.
अर्नब जी, मैंने कल रात को ही बता दिया था आपको कि भी जिस तरह से जो अटैक हुआ है, वो that attack was very well pre-planned. Not only the planning was made in the mosque itself, but the outsiders were also involved in that actually. आप देखिए कि हमारा जो प्रोटेस्ट था वो 2 बजे से पहले समाप्त हो गया था. इनकी कार्रवाई 2 बजे के बाद प्रारंभ हुई. आप देखिए कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने ये जो लोगों को भड़काने बरगलाने का काम किया, उसमें उनको 4 घंटे लगे और 6 बजे अल्टीमेटली पूरी तैयारी के साथ 6 साढ़े 6 बजे इन्होंने अटैक करना शुरू किया. और अटैक जो है ना जी, अटैक पूरी तैयारी के साथ इन्होंने किया.
Vinod Bansal.
No, allow me to make my.
Let Vinod Bansal speak. उनको बोलने दीजिए. उसके बाद.
He has spoken enough.
नहीं, he has spoken enough. नहीं, आप 1 मिनट रुकिए. विनोद बंसल जी को बोलने दीजिए. उसके बाद विनोद बंसल जी बोलिए.
देखिए अर्नब जी, देखिए यही इनका डीएनए है बेसिकली. ये औरंगजेब की मानसिकता के साथ जो है ना चलते हैं, और अगर कोई पीड़ित समुदाय है उसको बोलने भी नहीं देते.
अभी आपको पहले तो फांसी लेना चाहिए.
कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर हमला किया गया,
विनोद बंसल लाउड
घरों में घुसकर के तोड़फोड़ करने की कोशिश की थी, और जिस तरह से वहां वाहनों को जलाया गया, इवन हमारे जाबाज पुलिस कर्मियों को नहीं छोड़ा, उनकी हाथों को कुल्हाड़ी से काट दिया गया. आप सोचिए, इससे बड़ी निर्दयता शायद आज वो जो औरंगजेब है वो भी शर्मसार होगा. ऐसे औरंगजेबी मानसिकता के लोगों को देख करके कि आखिरकार ये किस मुंह से बोलेंगे. अभी थोड़ी देर में आप देखना, ये वारिस पठान जो है ना, जो मुसलमान पार्टी के जो प्रवक्ता हैं, वो अभी उनको बचाने की कोशिश करेंगे. लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आखिरकार कौन सी ये जो बात कहते हैं, अभी एक चैनल पे उन्होंने बोला कि वो उसमें कुरान की आयतें लिखी, तो मैं चैलेंज के दावे के साथ कहता हूं उसमें हरे रंग के अलावा कुछ नहीं था. और जिस तरह से ये जो इन्होंने अफवाह उड़ाने की कोशिश की है, मैं कहूंगा अगर दोबारा इन्होंने इस बात की करी तो केस दायर करना पड़ेगा. और ये इसी तरह से ये बरगलाने का, भड़काने का, और
हमको सब संयम रखना चाहिए. बंसल जी, मैं एक बात कहूंगा. एक मिनट. हम एक मिनट. इट मस्ट बी अप्रिशिएटेड. एक मिनट. मैंने देखा वहां पे जो हिंदू कम्युनिटी है, उन्होंने कहा कि हालांकि ये सच्चाई है कि वहां पे जो दुकानें जो जलाई गई वो हिंदू समुदाय के लोगों की थी, मगर उन्होंने कहा कि हमने, हिंदू समुदाय ने किसी भी मुस्लिम समुदाय के प्रॉपर्टी को काउंटर अटैक नहीं किया. ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. ये हिंदू समुदाय जो है उनकी संयम और धैर्य का प्रतीक है, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि ऐसे प्रोवोकेशन के बाद भी वहां पे द हिंदू कम्युनिटी हैज रिमेन्ड काम, एंड आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ दैट. बट पीपल, एंड my question is that should politicians who provoke the Muslim community face equal punishment and action? Should people like Waris Pathan face punishment? Should people like Asaduddin Owaisi also face punishment? Why should they get away with it? Waris Pathan, please control your language while responding to Vinod Bansal. Please.
Yes.
Hashtag Nagpur Truth.
Yes.
The question I asked on air, on the grid.
Nagpur Truth. Okay. First and foremost, violence of any kind is condemnable. We condemn. Nobody has a right to take law into their own hands. But just now, Vinod Bansal was with me on a channel. Vinod Bansal, आपने कहा कि वारिस पठान अगर मुझे दिखा दे कि कोई ग्रीन चादर के ऊपर लिखा हुआ था, तो मैं आत्महत्या कर लूंगा फांसी लगा के. अभी आपका टाइम आ गया आत्महत्या करने का. मैं आपको वीडियो दिखा देता हूँ. जरा कैमरा बता भाई, कैमरा बता. ये देखो, आपने बोला था मैं
समाज नहीं करता,
हिंदू होते हैं, ये देखो
What are you doing? No, please. No, please, control yourself. 1 minute. Vinod Bansal ji, 1 minute. Phone रखिए आप नीचे. Put your phone down, Waris Pathan. Put your phone down.
टीवी चैनल पे बैठ करके दंगा भड़काने का काम कर रहे हैं.
Now,
नहीं, 1 minute.
Now expose him. Now I'll expose the state government.
1 minute. Now this man is a very provocative man. This man is a very dangerous man, Waris Pathan. He just wants to provoke the Hindu community. He must not be allowed to do that.
Yes. Because I say the truth and I become a dangerous man. If I speak the truth,
was it a Muslim mob?
a dangerous man.
I'll ask you one question today, Waris. Waris, one question to you. One question you need to answer before you and I decide to move on. Only one question. And you see, viewers, I'll put up my guests on air. That question, I want to see his answer to the question. Waris Pathan of the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, a political party in India that says it represents the interests of only the Muslim community. Only a Muslim, for Muslims, by Muslims
no
party. Now,
don't lie. Don't
you are a
spread
party
lies
of
and
Muslims, by
canards.
Muslims and for Muslims. No problem.
Achha,
You
your
represent
question
a
is
political
over,
party.
allow me
अपने
to make
आप को
my
कभी
point.
जीवन में secular मत कहो. Now listen to me. Listen to me. Was it a Muslim mob? Jaya Bharti ji, Sadhvi ji, I'm only asking him to answer one question. अपने दिल में हाथ रखकर ये बात कह दे कि ये मुस्लिम मॉब थी कि नहीं. Was it a Muslim mob? Jaya Bharti, should he not say whether it was a Muslim mob?
In your commentary, you
was it a multi-religious mob or a Muslim mob?
My point. What is this?
Was it a Muslim mob?
Was
it a Muslim mob?
It was a Muslim mob, and I'll tell you what.
Muslim mob, Hindu mob. Mob is a mob. Whether Hindu or a Muslim, it is a mob. Is a responsible person.
No. What do you mean whether Hindu or Muslim? This was a Muslim. Was there a single Hindu in that mob?
You don't talk of Hindu. You don't.
Where do you bring the Hindus into the mob? It was a Muslim mob. Sadhvi Jaya Bharti.
Either you allow me to make my point.
I will allow you to make your point, but you must accept.
You're not making point. You're flashing your phone over here. Doesn't make a point.
No.
You're showing your anger tonight.
You allow me or I leave the.
Now he'll show his anger. 1 minute, Sadhvi, I know him. I know his trick. Now he'll show his anger. He's banged the table.
It's not even anger. It's all tantrum. This is all tantrum that he does. It's not even anger. They have institutionalized the
let him
mob
speak.
violence.
Okay, Sadhvi, you respond to him after that. Because otherwise he'll keep interrupting you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Arnab, I won't give you response. I won't give you a chance to run away, Arnab. First thing, as you rightly said, that there was a conspiracy, it was pre-planned conspiracy. What was the state government doing? What was the intelligence doing? What was the police machinery doing? If it was their responsibility to maintain the law and order situation in the state. Earlier we have been saying this time and again that the BJP has left some of their goons in the garb, some of their ministers. They are spewing venoms against the Muslim community every day. Why the chief minister is not taking action against them? They made statement that Musalmano ko masjid mein ghus ke marenge. Nothing against them. Raja Singh came from Hyderabad just 2 days before and in Pune. He spewed venom against the community. And why no action against him? Because of such kind of statements today, you mean everybody is seeing what's happening in Nagpur. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis constituency. Nitin Gadkari stays there. RSS headquarters. Why there was no security? What was the police machinery doing? What was the CM doing? CM, the floor of the house today said that because of the film Chhawa, this anger is taking place. Deputy CM says if you want to learn history,
oh my God, this is how much you are scared of the reality, the truth of your own history and lineage. This is your lineage. Chhawa has just exposed your lineage and how much you are committed to it. Please be aware of what you're talking.
Kindly, madam, go and listen to what the Devendra Fadnavis said and what the Shinde Sahab said. Today itself, Shinde is saying that if you want to learn history, go and watch the movie Chhawa. Fadnavis clearly said that because of the movie Chhawa,
you can make your statement and go ahead. You are not here to tutor anybody. Be in your own limits.
One minute.
Everybody,
you must have a stop. You should stop that. You should stop that. Arnab, so they are responsible for creating this tension in Nagpur, Maharashtra and everywhere. And Aurangzeb, 400 years back, what is the Indian Muslim got to do with
Sadhvi
Aurangzeb?
Jaya Bharti, please responding right now. Sadhvi Jaya Bharti's turn to respond. Viewers, I only asked him, was it a Muslim mob? He has not answered my question. Was it a Muslim mob? Was it a Muslim mob?
Now could you put his...
Tariq Lari, you come forward. Was it a Muslim mob? Tariq Lari, was it a Muslim mob?
Take away.
Ahmad Ayaz, was it a Muslim mob? Accept the truth.
Let me answer.
Was it a Muslim mob?
Let me answer. इनको थोड़ा चुप तो कराइए तो मैं जवाब दूं.
इनको चुप मैं नहीं करा सकता.
अरे इनकी आवाज तो कम कीजिए. He did not even let me speak. He shouts out. He'll waste all the
बात करिए, मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल जवाब दे रहा हूँ, पूरा खुल के जवाब दे रहा हूँ। देखिए, एक बात तो ये समझे कि भड़काने की बात आप कर रहे हैं तो सिर्फ एक कम्युनिटी के ऊपर आप नहीं इल्जाम लगा सकते हैं, और आप जिनका नाम ले रहे हैं, वारिस पठान और क्या नाम है ओवैसी का, कि ये लोग भड़का रहे हैं और लोग इनके पीछे हैं, तो 0.35% वोट जिसको मिला है उसके पीछे कोई होता नहीं है, ये जनता ने खुद दिखा दिया। तो पहले नहीं, वारिस पठान से मेरा कोई झगड़ा नहीं है,
वारिस पठान
मेरा कोई झगड़ा नहीं है। हाँ, वारिस भाई एक मिनट
के साथ हक इंसाफ की बात करते हैं हम लोग, और सच्चाई बयान करना गुनाह है तो वारिस पठान गुनाह करेगा। सच्चाई बयान करना गुनाह है क्या? अरे 2 मिनट छोड़ो, सच्चाई बयान करना गुनाह है क्या? नहीं है ना। वारिस पठान सच्चाई बोलता है, सच बोलता है, सच डरता सिर्फ अल्लाह से है, सच बोलने के लिए डरता नहीं है। आप लोग जैसा मैं नहीं हूँ, मैं हिपोक्रेट नहीं हूँ, मैं सच्चाई बयान कर रहा हूँ। जिसकी भी मिस्टेक है, चाहे हिंदू भाई की चाहे मुसलमान भाई की,
चाहे हिंदू भाई मुस्लिम भाई, was it a Muslim mob?
केस बुक हुआ है,
was it a Muslim mob? Was it a Muslim mob?
विश्व हिंदू परिषद
मुस्लिम मॉब था कि नहीं?
विश्व हिंदू परिषद के
मुस्लिम मॉब था, बिल्कुल था।
नहीं, मुस्लिम मॉब को मुस्लिम मॉब नहीं कहे तो क्या कहे?
अरे
नहीं, मुस्लिम मॉब को हिंदू मॉब कहे क्या? मुस्लिम मॉब था कि नहीं?
तो क्या कहेंगे? अरे हिंदू मॉब है, मुस्लिम मॉब है, मॉब इज मॉब। डोंट डिवाइड माय कंट्री इनटू।
वो माओ के बाहर, माओ में सेलिब्रेशंस अगर हो रही हैं, वो मॉब नहीं है।
कंट्री Arnab,
जी नहीं,
don't divide my country in the name of religion. I am folded hands. I'm requesting you.
Was it a Muslim mob? I'm requesting you.
Every night 9 p.m. you come here. Divide the.
Was it a Muslim mob?